Hello and welcome to the BNB show. My name is Brandon. That's Brendon. And we're here to talk and break down this matchup today with the Carolina Panthers. Brendon, I want to first thank you coming on back into the Hawks Nest. It's been about a week and a half or so. So good to have you back in the house over here on this side of things. How are you doing tonight?
I'm doing good. I'm doing good. I'm getting ready for this home stretch. 5 games left, and we've got things at stake that we didn't think were going to be at stake. So that's pretty good.
We didn't, as we were discussing about yesterday on your channel, which is Seahawks Brendon Nelson. If you haven't had a chance to go subscribe to him, please do over on his channel on YouTube here. But as we were discussing yesterday, we did not have any thought process at the beginning of this season or this off season that this is where we were going to be at this point in time of the year. It's a wonderful position to be in and to discuss all of the potential ways this year could still go, as you do have, I think, most of your games exceedingly most of your games at home this year to finish things off. But the game at hand here, Brendon, the one that is right now on the horizon here, because as Coach Carroll says, I mean, we got to listen to Coach Carroll on this one, Brendon. You know, it's 1 week at a time, championship opportunity. Okay, so we got to keep our eye on the prize, and it could very well be easy to overlook this Panther team at first kind of view. But when you look at this team and kind of do your analyzing of it, where do you land on with them as far as your look of them?
Well, it sure seems like Matt Rule was just really, really, really bad, huh? Because this team has played much better since he got pushed out. And the guy who took over for him is not really considered to be some great coach. It's Steve Wilkes, the guy who was a one and done in Arizona, right? Like
Did he
2
did
and
he even make
14.
the year? I can't remember.
I think he did, but not much longer. I think he might have been a Black Monday guy or a Pink Slip Monday or whatever they call it.
Blink and you'll miss him.
hmm So this Panthers team has been playing much better since they swapped out their coaches. They're 3-4 and should have honestly beaten the Falcons as well. That was the game where PJ Walker hits the Hail Mary. They miss the extra point. They miss a chippy in overtime. So this team is playing very competitive football, and they're currently sitting on a streak where they've won 2 of their last 3. The one loss being a dogfight to the bitter end against the Baltimore Ravens. So this every year you see a couple teams do this, right? They start playing well after it doesn't really matter. They get eliminated or basically eliminated from the playoffs, and then suddenly they turn it on. 2019, I remember the Falcons did this. Last year, to a certain extent, the Seahawks did this, right? They won 4 of their last 6. So
Yeah.
every year you see a team come on strong at the end, and this Panthers team seems like they might be that team.
They do. And of course, despite the fact that they just dealt Christian McCaffrey not a couple of weeks ago as well. So able to turn on despite offloading one of maybe their most or second most valuable offensive player. I think, and you do look at this as well, you're not going to be able to get the benefit of a team that's 4 wins into this season, Brendon, and who's maybe taking their foot off the gas and they're going, okay, when are we going to Cabo? It's kind of late in the year. We're not having a chance in the playoffs. But instead, Brendon, it's not the case when you look at their division, is it?
Not necessarily. And as crazy as this is, even though I just said they're basically eliminated, they still get to play the Bucks one more time. If they beat the Bucks, they've got that tiebreaker locked up and they'll be 1 game back. And it's like I mean, it sounds crazy to believe that a Tom Brady quarterback team is going to find a way to blow the easiest division in football, but it's on the table. And I believe this Panthers team is at least taking that seriously.
Well, they can, in the very least, yeah, like you said, they can talk themselves into it, whether it's the truth or not, that they're really good enough to get there on that. You certainly know they're going to be motivated to do so. I'm very glad this is a game that's at home, Brendan, versus a 10 a.m. game on the road. I like that part of this equation. Well, let's look first. I think I kind of want to first, I think, look at the toughest part of this Carolina team, because it looks to me at first viewing of they've offensively they're struggling, though they've got some good parts. Defensively, they're middle of the roadish kind of down the stat lines of things, but I think that they're probably, as you just your point a second ago, if it's a long football season and where you start is not necessarily where you are at the end of the year. And I think that defensively they're playing pretty good football overall right now down this kind of little bit of a home stretch. And in some of the games that I've watched from them, a lot of names you recognize here too, Brendan. A lot of guys we've looked at over the couple of years as far as in the draft that have ended up on this football team. Some performing well, some not. What is your kind of first initial takeaway when looking at this defense and how they stack up?
Well, it seems to me it's a defense of some extremes where they have some extremely good players, but they also have some big gaping holes where you can take advantage of matchups and find ways to move, even though they do have some really good players like Derek Brown. Seems like he's found himself as a Pro Bowl level player. He's
Mhm.
somebody who was kind of just okay for the first few years of his career, but he's become a really great player. And then you've got Brian Burns on the outside, and we've spent plenty of time talking about how good he is.
Jeez, he is.
Yeah, but then you've got guys like Grossmatos, who looks like a big bust. I remember scouting him a little bit in college, being kind of interested, but so far he's been kind of useless in the NFL, it looks like to me.
Yeah.
Uh, I like J.C. Horn. It looks like he's become a really nice player to the surprise of just about nobody. We always talk about that thing about how when your dad is a football player, it helps. It helps your growth
Mhm.
as a younger athlete. And then you've got the guy they traded for, C.J. Henderson. He's been a big disappointment, I think, since he got there. He's been
Yeah.
kind of nothing. So I'm looking at this defense and I'm going, there are some guys who are going to create problems, but then there are also a slew of guys that you can really take advantage of. And while this defense is playing their best football right now, overall, like you said, they're roughly middle of the road. They've kind of just been up and down the whole year, though. Like they had that really bad 2 game stretch where they got destroyed by the Falcons and the Bengals. They gave up 80 points across those 2 games, I believe.
Mhm.
And then since then, it's been 15, 13, 10. And now the 10 was to the Broncos, the worst offense in the league.
Yeah. You gotta put that
But,
one in perspective.
right. But it's a defense that is at least playing well and starting to overcome some of the big holes they have. So I I would like to believe that this team can find a way to take advantage of what isn't there, but I'm also looking at the, versus matchup. Like we've got real problems at center right now with Austin Blythe. Is he going to have to be the one who has to handle Derek Brown? I hope not. I hope we got something else we can throw at him. I hope we can make sure that he's not going to be the reason why you lose this game because you tried to have Austin Blythe handle Derek Brown and that's never going to work.
Yeah.
So I do have faith in this offense. It's played really well in almost every game this year, but I am aware of the fact that this defense does have some pretty good pieces.
You've gotta kinda I mean, with the understanding of how Blythe's been, with the understanding of how the interior of the offensive line has been, you have to think that the coaching staff is hopefully going to a little bit this game lean away from the inside run as much necessarily. Because when you talk about Derek Brown being a Pro Bowler, which I do agree with you on that, he's getting himself to that place as far as just how he's impacting games. He's not doing it as necessarily a pass rusher per se. He has, I believe, 1 sack on the year, but he's doing it as an impactful run stopping force and one of the better ones in all of football who can give you a little bit of pass rush, a little bit
Mhm.
of that.
Yeah, I think Jordan Davis.
Right, right. And so they're going to run into he's a strength. You've got your weakness there. Certainly a commitment to double teams would probably be smart if you're going to do the run game at all up there. But for a team that recently has struggled to get the running game going up the middle in Seattle, it's going to be a tough unit there with that. And you think about the combination of that to Brian Burns, who in some of my tape watching leading up to this game a little bit, I mean, he's just continues to really stand out to me. It makes sense why the Rams, as desperate of a trade of that supposedly being, why they would have offered 2 first-round picks for him back at the trade deadline, as reportedly they did, because he is outstanding. He's very smart. I mean, it's athletic, quick off the line, understands how to use his hands, a variety of pass rush moves. He's kind of what you want as an edge player in this modern era, outside of being one of those the freak show guys, Brendan. One of the Myles Garrett types or whatnot that are just monsters. And he's a monster in his own right, but he just does it very cleanly, I guess,
Mhm.
from the position. So I do worry a little bit about that with that combination. I think our tackles hold up well in pass pro, which maybe will help us. At first look, though, when I see this defense, Shaquille Thompson is a nice linebacker, having another good season for them as well up front in that front seven. When I look at this front seven, even with the weakness of a guy like you said, like Eder Gross Matos kind of not there, though he's still getting snaps. I do lean back into saying, Brendan, we got to maybe lean into that. Hey, we've thrown 55% of the year so far with Geno. Maybe it's time in this game to keep into that lane and continue to sling the rock. Because like I said, outside of JC Horn, I mean, they've got Woods, safety's okay, but
Yeah,
there's not a
Xavier
lot out
Woods.
there's not a lot out there in that secondary that scares me outside of Horn, really.
Yeah, they got Jeremy Chin, and we talked about him a little bit yesterday, where he's playing nickel and safety. So that's, I mean, I don't think it's working terribly well. I'm going to be perfectly honest about that one.
No.
But yeah, they don't have a ton in that secondary that scares me. Like JC Horn's nice, but he's not anywhere near the level of like what Patrick Surtain the second has managed to do. So I would say that you kind of just have to lean into what you're doing right now and just air the ball out, because I think that we're all aware that we have no idea what we're going to have at running back in this game. Ken Walker and DJ did not practice today. Homer did, which is good. But if Travis Homer is your primary running back, which may be where we end up, we know that he is a guy you want out there on passing downs. That's his strength. His strength is not just getting the ball and going, it's catching balls out of the backfield and blocking. So if Travis Homer is your featured back, then you got to lean into it. I know Wayne Gallman's been brought in. He will probably play in this game, but there's a reason why he was on the couch until a couple days ago. So yeah, I think that's probably the case for pretty much any team. With this, the Seahawks in their current state probably can't run on just about anybody.
Mhm.
But against this team, yeah, you're absolutely right.
Yeah, and Gallman, they were saying, Carroll was saying in his presser today that on the practice plays, he was 1 for every 3 runs did he run in the right direction. So
Mm-hmm.
probably indicator of he's not quite there up to speed on the playbook as of yet, even though he might be active to necessarily run him out there for a lot of carries. And I think you're right. It's Homer and Jones as a combination you'll see in this game, with maybe a little bit of Dallas, though it sounds like he's got the high ankle sprain, and that is what it is as an injury. It's, you can try to tough it out, but you're going to be so highly reduced by trying to do so. It just almost doesn't make sense to even give that kind of deal a go. Do you see this defense as one you got to be just stay patient with, or go in and look more for those deep shots, which have been pretty successful for our Seahawks this year, but they have decided to kind of more sprinkle that on in there. Certainly, it's been our offensive strength to just stay consistent on the drives and move those chains. But is there anything about
Yeah.
this defensive matchup you see different in that light?
Not necessarily, no, especially if we're not going to have much of a running game. It's going to let the safety stay back. You can't go over the top unless you get some kind of running game going. And with the way our interior line is run blocking right now, mostly at the center and right guard spots, it's just not happening. So I think you got to stick with what's been working. And what has been working has been throwing short and intermediate passes. Gino has the highest QB completion percentage in the league for a reason. And I'm pretty happy to just stick with that, especially against a pass rush that has at least some dangerous elements to it. So yeah, I'm looking to stick with what has been working. And if we ever figure out this running game, I think that'll open up the big plays. But until then, I can't say we lean into it.
Yeah, I mean, it's just and teams are certainly, this is now with it being like about a 2-3 week situation that teams will run up against, seeing that we're not running the ball consistently. They are going to squeeze, I think, a little bit of those passing windows on Gino on the back end and take a little bit of the resources away. And maybe if they do that and start to pull off resources off of the running game, then maybe at least then it can open up a little bit more wider then for the Hawks to attack if there is that kind of change defensively. But teams around the league tend to do that, where they'll keep an eye on how other teams are doing things and then copycat their way up to trying to stop you. I wouldn't be surprised if this team does the same and going, we don't feel like whoever they've got in the backfield is really a danger. Though I'll say this with Homer, he does have big playability to him. He is not just whereas Dallas is a bit of a grinder, 3 yards, cloud of dust guy. He's more of a guy that can get you the 20, 25, 35 yard run, when things are blocked up right.
Yeah, he's capable of doing it, but I'm not looking to feed him the ball that way 15, 20 times in a game.
No,
It's
no.
got to be some kind of thing where it's a pass first offense and he's part of that as a pass catcher and blocker more than anything.
Yeah, I would 100% agree with you there. I think that's pretty. The matchup gets pretty straightforward here with that, because you can't count on much in the running game, and it does come down to, again, with Gino. And I think we both have a surprising amount of faith in Gino's arm at this point to push this through. But I'd love to see Seattle lean into it. Brendon, the thing I'd hope we lean out of in this game is just trying to stay with the running game for 2 quarters if it isn't working. A lot of just sort of running on first down. Again, just as you said, lean into what's worked this year so far. Don't go outside yourself or leave from what you've been so far this season.
Yeah.
Is there any? Sorry, go ahead.
Let me ask you real quick. What do you think of this Frankie Louvu guy? Not a guy that I had ever really heard of before this year, but seems like he's playing pretty good. Seems like he's making a lot of plays in the backfield. Seems like he's making some plays in coverage as well. Do you know much about this guy?
I don't know much about this guy, to be honest with you, the linebacker there. So it does look like he's had, I mean, I don't know, 10 tackle for losses. I see that as well. An interception, 4 sacks. He's had a hell of a year out there for them. But yeah, I don't even remember him in the draft, to be honest with you. I think that's like an undrafted rookie free agent guy, or at least a guy that they pulled out on the deep end of things as far as in the draft
Well,
goes.
I think there's one person in the chat who's going to know this guy because this guy was a
Oh,
Cougar.
that's a Cougar. Is this a
Yep.
Cougar? Is this Cougar legend Frankie Louvu?
Looks like he was undrafted.
Yeah, I was gonna say I would know if I'm seeing enough of these guys at this point that somebody would jump up and but he's just having that year. Whereas we'd say sometimes guys develop at their own pace, and he's definitely been maybe a little bit of that guy taking an opportunity there for this team to be able to take it by the hands. But that's again where I come back to that running game here in this game. You got Brendon, you got the 2 linebackers, him in addition playing solid with Shaq Thompson. You got Brown up front, along with Burns, who's a good overall player. There is a weakness there with Yetur Gross Matos on one side where, yeah, you maybe feel like you can go at him. They've got this other defensive tackle down there playing who's, okay. It's mainly too, they run a 3-man front, and then they run with Burns as your like Leo in a 4-man, right? As the wide 9 guy. But he's standing up like an outside linebacker. So it looks a little unusual like that, but it works, and they do a pretty good job of stopping the run game. Denver found a couple of holes watching that game last week. Not last week. They're off a bye too, Brendon, by the way. They're a little bit well rested, but
Yeah.
They had found a few holes up in the middle there, but I just don't think we're going to be able to live through that with that front 7 there and the way they're going. And it does come back to me of you're going to have to attack this on the back end, I think, a little bit more, which is fine. We've won games doing that. So this has been a bit of the bread and butter. It's not anything to be feared from, scared over. It'd be nice to have a little bit of a run game to kind of keep them at least honest, but it's not required. On the same thing. It does look like too Marquise Haynes Sr. is a defensive end that seems like he's getting some snaps over Yetur Gross Matos a little bit. They almost seem like they're kind of splitting things up. So again, a little bit more to your point on that Yetur's has been a little bit of a Yetur. Would you call him Gross Matos? He's been a little disappointing for them.
Yeah, it seems like he's kind of their Darrell Taylor. I think they even came out in the same draft. They were taken pretty close. And just not a whole lot to say. Although I shouldn't say that right now. Darrell Taylor was actually one of our better players in the last game, so maybe I shouldn't say that.
Well, he's got to show it consistently, and Brendon, you're right to be a little bit rough on him with it. It's been, if you take out Darrell Taylor's 5-6 game start to last year, right? And you remove that right around the time that he had the neck injury with the Steelers, and look at his production beyond that point, it's been pretty bad. And you'd be hoping it'd be stepping forward, not going backwards from that initial performance. And that got us all excited. So it's good to see Darrell take a step forward in this past week. I love seeing that. But you want to see more now, start stacking up more of these performances on top of each other. But there's a lot of talent on this defense, Brendon. There's a lot of names you recognize: Shaq Thompson, Xavier Woods, Brian Burns, Derek Brown, CJ Henderson, JC Horn, Yetur Gross Matos, Jeremy Chin. It's not not going to be an easy walk this year. Again, this is not your typical 4-win team at this time of the year, and they're at their strongest right now. You could say, is as much as any time during the season. Do you think we got a lot of luck against this defense, or do you think it's a grind out game?
I kind of feel like overall, and also when we're on offense, I would say this is kind of a more of a survive game more than a thrive game, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
It's not about thriving. It's not about putting up 40 points. It's not about dominating. I just want to survive right now. I want to survive until we get some of these running backs back, figure out what we're doing at right guard, because right now it's just up and down every single week. And hopefully by the end of the year, we're thriving a little bit. But I'm kind of in the same I kind of feel like we're in the same place we were when we played the Rams. When we played the Rams, I was hoping we were going to thrive, but no, we survived. Yeah. So I'm definitely in survival mode, but at the same time, I think Gino's earned our faith that he's going to be able to find a way to put up at least 24 points.
Agreed. And I think the same thing where you're going to have a hard time getting, I think 24 is kind of the ceiling. I think you can get there with it, but this wouldn't be a game too. This surprised me. You're at 17-13 or 20-13 or something like that, where it is just a little bit of an uphill slog because you're just not able to get much done. And I'm just worried at some point or another with how much teams can then counter things back to really squeezing on those passing zones, maybe taking away what Gino likes to do so far this year. Is you've got a lot of tape out there because there's not the running game, as there has been at times in this year, to at least keep teams kind of honest, especially when Kenneth Walker was really rolling along there. through the mid part of the season. Well, let's look at this offense. Let's look at this Carolina offense, because they're kind of a mirror to me, Brendan, in that I look at the defense and offense and go, yeah, it's not a great unit. And the offense statistically it's bad. They're missing Christian McCaffrey. They just traded a couple of weeks ago, maybe their second most important player on the squad. But I still look at him and I go, yeah, there's still some stuff here though that can be difficult to deal with. It's not just again a crew that your typical 27th ranked offense in the league that can't do anything, or it's not exciting, it's not action packed, but it can get the job done. What do you see from it?
This is another interesting example of the thing I was talking about a few weeks ago with Tampa Bay. You look at Pro Football Focus, you would swear this offense is like top 5 in the league. They love this offense. So I kind of find that to be interesting. You look at their PFF page, it's green, 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 green. I don't know if you've noticed that or not, but I don't know if that lines up with reality. But yeah, I agree. Ever since they traded McCaffrey, Foreman has been really nice for him. Foreman's been a very productive running back. There have been some of these games where I think he's pushed close to 200 yards. So that's been something that they've gotten that makes them not even really miss McCaffrey that much. It's like they didn't even skip a beat.
No.
And they got some nice receivers. DJ Moore, nice piece, nice deep threat. I definitely am concerned about him. And they're starting to get a little bit out of Terrace Marshall Jr., very interesting player. I think he basically missed all of 2021 with an injury, but he's somebody who I had my eye on in that draft. I think we even could have drafted him instead of Eskridge. And that was kind of like the extremes, right? Theoretically, Eskridge, he was already 24, but he was going to be ready to go. Marshall was 20 and was probably already penciled in to miss his rookie year. So it was kind of like the extreme example of what you know versus what you think, right? 100%. Where one guy's pure potential, the other guy is what he is.
100%. I view it in retrospect in the same way. I shared your interest in Terrace Marshall at the time for a lot of the reasons you said, where he's coming in as such a young guy that what he is in college is not where he's going to be. The die is not already cast here yet. And he had a nice big body, good long frame, natural route runner in what you saw out there. You could see a lot of the upside in his game, whereas of course at Eskridge there was some rough edges to the route running in the hands, and he's a 5'9" guy versus this kid who I think's legitimately like 6'3" or somewhere in that neighborhood of things. So I was the same way. Now I viewed it on that one. I think you could have gotten Marshall in the 3rd round as well. I don't think he went in the 2nd, though. I'm trying to remember. I probably should just look it up here.
Yeah, I believe he was right after Eskridge, or maybe he was right before. I'll check that to be sure, but I believe it was right around the same area.
You're right. So he was a 2nd round pick. So they definitely jumped up and grabbed him there. But out of LSU, love the kid quite a bit. You also looked at him, I think, at the time where he had a lot of other receivers who went to the NFL around him. So you go, well, why wasn't he featured more? Why didn't he have more production? Well, he had other guys like, Chase Jefferson over there on that side with him at the time. Even Moss's son at tight end, kind of pulling away a few of those carries away, especially he was a younger guy there versus those other guys at the time there in college. So he is coming along, though. I was interested. The PFF likes his score this year. He's a 70 wide receiver grade, which is pretty strong for him in his 2nd year. They've even got a Laviska Shenault. And this is where I look about their offense. I like, Brendan. It's not a one-note offense. Like you mentioned Dante Foreman, but then they've got Chuba Hubbard also as the secondary guy. And Chubb is a really, really fast guy. He's built like a receiver. I mean, he is really light, but he's really fast. And so you have Foreman as your thunder to the lightning of Chuba. And so they can really hit you in a variety of different ways in the running game out of that. They've got receivers and a DJ Moore who can do it all. He's their star. Then they got the bigger body Terrace Marshall guy that can work the intermediate routes. And then you have Laviska as your gadget receiver guy. And I feel like everybody's got kind of a role if they can make it work within that offense. Now, fortunately for us, Brendan, fortunately for this upcoming game, we have Sam Darnold at quarterback. So Sam Darnold, an ideal quarterback like Geno Smith could probably work these targets. Anything I've seen ever watched in Sam Darnold, this was confirmed again watching last week, the tape with him against Denver, is just Denver's good defense, but it's just he's not comfortable out there in the quarterback position, and he doesn't want to push the ball up the field, and he just can't take advantage of it, I guess.
Yeah. Are we sure it's Darnold, by the way? Are we sure we're not getting PJ Walker?
I did a Google search before the show and it said Darnold.
I mean, that makes sense, right? They won their last game. It would be weird to bench a QB after he wins.
I guess so. I honestly am with you on. I think what you're intimating here, and I agree with it, is that why would you go away from PJ Walker, because the offense theoretically looked all right when he was commanding it.
Well, he
And
got hurt, right?
did he get hurt? I didn't
I
know.
think he had a ankle something,
Okay,
and they
well,
had to put in Baker, and then Baker was so bad they went with Darnold, and Darnold played okay. I think Walker's back, but I'm wondering, do they go back to PJ? Because I'm not saying PJ's a very good quarterback. In fact, he's probably not, but he's definitely more dynamic and more intriguing than Darnold. So I think you're right. They're going to go with Darnold, but I am wondering if there could be a very short leash on him.
well, it's possible. I'll tell you this, Brendan. They're not putting him in a position of, even with the short leash, him making them pull that leash in, because it's a lot of rollouts, at least off of last week. And maybe it was because they were so scared of what Denver was doing defensively, but they lean heavily into the run. They're definitely going to be a 50-50 team in that respect of things. And then it's a lot of play action rollouts to the side. And I'm kidding you not, it's like 2-yard pass to the tight end or a receiver coming across. So it's a lot of that in their offense. And so you have a very few amount of plays because of the amount of runs and the amount of bootlegs. I mean, we run bootlegs and we do some of that, Brendan, but it feels like we still take our moments to at least take some intermediate shots at the minimum up the football field. With them, it's just not really much of that from what I've seen on the tape. The only thing they really do on the deep stuff, which has hurt our defense in the past, and that I'm a little worried about with, for instance, DJ Moore, is the big long crosser. The big bending crossing route coming all the way across the football field. That's also something that they utilized. They had a touchdown pass with Darnold down at the end zone to Moore in this last game on that very route on Surtain, nonetheless. So that's been one that's given our defense a problem, because of course you have our cover 3 concepts. You run the corner out to one side of the field, and you have a receiver running across the other side of the field into that zone vacated. It will leave a hole. This is McVay's made a living off of us with attacking us in this way. So it's really the only place I see in the depth of the passing game they can get us in this game. This is really about a game, Brendan, for me, stopping the run. And that includes both of those two runners. Now, one or the other, you're going to have to take care of both of them in this game. And that's going to determine a lot of, I think, what we're able to do from a team standpoint. If we don't stop the run here, Brendan, if they get 175 yards on us, 190 yards rushing in this game, I don't know if I don't know if we're going to overcome that. I don't, we've got the ability to do so, but I think that's a pathway to the Panthers winning this football game.
I completely agree. I think that's absolutely on the table. I'm really happy we are getting Darnold because it allows us to think about less, right? I feel like with PJ Walker out there, you're thinking about more. You're thinking about him using his legs to make plays. You're thinking about more bootlegs. You're thinking about his ability to evade sacks. With Darnold, I mean, I never liked Darnold coming out of college. He reminded me of Rex Grossman, just too many turnovers. And that's basically been exactly what he's been in the pros. Just no understanding of how to avoid turnovers. And he's not giving you anything to make up for the turnovers. So I'm relieved about that. But it seems like this Panthers offensive line, they built something pretty nice here.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think of Ekwonu so far? Because he was a guy we weren't sure if he was going to land at tackle or guard. So far, it seems like he's been at left tackle, and it's gone fairly well.
Mm-hmm. I think so. It's interesting to see. Currently, right now, Charles Cross has everybody beat out, I believe, of the rookie tackles, including him on the PFF scale. He's about 62, Carl's 65. So that was interesting to look at. I think he's right now kind of a little bit of the inverse of Charles Cross, in that he's right now probably a plus run blocker who you can maybe get to a little bit in the pass blocking aspect of things. Whereas Cross is probably a plus pass protector who can probably be gotten to a little bit in the run blocking element of things. And he's a guy that had, I thought, probably the most upside talent in this draft of the tackles. Carl, there was a safe way to go with Neal, as far as at least at right tackle. He'll be fine there if that's where he washes out to. With Cross, you knew he'd be good. It might take you a little bit of time for him to get there. He's been a lot faster than people thought coming into it. With Ekwonu, there were flashes of Walter, especially in the run blocking game, to what people were seeing from him, which is why he went. Is that freakish element, the freakish upside that existed with him. So he's playing really good in a first year. I think he's confirmed why he was that pick. He's mean in the running game, Brendan. This is a place to be worried about where they attack up in there. They've got another guy named Brady Christensen, I believe, out of BYU from a couple years ago. Now he's a left tackle coming out of BYU, and both you and I believe liked him quite a bit. I thought he was eventually going to be moved over to right tackle. I'm surprised they bumped him into left guard, and he seems to be okay. PFF likes him all right as far as the year he's having there. But if I think about what he could do as far as run blocking from that guard spot, along with Iga Makawanu on that left side, that's a little bit of a problem spot that I potentially worry about in this game, especially as though Uchenna Nwosu's been fairly consistent throughout this year. As of recent, the run blocking in the run defense for him on some of the grades and stuff and that has dipped a little bit. I mean, maybe it's just it's long season and whatnot. Still been very good as far as a pass rusher, but that's the spot right now for us, that I worry about offensively with not being able to make much hay.
Yeah, I did. I think that. Do you think some of that has to do with the two-man fronts, where you're just asking him to do so much, where he's lining up, standing up, but he's kind of like standing where a down lineman is, but he's standing up. One of those weird things.
Yeah, I mean, this is my opinion on this front in general, is that beyond the two defensive tackles up front, which that doesn't affect what they do. Those guys can do their job however they need to do it, from either one gapping, two gapping, gap and a halfing, whatever. They're not going to be, I think, as likely to take on double team blockers because they're set inside, and especially if the running plays like an outside zone, the teams will just want to go to bring the double team onto the line, not double, they'll bring the guard to or center onto the second level to the linebacker instead. So, it comes out those outside linebackers, Brendan, and think about the pickle that they're in with this, where you're in the wide nine technique, which puts you on the outside shoulder of the tackle on each side of the formation. And then you've got a team that could run the ball off of you. They've got a tight end of the line, right? So they've got 6 blockers on the line. The outside linebackers now on either edge need to diagnose within almost like a second to a second and a half after the snap whether they need to be crashing on the outside, setting leverage on the edge, or reading the fly sweep, right, which killed us last week. And remember last week how the fly sweep got to us in a lot of ways is the Rams would fake a pitch to the outside and then come back opposite the formation with the fly sweep. And so you really challenge that outside linebacker to have to make an instantaneous decision. And it's a lot of kind of at that point, if you say, well, I don't want you thinking, I just want you flying around. Well, now he's got a high propensity of overcommitting in the wrong direction. If you ask him to sit down and read the play through, there might be a chance that now he's a second late on the inside stuff, or even the fly sweep stuff coming around his outside shoulder, which requires him to be more attacking. I think you do put your outside linebackers in that position in a bit of a pickle. And it's very hard to make that instantaneous decision and read in the moment as an outside linebacker where you got to go. And there's just seems like there's others, including just a 3-4 defense, where it makes it simpler because I've got that 3-4 end right next to me on my shoulder. I don't have to worry about getting so far and deep down into the A gap, damn near, to go make a play because I got my guy to my shoulder who's taking care of that part of that spot of the offensive line. Now it's more about me just setting the edge, getting to the fly sweep. That's, to me, it simplifies a little bit of their roles there in that kind of defense and what you'd ask. And same thing would be true if we were running, the 4-3 under stuff and whatnot. How about you?
I just don't understand how you can expect to stop the run effectively when you're running the fronts the way that they are. Just in general, it makes life harder for everyone. Makes life harder for your inside and outside linebackers. I mentioned yesterday how Brooks and Barton have to play everything perfectly when you've got only the two down linemen. And like you said, Nwosu, Taylor, Irvin, Mafe, they're kind of put in the same crummy situation. So I do agree with you that this game is going to be all about our ability to stop the run because, look, and this goes for the whole season. We play some really lackluster quarterbacks the rest of this way. This week we have Darnold. He's probably top 30 in the NFL, but not by much. You've got Baker Mayfield. You've got Brock Purdy. Even Mike White. I mean, Mike White's been playing okay, but he's not one of the better quarterbacks in this league. I want to be able to take advantage of that. I don't want them to get to just hand the ball off and get 7 yards every time they do it. So I'm definitely agreeing with you on that. We need to figure out a way to stop this run, whatever it is. Even if you have to go back to the old 4-3 stuff, then I guess you just have to do that. If it's going to help there, then go for it. And unlike previous years, the last 5 years, you've got something in that secondary that you haven't had since Sherman was here. You've got a cornerback taking away basically the whole left side of the field.
Mhm.
So if you can find a way to get better against the run and you've got the left side of the field basically on lockdown, now you're talking, but you have to find a way to do it. And I acknowledge this personnel is not very good, but there's got to be some way to be better than what we've been the last 3 games against the run.
Yeah, you mentioned the word perfect. It used to be with what you ask in your team to do, and this was the old Belichick line, do your job. And it's a very it's a very vague kind of axiom a little bit, but if you're a football player, I think they understood it in that way. It's like, if you're responsible for this gap and that gap, stay on that gap. If you're responsible to set the edge, set the edge. If you're up here to then as a safety and you're crashing up to help in the run game and we've got you over here on the outside and you got to come up there and take that ball carrier on and make that tackle. It's do whatever your job is aligned to do in the defense. And it's not that our defense doesn't just have simple, to a degree, jobs, I think, in the current status of things, but that 4-man front especially requires, I think, less of just do your job and more of, to use your words, play it perfectly. And that's asking a bit much, I think, from football players to have to play it perfectly, everything, rather than being able to play, I got to worry about this. If this is taken care of, I can come down and attack now. And I think there's a little bit of a lack of that right now with the way the defense structured with it. And maybe this is the growing pains of it too, Brendon. Maybe this is the pathway to getting this defense good down the road, is these players learning this functionality now. I might offer that a lot of these guys aren't going to be here necessarily into the future. So that growth is sort of strange to me, because it's only going to be benefiting a few of the guys, nonetheless at that situation, at that point.
Yeah, I mean, already we're seeing, let me check this to be sure. Yeah, Quentin Jefferson has been a big time snap eater the whole year. And then this last game, randomly, he got 12 snaps. So it almost seems like we're starting to phase him out. We've kind of seen what we need to see there. Now, that's not really good because we don't have anybody better to replace him necessarily, but it does seem like we've kind of made a decision there. We know that his contract is super easy to get out of in the offseason. And at this point, it's hard for me to believe we're going to do anything besides move on.
Yeah. I don't know what he would have shown you this year that makes you believe you need to hold on to him another year beyond this. He's been a big part of the problem that we've had on that interior of the line. And there's been a couple of guys. It's not solely on him. But he has been a bit of problem there. Again, another guy, though, that like Puna Ford, like Brian Monet, like Al Woods, all have a high familiarity with a 4-3 defense on that inside and what to do as a defensive tackle in this defense. And you could make the offer that maybe Jefferson's played his best ball in the past as a 3-tech defensive tackle. I'm just offering that as well. But I think the coach is going to remain committed to this. Maybe there's a way that they think they're very close to getting this taught up. And certainly the being that it's a new defense, just trying to look at the glass half full here, that you go, okay, well, maybe this just takes the time to get it up to speed and get the players learning it. And they need the tape to see where they're going wrong and how to correct it and whatnot. I do still remain skeptical that there's really an adjustment to make in these kind of 4-man fronts. I think you could maybe only run it if you had elite talent that was just a game records and such inside that required the kind of attention to allow it to flourish.
Yeah, I mean, we had it working for a month there, right? We really had it working for a month, and it was mostly because I was looking at the numbers. You only did 2-man fronts when it was an obvious passing down. You did 3-man fronts otherwise, and that was working really well. So I don't know why you wouldn't just go back to that. Now, I will grant you we kind of did that against the Raiders, and it didn't work. I don't think that's a good enough reason to just say, oh, well, we're just never going to run a 3-man front again.
Agreed. I think it's the defense. You got to commit to the way you want to go. And if you want to go to the 4-3 to the 3-4, then go to the 3-4. If you want to still remain in the 4-3 defense, then remain in the 4-3. I know that they talked about hybridization and all that, but that's not really working. And you're ending up straddling two sides of the fence here rather than just picking a side and saying, this is what we're going to be. Here's our identity. Let's go with it and let the cards fall where they may. And maybe the brilliance, as I say, will be down the line on this, but I don't think and that we get the fruits of this somehow, and that teams are not able to really prepare for us and we can throw everything at them. But right now, it just looks like you're throwing a lot of stuff at them with it, but you're not exactly having how are we going to beat teams offensively? What is going to be our defensive identity and how we go about our business a little bit? And so it'll be an interesting test this week, Brendon, because this is an offensive team that could run the ball. It's given our team problems at various times this year. And if they go out with those 4-man fronts once again this week, I think you and I will just be going live, just hitting our head into the wall. I mean, like, this is our defense right now.
Mhm. Yeah, the rest of the offensive line, just to run it down real quick. Bozeman, one of the better centers in the league. I think he was a Raven, right?
That sounds right. Yeah. I mean, they sound
Yeah,
right.
they got Corbett at right guard. He's been really good. And Taylor Moton at right tackle. I think I remember him from the draft. I think he was like a second round pick.
Yeah, he was a solid guy in the draft. And Austin
Mhm.
Corbett, of course, a really important player for those Rams teams. Another guy that they lost that was a good guard for them as well. So really, really good player over their side. I like that guy a lot. He can do a variety of things, both run and pass. So yeah, they've got this team structured fairly decent shape, Brendan. If you look down the road, if they get the quarterback position figured out here in this offseason, you want to look at a team that could be in contention for a Geno Smith or to go make a deal for a Derek Carr, because they look at their team and they're like, it is just a quarterback. And we tried a couple of these other guys, they didn't work, but all that money's off the books. The Mayfield money will be off the books. The Darnold money will be off the books. They could, at that point, if they wanted to, say we're a little closer in our positioning, especially with this division, which once Brady leaves, that thing will be wide open. Saints look like they're definitely at the end of their road as far as their run goes. And the Falcons, maybe they're in tandem with on the up and rise, but that division's up for grabs right now, including this year. Part of why they're going to be, so into it, I think, to try to win this game and be all in.
One question I got. What do you think of Tommy Tremble so far? Because he was a really interesting guy in the draft a couple years ago. I remember being really interested in him. He was the best blocking tight end in that draft, and he was able to make some plays in the passing game. So far, he's been kind of a disaster, it looks like.
Yeah, they've not found much of a role for him, and I did like him a lot because he was a guy that could play legitimately fullback stuff coming out. He wasn't just the guy you was a tight end, you put him at fullback and he's not comfortable doing it. Like, he could do the conventional, get low, clear a linebacker out of the hole type stuff as a tight end at Notre Dame, and that was very impressive to me. He had good hands too. Then out of the backfield, he reminded me a little of a Jonnu Smith guy that went to the New England Patriots and also has disappeared after he left the Titans, but was a good
Yeah.
player for the Titans before he left. I think that just to kind of illustrate my point in this, I think that sometimes landing spot matters. And, when you have a team that's first run heavy, first and foremost, then you have a team that is got really its talent on it's going to try to hit those guys on the outside first before it gets to its tight ends. And then it doesn't have very good play at the quarterback position. I don't know if that all fits out very well. I can't speak to how he's been as a blocker. Do you have any of that data where he's been on that stance of things?
Well, I don't know. I haven't watched every snap, but PFF
Yeah,
says he's been pretty lackluster, like
all the way down the
mediocre at
board.
best. Yeah, his run block grade is sub 60, and 60 is kind of like the average point, I think, as a baseline. So it doesn't seem like he's been a very good blocker, and he's been a complete non-factor as a receiver. So yeah, I would definitely call that a little bit of I would call that a disappointment for sure, because
Definitely.
I remember his highlight reel when I would watch it on YouTube was half blocking. Every other tight end I looked at, like Freiermuth, no, it was all passes, all catches. But
Yeah.
for him, his highlight reel was blocks.
Oh, he was great. I'm very shocked to hear that it's that low because he did look like that was going to translate to the NFL level. And not only was he a great blocker, it wasn't just he was just bullying guys, a man amongst boys at the college level. He had great technique. He knew how to get low. He would beat you in the leverage game. His hands struck the right spot. It was very clean. So I'm very surprised to hear that his run blocking is not up to snuff. I mean, the pass catching stuff is not as he could do that stuff, but it was the versatility provided, the variety of different areas you could line him up if you used him like a puzzle, like a chess piece. And I don't know if maybe Panthers just aren't using him that much, or maybe he just hasn't really taken those steps forward at the pro level on that. But I don't think I watched in the tape I watched, they did much of him as a fullback, if any. I think they are trying to just have him be conventional sort of tight end. And they do have this kid, Ian Thomas, I think out of Stanford or something, who seems
Sounds
like
familiar.
he seems like he also eats some of the snaps there for whatever reason. Like
Another
they
one of
might,
those like 7 feet tall
yeah,
tight ends from. Actually,
monster.
this guy, actually, Ian Thomas is not as big as some of the other Stanford tight ends. Oh wait, no wait. Okay, he's just from Indiana. Okay, not a Stanford guy.
Not a Stanford guy. I don't know. I thought he was a Stanford guy. I must be confusing him with somebody else. But he's getting some snaps out there as well for them, and they're featuring him a little bit as well. So again, probably to your point, that's a little bit of an indicator of a lack of development from Tommy Tremble and him coming along. But I did like the kid coming out. And as I said, this Carolina team's got a lot of guys, Yetur Gross-Matos. Like I missed on some of these guys that were, guys I liked. Like Terrace Marshall, we got that one right. But yeah,
Maybe. I mean, it's early. It's early. He
yeah,
hasn't
it
done
is
that
early.
much.
He's still
By the
young
way,
though.
yeah, according to PFF, by the way, they slide Gross Matos inside on nickel. They actually have him playing defensive tackle, which surprises me for some reason.
It's not his game. He didn't do any of that at Penn State.
Yeah, so this team has Jeremy Chin playing nickel corner and Gross Matos sliding inside on nickel downs. I'm hoping Marquise Goodwin's healthy for this one because maybe nickel's the way to go.
Very well could be if they're going to do that. I would want to attack that, especially if you're looking at the place you could attack in the running game. If I get Yetur in a 2nd and 10 and he's lining up on the inside kicked in, I would, even with Derek Brown down there, know that I could double Derek Brown and then I could single Yetur with a guard because the guard's going to swallow him up. And then there's going to be a hole in the running game. So if you're maybe looking, that's a great point on your part, where maybe if you're looking for a spot where we can get him in the running game here, it's when you see them kick him inside like that. Like teams sometimes recognize us with the 4-man fronts, with the 2-man or the 2-man fronts. We do something similar with them in that respective things. That'd be a good way to attack, because that's not Yetur's game. And I guess what they're probably trying to do is they like that other defensive end I was talking about a little bit more. That's what I'm guessing it is that they're not moving Yetur in because he's ideally likes really good inside. They're moving him there because Marquise Haynes Sr. is giving him better play from the edge. That would be my guess on it.
That makes a pretty decent amount of sense. I could get behind that.
Yeah, I bet you they're playing it that way exactly on that. So they've got some interesting guys, offense and defensively speaking. So we're kind of agreed, I guess. Defensively, we didn't really talk about this, but to go with this offense, is this an 8-man box game?
Absolutely, especially if we get Jonathan Abram, because Pete said he's ready to go, and Ryan Neal did not practice today. It sounds like we're going to have Ryan Neal, but I don't know how much of Ryan Neal we're going to have. So if you've got Abram, this is a pretty good game to have Jonathan Abram, right? Because you don't have to worry about his coverage deficiencies as much because you're playing against Sam Darnold.
Mm-hmm.
And you need to focus on stopping the run, which is why you have Jonathan Abram.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I'm thinking about getting 8 in the box, maybe send Abram on some blitzes if he does get on the field. I think that would be a great idea, great way to get him out of coverage. I just keep looking at these guys in our defense that are struggling in coverage right now, and I'm thinking, let's reduce their coverage snaps by blitzing them. I'm thinking about it with Brooks.
Mm-hmm.
Kobe Bryant has actually had some success blitzing from the nickel this year, I've noticed.
Yes.
And now I'm thinking about it with Abram. Like, get these guys out of coverage a little bit more often by blitzing them. And I think that's going to improve your return on investment.
Yeah. And I think it's going to be hard for Carroll to do that in this game because of the fact he's going to look at that coming in as, I think we're getting a run-based team that's defensively driven. That means this is a close game. So I've got to play this one close to the chest. But I think the point made is the point right, which is that you've got a guy in Darnold who you don't really fear his arm beating you up over the top, throwing a 50-yard bomb down to DJ Moore. Maybe Moore can get open. I don't trust Darnold to make the throw. And so prove that it's kind of one of those things like the NBA or like basketball, Brendan. If you got a guy that can't hit a jump shot, you're like, I'm going to play back and take away your drive and make you prove that you can hit a jumper. And I wanted to see Darnold prove that he can hit that shot over the top. I didn't see anywhere near him even taking that chance last week. He seems kind of scared to do so. So if that's going to be the case, then why not get more aggressive, especially in the run game, especially with the extra defender down there near the box? You can slide into more of your cover 3, cover 4 kind of principles at that point if you really want to. But I really like going more, a little more aggressive on taking that run game away from Carolina. I know I say it time to time, but like, let's force Sam Darnold to beat us, right? Like that. That's really, why wouldn't you want to lean in that direction in this game, is not to do that. And especially with the Carolina team that does run the ball, both Hubbard and Foreman run the ball well. Like they're both over 4 yards to carry on the season. So you're probably going to have to commit some resources to stopping these guys is kind of the bottom line on that one.
Yeah. Kind of off topic here, well, kind of, but
yeah.
Do you remember what people liked about Darnold in the draft that made him go so high? Because like we're talking about all this stuff and we're like, okay, where was the upside here? Like I understand with Zach Wilson, he had a golden arm. I understand why he went so high. He had that incredible arm and athletic ability.
Mhm.
You look at a guy like Josh Allen and you're like, yeah, he didn't play very well in college, but look at that arm, look at that athletic ability.
Yeah.
What was it with Darnold? Do you remember?
I think he had a number one, he was a former linebacker convert, so he brought a toughness to the position and mobility to the position. That was starting, it's become more commonplace even now, I think a couple years later, but was just starting to really come to the forefront. And so he brings you plus mobility and toughness. He seemed to be a pretty good leader of men at USC. He seemed to come from a good background as far as being fairly stable headed. You didn't have to worry about some of the, maybe diva potential stuff coming from that guy, good head on his shoulders kind of guy. I didn't look at him coming out in that way. To your point, he's to me a little bit like I saw Daniel Jones, where I completely, I'll say this about Wilson. I saw this about. I went and looked at those guys, and people are talking about these guys being picked in the top 5. I don't even see first round quarterbacks. I might be missing it. And I say this about it all the time. Like, I'll get my assessment. I go, I might be missing this, but I'm not going to change what I'm seeing just to try to fit what everyone else is saying about the players. And on all 3 of those guys, I looked at him and I went, huh? How is he up here? Because you look at his mechanics, Brendon, and it all doesn't go together, right? The base doesn't go up to the top side. It seems like it takes him a long time to get his arms through his motion. It's not even like a wind up. It's just like not in that way, not like it's like he comes back out here, but it's just like the whole process is kind of a full on kind of wind up to go. And then it doesn't leave his hand free and easy. It's always got a little bit of a wobble to it. He's not precise in his ball placement. He doesn't have a particularly big arm. I don't know why exactly, other than those reasons I gave you on the interim, and maybe you've got an insight on this as to what it was that was driving that pick at that point to take him in the top 10. There's just these guys that people get infatuated with that are, they come along once every few years where I go, huh? I'm gonna go watch Daniel Jones's college tape. People were like making Peyton Manning comparisons, and I couldn't really get it.
Yeah, I just find it interesting because we were just talking about his arm. Like, his arm is not that great. So where is it? I'm looking at the numbers, by the way. I'm actually surprised. He's actually a decent runner. He's had a couple seasons with over 200 rushing yards. Last year, he had 5 rushing touchdowns. I actually didn't know he had that in his game. That's kind of interesting, I guess. But yeah, that's one that, looking back at it, it doesn't make a whole lot of sense why he went even in the top 20.
I think he ran like a 4.6 40 or something.
Oh.
Like he had a pretty good 40-yard dash. Like he was pretty legit, and he had that size that was like, it was fairly well built. So it was like, well, he can to sustain the punishment and hold up, which is funny because he's been injured multiple times on top of getting mono at some point. So that's been one of those ones that hasn't exactly fit as far as where people thought that was going. But it comes down to quarterback position. It's not legs. I don't care where the game's going, Brendon, right? It comes down to what can you do with your arm? Can you make NFL level throws? And he's maybe a little bit of a poster boy, a poster child for those, the modern age where there's so many other attributes of a quarterback you can become infatuated with and get caught up in, leadership, and always mobile, and he's tough, and he's a gamer, and he's going to do whatever he can, but can he make all the throws? And that's why I always do end up coming back to two of the most important traits for me on a quarterback is the arm and the ability to make all the throws, and then the ability to process, which I think for Sam Darnold are his biggest two of his bigger deficiencies to his game.
Now, do you think Darnold is better or worse right now than Baker?
Holy crap. I would say that give me a second to think about it here, because it's a good question. I think he's better than Baker.
Okay. All right. Before the year, I never would have thought that, but I think you're right.
Yeah,
I think he is.
I think the thing that we have to recalibrate in our looking at quarterbacks in the NFL, beyond the whole diva and how to get value, like we talked about yesterday, like just beyond all that, it's the understanding of how much quarterback play is impacted by the supporting cast more than ever, I would say. And instead, I think the narrative, I know this might sound straightforward, but I think the kind of common narrative is in the opposite direction here, Brendon, where it's the quarterback carrying this unit. And it should be maybe looked a little bit more in the opposite terms. And, Tom Brady's done great with Tampa Bay, but he handpicked Tampa Bay at the right time, right? They were just missing a quarterback was all they needed.
Right.
And so this does come back to team. And I think Baker Mayfield shows you another example of that, in that you saw this with Carson Wentz. Carson Wentz gave you an MVP level season the year the Eagles went to the Super Bowl. He looked like the next great thing. like
Mhm.
better than sliced bread. Now he's bounced between multiple teams. He may not start another football game in the NFL again. And you have a guy in Baker Mayfield who can look functional with a great offensive line, tight ends, couple running backs, receivers on the edge. But even then, he's not able to take him back past a little bit above middling state, even with all that in his back pocket. Now you don't give him as much of that. It goes backwards a little bit, and he looks much more reduced in capacity. I think that there's more and more of these kind of examples out there that show themselves, which has got to make us relook at things of what is the supporting cast around this guy versus just how good is the quarterback. You buy that?
I think you kind of have to buy it. I think you really do. I think you've seen these examples of quarterbacks just looking so much better when they get that better supporting cast. I still maintain that the quarterback has a lot of say in a lot of things. Like there's that famous saying, sacks are a QB stat. I do
Mhm.
believe there's a lot of merit to that. I do believe there are these quarterbacks that make receivers look better. But I think we're also starting to learn that there aren't that many quarterbacks that can really pull that off. Like, I think that for a short window of time, Wilson was probably one of those guys, but that only lasted a couple years. And now he's not really making those guys in Denver look better. I think that we were thought that at one point Carson Wentz could be one of those guys, but clearly he's not. The guys who can are the guys at the very top of the league. I don't even think Geno Smith is a guy who can elevate a bad team around him. I think he's got a very nice situation around him that is making this work well. So
Mhm.
I
Agreed.
think that's all very fair. Mhm.
Yeah, I agreed 100%. And I think it'll help in viewing us through our lens of whoever our quarterback is in the future, and understanding even if there is somebody that we end up with that we don't universally like, it should be looked a little bit more closer along the lines of how can they do in this spot? Because I can't think of in recent memory, Brendan, of a guy who came in who had a great supporting cast and then just completely failed with that supporting cast. There's probably, I mean, maybe Wilson, I guess, versus Mike White, but Mike White isn't exactly carrying the day. He's just not throwing up all over himself like Wilson was doing on the football field, which I think is a little bit different than what I'm talking about.
Right.
It's that somebody's really then coming in and then showing you, oh no, I'm able to take advantage of all this supporting cast in the way this other guy couldn't, not just be like marginally better. And I was thinking about this and I couldn't come up to anybody that was an example I could really think of in that. There's probably somebody out there, but it's certainly not the rule of thumb as it
Mhm.
concerns that. So we've got this kind of matchup, I think, somewhat broken down here on where we want to go with this, Brendan. We're expecting you and I short intermediate passing game, leaning into that 55% pass to run rate situation. There are definitely some worry spots on both sides of the ball with this Panther team that we're looking at. You've got a motivated team on that side of things. Defensively speaking, you and I would like to see a little more pressure based look here, but we're probably, I mean, we're talking about this theoretically, like we would be loving to see, but we both are probably going to anticipate we're going to see more. Our best case scenarios here is a lot of 3-4 looks, and getting outside those 2-man fronts because we just haven't seen hardly any pressure base this year, have we? I mean, I don't think we've seen a lot of 8-man fronts, maybe a little bit.
Um, no, I don't really think so. No, I mean, with the personnel that you've had, it hasn't made a lot of sense to do eight-man fronts. So I get it, but yeah.
Yeah. So it's probably going to be more of that with the 3-4 and just hoping our guys fit their gap controls and stuff. I think you brought up the point of Abram. If he can come in there, that is a guy that can help you in the run game at least. You're right about worrying about coverage and putting him out and that stuff, but just get him coming downhill, put him at the line of scrimmage and let him pin his ears back and go. And that guy's pretty quick, pretty fast, and he can mess some things up in that aspect. I'm not saying he's a great player, but maybe he can give you a little bit of something to help you out in that side of things.
Mhm. I agree.
The Snail with a $5 donation. Thank you, Snail. I really do appreciate it. Says second round 2023 draft ends, and you have Jalen Carter, Anthony Richardson, AR-15, Bijan Robinson, and Jared Verse in no particular order. How are you feeling so far? So we get a defensive tackle out of Georgia. We get a quarterback, very young and raw. Bijan Robinson, the best running back in the draft, and Jared Verse, a very useful edge player with a lot in his bag.
I mean, that kind of sounds like you got 4 first-round picks almost because I think that Jalen Carter, pretty much guaranteed lock it up top 5 pick. Most people think Jared Verse is going to be like a later first-round pick.
Mm-hmm.
I think Bijan is expected to be like he's going to go in that same area that Najee Harris did, The only way he doesn't would be if teams are just completely out on spending first round picks on a running back. But as of right now, he looks like a first round prospect to me. And while I don't know if I see it, I do think AR-15 is going to be looked at as somebody as a first round pick. So that's great value.
Yeah, that would be fantastic value. And both me and Brendan tend to be equally driven in this way of wanting to get best player available on the board. And if you're walking out with that, I have worries about Anthony Richardson needing a couple of years to develop. With that said, if you have Geno Smith here on a couple of year contract, it's not the worst backup plan to have for a guy developing behind Geno. I love Jalen Carter. Bijan Robinson's an awesome running back. You put him up with a tandem of Kenneth Walker. I love Kenneth Walker, but as he's proven out again this year, we can't just expect a single bell cow running back to carry the day for this team. We've got to build depth, and we've got to build depth of talent at that, not just depth of guys' names that you hear out there, but guys that actually can be a little bit closer to what maybe Kenneth Walker gives you when he's in the game, like what he gave you last week with that 30-yard run on a mere 3 carries that he had in that football game. Jared Verse, I like, Brendan. He's got a lot in his, man, he's got a lot of pass rush moves. He's really good with his hands. Pretty good first step quickness. I do think your assessment's right in that he's probably going to be a late first round pick. So if you're talking about getting him in the top of the second round, that's great value. I can't really be upset with any of those moves because it operates from my philosophy of how I'd like to see this team guided. And that's ultimately going to build you the best team taking that route, going that road. But thank you, Snail. Thanks for the $5. That's awesome of you, man.
But I would call that just on pure value a plus draft through the first 2 rounds.
Yeah, that's you doing maximum at your position at that point. People might pick AR-15 apart going, well, you're going to have to wait for this. You're going to wait. Yeah, you got maybe the most talented quarterback in the draft in the later part of the first round. Okay, it takes you a couple of years to develop to get him there to where he'll be, but you got the most talented quarterback in the draft.
Yeah, real quick, I want to ask you about Jared Verse a little bit because I've been thinking about this. When it comes to edge rushers, Will Anderson in this draft is head and shoulders above everyone else, I think. I think most people are on board with that. But do you think there's a huge difference between a guy like Miles Murphy and a Jared Verse? Like, I was looking at the edge rushers in that after Will Anderson area where they go in like the first or the early second.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, these guys feel a little interchangeable to me.
Well, Verse is more of an outside linebacker standing up. Miles Murphy is a 3-4 defensive end. You know, he's your 280 guy. Like
I'm sorry, not Miles Murphy. I was thinking about like Isaiah Foskey, somebody like that.
Oh, Foskey. Is that the Notre Dame kid?
Yeah.
I believe. Foskey's a little bit better than Verse. Foskey's going to go in the teens or late teens. Verse will go in the 20s. Is there a big difference between them? I'll say this. It's, you know, with me, I'm a tier 1, tier 2 guy in that first round, and it's where that tier 1 cuts off at. So when you start talking about going from tier 1, which is the first 15 players in the draft, to tier 2 for me, which is like 16 to 55, as that's your next guys, both Verse and Foskey fit both in that same place of being tier 2 guys. And that gets hard to start differentiating, as far as there being a big difference in them. I think Foskey's a little more twitchier, right? A little more just explosive, whereas Verse relies a little bit more on the hand usage and being a technician with it. So you go, okay, well, is he going to be then? You worry with Verse a little bit of, okay, he's not going to be able to necessarily just out hand fight everybody at the next level, but maybe you will. Sometimes technicians can come in and have a lot of good success, but you worry about that. Whereas with Foskey, you go, he's bringing athletic stuff to play. That's why I think there'll be like a 10 pick kind of difference between them. But you're right. You're on point with the fact that there is not a big difference in their level of talent.
Yeah. Like, let's say the Seahawks get to their native pick in the first and Foskey's there. And you can take him, or you can trade down 5 spots or 6 spots and get Verse. I kind of feel like I'd trade down and feel like I didn't give up that much, and I picked up an extra pick. Are you kind of on board with that?
Okay, so let's say we're at let's say 21, and we're talking about going to 29 to go from Foskey to Verse. What are we picking up as the return on that? Is it the 3rd or is it the 2?
It's probably like an early 3rd round pick.
I'm hesitant on this one, Brendan, because if I look back in our recent history, we've done this at times where we move back from the early 20s to the late 20s. We miss out on something else. We go for something. We'll go like just like this. We're like, well, we can get this guy in the back. and then you end up with LJ Collier.
Yeah, my thing with that is there was a Grand Canyon between Montez Sweat and LJ Collier. I don't think there is between Jared Verse and Isaiah Foskey.
No, there's not. But just that you could end up in that same position of thinking you're going to get a guy, and then those guys went off the board. Then you married yourself to getting kind of an edge between the two, and then boom, you end up with an edge that's not quite as talented, which I would worry about because they've gone down that road before that happening necessarily. But for an early third, it better be in the top 5 of the third round. I don't want mid third-ish. I kind of want almost a second round pick to move back that far, even if it's a late second round pick versus a third.
Well,
if
okay.
I'm
How about
moving.
Nolan Smith? Is he tier 3 for you?
I
Or
haven't
tier
looked at
2?
him. I haven't looked at Nolan yet.
All right, because Nolan Smith might be the guy you get if Verse comes off the board when you trade down instead of taking Foskey, just as an example. And that's another guy. To me, I look at it and I go, yeah, there's a difference. I don't know if it's a huge difference. You've also got a guy like BJ Ojulari, the LSU edge, who might
I
not
have
be
looked
that
at
far
him.
away.
I have looked at him.
Or Felix from Kansas State.
Haven't looked at him, but
Mhm.
Ojulari definitely looked at. Ojulari is probably more your third, fourth round guy, I think.
Really? Okay.
I think so. I don't think he's not like his brother. He's nowhere near as refined from a pass rush standpoint. He's not quite, I think, as twitchy or bendy as his brother was, who went in, I think, the first round. He's a solid target, but I don't think I walked away going second round. Let me double check on that with where I looked at on my
Yeah, I've been
notes.
looking at the consensus mock draft database a lot lately, and they have him in the early second, like super early second.
Yeah, I just think people were expecting him in my research and looking at him recently that I dived into. People were expecting him to kind of take that step forward this year, and it just didn't really happen. Naturally, very gifted. Certainly, he's going to test really well, and maybe he does go in eventually into the second round. But if we took him in the second round, I would feel like that's probably a teensy weensy high for him because he's just not people. That's more to me, people looking at his brother and being like, wow, his brother was so good. And he was good at Giants in his first year. And he's down to an injury right now. But, this guy will be just like that. And I go, I don't quite see that in the same way.
All right,
Good player though.
one more guy, Andre Carter the second. How about him?
Andre Carter. So he's like a less refined Jason Taylor of the Miami Dolphins. I know that I'm going deep on your
Oh, I
on
remember Jason Taylor. He looked like
so
Xerxes from 300.
yeah, exactly. He's very much less refined. Big part of Taylor's game was refinement, and he was a guy that was great with his hands and how he used them. There's also a little bit of a 1 year kind of boom year of production from Carter. He had like 15 sacks last year. He's down at like 4 right now. And he plays for Army. So he's not going up against the most elite competition week in and week out there. So I get a little bit worried about the 1 year wonder who just has that very 1 year of explosion. And you look at him and you go, he's very fast off the line. So he's like, the thing he's like Taylor like is that those guys were 6'7", really legitimately big, but then they were really quick for how big they were, which made them so unusual. And that is Andre Carter's game, that stands out. But then he's not really another guy with a whole lot in his bag to come at you with. A guy, it's a lot like Ojulari. These are guys I can see going in the second round, Brendan, where a team kind of talks himself into it. But from my standpoint, just wasn't quite as. It wouldn't be bad value. Like I'll say that it wouldn't be bad value, but I think there's other places you could probably attack from a value standpoint that would be more impactful at other positions.
Okay. Sorry to take the stream
No,
off the
go.
rails for
I
a
love
second
this
there.
talk. I love this talk, man.
Yeah.
This is
Yeah.
always talk. I'm always here for draft talk. So I
Mhm.
love considering it. The thing that's standing out to me, Brendan, about these edge rushers right now is it's a little bit like the quarterback class, where you've got a lot of names and there's a lot of guys who are in a variety of different levels of production and level of their development in their game. But it's more of a quantity situation than quality situation to me at first blush. Where there's a
Okay.
lot of guys, you could get a guy quality in the third round where you're like, I feel pretty good about this guy's coming in and doing something, but you just don't feel like you got the ceiling I think you normally would like to have in that first or second round from these guys if you're taking them there. Maybe with Foskey, you could make that argument because he stood out to me. He was really impressive, but like Verse, who I like, still kind of I don't know. There's stuff with his game too where you go, I'm not sure. Like I said, that lack of necessarily physical first round
Yeah.
kind of feel to him a little bit,
Yeah. The lesson is we need Adam Anderson to beat the rap, I guess.
Yes, we do. Come on back, Adam. What's happened with him?
I think he's still going through the legal process to figure out if he can actually enter the draft this year. But
Oh,
he
wow.
might be like a early second round pick if he does. He's a guy we've been talking about a lot in my streams.
Yeah, he was impressive on the tape last year when he was coming out of Georgia, and he definitely would have probably have gone, if not in the first round, late in the first round, probably second round if he had come out. So, um, don't know where he would go this year though. Or do people ding him for the off the field stuff? Do people ding him for the year off?
Mhm.
Teams tend to get a little bit jumpy about going after a guy like that, but it could end up being a very much tremendous value if end up grabbing
Yeah.
that guy, a little bit later on.
Yeah.
You
I
know,
mean, don't they have the what do they call that other draft? The
supplemental.
yeah, supplemental draft. Could he enter that maybe?
Well, he would have had to have entered that last year
Oh,
because
okay.
that occurs, I believe, after the draft.
Hmm.
So either the guys couldn't get in or just before one of the two. So no, I don't think you would do it in the supplemental form of it. He would just purely enter back in. Because the supplemental is weird. It's like if you put a second round on him, you lose a second round pick. So he'd probably just be like, I'll just jump into the deal. So no, he'll probably come in that way. They'll just have him announce at that point. But an interesting player, man. And I'm just starting to get, into this edge rush class. There is one guy I like, to give you a name. There's a Zach Harrison too, Carlos Dunlap light. Didn't
Oh,
love
the
him a
Ohio
lot.
State guy. Yeah, I've been looking at him
Yeah,
too.
he's.
I
I mean,
like him.
I
He's
like
pretty good.
him. He's good, but I did have him as another guy that I think just will get a little bit overdrafted from where I see him for where he should go. I like the Tyree Wilson guy out of Texas Tech. There's a couple of
Really?
big guys. I see him as a Julius
Hmm.
Peppers minus 20 pounds
Really? I was getting LJ Collier vibes.
from at 6'6".
I mean, he just seems so slow off the ball. I'm gonna have to watch more tape on him to be sure. It seems like he doesn't explode at the snap at all to me. I'll look at it more, but
I think on some of that's the fact he's a 6'6" guy versus Collier, who's like 6'2".
okay,
Yeah.
that's fair.
There's a legit 4 inches of difference on those guys. But he was impressive to me what I saw. I saw a lot of the Julius Peppers stuff. Again, minus 20 pounds, not as big as Julius Peppers, but a guy that could give you some inside snaps, I think, not just relegate him out to the outside. He could move around. I like Mike Morris, Michigan kid. Another guy, 6'6", 280. Got some Jadeveon Clowney to his game, very, and for good and bad. Right. It's got those the sort of the thin hips, where there's a little tight in the hips a little bit. Can't quite open it up as much, but he's an interesting player to me too as well. And both those two guys I've liked better than some of these other guys. For the verse, Zach Harrison, Andre Carter. Murphy's definitely in his own. Murphy's in tier 1 for me.
Yeah, yeah, but like you said, Murphy's not a
Edge.
edge necessarily, so I understand that's just a little bit different. But okay, that's fair. You're there's a smaller tier two than maybe I was thinking. You haven't looked at the Kansas State Felix guy, you said, right?
Haven't as of yet. I looked at him.
Okay.
Definitely will.
Derek Hall from Auburn.
Haven't checked him out either.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, we're starting to get a little lower down the list here, but I just want to put some names up there.
It's definitely guys we got to go through all on. I think it's a target. I think outside linebackers one you've got to be aware of one question with Brendon when we go about looking at outside linebackers specifically. And this is the part that I really have a lot of confidence in us drafting because the coaching staff and the front office have mentioned this a variety of times. We don't just gauge a player by how good they are, by what their measurement is and where they project as an NFL player. We measure them up against what we already have on the roster. So if we're going for an outside linebacker in this draft and we're looking at a guy, it's against what you have in Darrell Taylor and Boye Mafe and Uchenna Nwosu and Alton Robinson for that matter. So the team's going to make an assessment. Are these guys better than what we have right now with that? Not are they eventually going to get better? Maybe a little bit of that comes into play, but it does come into more of an apples for apples. Is this guy going to help make us better now by bringing him in here or not? And I think when I look at the outside linebackers initially on a lot of these guys, Brendon, I think the first blush of that will be kind of a no versus the needs you have at the other positions, defensive end, defensive tackle, middle linebacker, maybe strong safety, some of those other
Mhm.
spots that you're going to want to address and hammer a little bit more. I do like this with Snail. He's got 3 of the first 4 picks on the defense, though. I think if you're laying a bet in Vegas right now, they allow you to lay bets on everything, Brendon. So if I'm laying a bet in Vegas right now, 3 out of the first 4 picks going to the defensive side of the ball, I think are a very, very high likelihood of happening.
Sure.
That is for sure. Well, we've kind of broke down this matchup a little bit for which way it would go. What do you see kind of how this final score goes out? I think you said 24 points, but you see us getting up to 24. What do you see us giving up on the defensive side of things?
Man, I just wish I had more confidence that this defense is going to figure something out, because after the Tampa Bay game, I thought to myself, okay, they're definitely going to figure something out for this Raiders game. Raiders have all these injuries. No, didn't figure anything out. And then I was like, okay, now you're really definitely going to figure something out against the Rams. And in a sense, you kind of did, because you won and it wasn't that bad. But given who you were playing, it really wasn't that good either. So I'm just wondering if maybe this defense is DOA in a way. So I'm just trying to find some modicum of confidence that this defense is going to focus on what needs to be focused on this week. Like, you would think that when you're playing against John Wolford, you would know, let's stop the run first and foremost,
Yeah.
but we didn't. So I don't really have a ton of confidence we're going to do it this week. I'm going to say, though, because overall their offense is still not particularly good. I mean, you look at this offense, even over the last few games, it hasn't been particularly great outside of that explosion against the Falcons.
Mhm.
I'm going to say Seahawks 24, Panthers 20. I think it'll be close like that again.
I see. I can see it. I can see it. I'm going to bring this one down to the end. I'll take 2017 in this game. I do think you'll stop the run a little bit better in this one. I don't think it's going to be as much a problem. Kind of frankly, Brendan, because of the fact it's not as much it's going to be a focal point. Let's go backtrack this a little bit. Buccaneers game, you went with the light defensive tackles to lead in that game. You inactivated Brian Monet prior to that game because you thought Tampa Bay was going to throw all over the football field. They ran all over the football field on you. With the Raiders, you devoted theoretically 2 guys to stopping Devontae Adams, so you took less of your attention away from the running game. The running game exploded. I think last week, to your point, it's a little bit of a conundrum looking at that one going, okay, why wouldn't you just that week lock in on it and stop it? And indeed, Akers only did average 3.5 yards per carry, so they did eventually find a way of kind of tightening up on him. I mean, that's right around the 3.3 yard average he had on the year. But it was the fly sweep game. It was the outside stuff that killed you between Atwell and the other kid. I'm spacing the name out right now, but the other kid that they had run, Powell, who they had run those fly sweeps as well. So it's
and Wolford running a little bit,
and Wolford running, yeah, and not having an answer for him either at times in that. So I do think it's going to be a bit more of a point of emphasis in this game. But to me, the win will come down to this, Brendan. It will be the one consistent aspect of this defense that we have seen basically throughout every single game. The only one. And that is the turnovers. I think offensively, we play a clean game. If you look at the turnovers that we have throughout this year, when we have them, it tends to be fluky-ish situations a little bit. A read option fumble going the wrong way, right? Or just an oddity sometimes they will cause it. I think they keep a clean game on the offensive side, knowing that that's got to be a point of an emphasis. They stop the running game, which is a point of emphasis. They create a couple turnovers because that's something Darnold will give you, especially if you can force him to pass. If you can take away his running game, make him throw the football, you can get him to, make some mistakes. If you get him pass heavy, high volume, that's where you can get Sam Darnold, to me, fumbles, interceptions, that type of thing. So that's the road to me, but I do think that they do a bit better job this week. I don't know that, Brendan, you're right. It might be a DVOA thing where it's just going to be not something that's ever really fully corrected. But I think for at least 1 week and not having the quarterback that can really slaughter you on the back end, that allows them even a little bit more to really focus up front and try to just, hem that thing up down there. So
I will say Darnold is one of the QBs in the league who I would expect to not know about Tariq Island yet. So
I would too. I would too. I can't throw to the left. He's a rookie. You don't know about Tariq, man? What? Tariq? What is Tariq? That's who you just threw at. I thought he's a rookie. I should be able to go after rookies. Not him. Not him.
Hopefully, man.
Yeah, I'm open as well. I think it'll be a hard-fought game. We do have a donation here, I think, that does encapsulate a little what I think on this. Thank you, Adrian XA, with the $2 donation. Says, I think it's a fourth quarter game. I think it's fourth quarter time and win them games. I do think this one's going to potentially be one that, again, comes down to a little bit of the wire on this one. It's going to be, I think, a tightly contested game. I don't think either team's going to really try to, go for the kill shot early, which will be a little bit of you get that feeling out period early on in the game, Brendan, and then it's a bit of a slog. And then we get down to the fourth quarter and things start to kind of move a little bit. This strikes me as a little bit of that kind of game here a little bit. And if it's dirty, I don't care. If it's messy a little bit like last week, I don't care. As Brendan said, you just got to come out of this win. You got to just find a way to get this win done. Find a way to keep putting these up and stacking these up, because the road is really paved in front of us to be able to go and get in, at the very least, into the playoffs. Say nothing of going out there and getting this division title with the Niners currently in the state they're in. Thank you, though, Adrian X, for the donation. Very, very kind of you.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's going to be all about that fourth quarter.
It really will. It really will. And maybe, this, as we get closer to the end of the year, this is where some of these games start to go a little bit more tighter, especially in some of these tough matchups where both teams are playing for something, are in trying to go for it. Because you are going to get your best punch from Carolina this week. It's not a team that's dead in the mud or thinking about their vacation plans. They're going to give you all they got. I wanted to ask you a little bit of something we talked about yesterday, and I had some more thoughts of this. And I was trying to make more and more sense of it. It's not necessarily Seahawks related, but worth us kind of paying attention to. And that was the Baker Mayfield situation, and the Rams, of course, picking him up. Do you buy any of this, that they want to get a first look at him as maybe, because I'm hearing scuttlebutt that maybe even Stafford retires after this year? Do you think that maybe they're setting the stage up that if he plays decently, they give him a small contract, or this gives them the first look-see at him, to even it's a very small possibility of happening. I'm not saying it's a likelihood, but they don't have anything to lose at this point in time in this year. And to beyond it being a go for it move, like I was telling you, I thought it was at first view of it yesterday. Maybe instead it's actually a move of about looking towards that future.
I mean, I could see that. I think somebody was saying that McVay liked Baker when he came out in the draft. He was one of the guys who was high on him. But there's just no way it's going to happen, right? Like, there's no way Baker's going to impress anybody. It's just so hard to believe. So I could buy that that's the idea, but there's no way that's what actually happens.
Yeah, and it's a short time to make that kind of assessment, right? Because he is a free agent. And I mean, theoretically, maybe you just sell him on your culture and bring him back in your building at a discounted rate if it's, not something that, I mean, maybe there's just a low risk, no cost kind of, situation. And look, Wolford certainly has some passing limitations. We saw this last week that I don't think, and you mentioned yesterday he had an injury thing too on top of it. So, but he's also got a little bit more lively arm than that. And so that makes a little bit of a sense there, but could be a little bit of an indicator in on this of a bit of the look towards the future of Stafford, and that them not being as confident he's going to continue on down the line there.
Stafford should retire, I think. I think he absolutely should.
If you were a betting man, you think he will?
Yeah, it's a spinal cord injury. It sounds like something that, like, he could die almost if he goes back out there.
Yeah, it's spinal. You don't want to mess with the spinal stuff. That's where it gets definitely into the road of like, no.
I mean, what else does he need to do? He's put up all these ridiculous stats and he's won a Super Bowl now. And he got his extension, right? He's still going to make a bunch of money because, that's the way it's supposed to work, right? When you sign a big contract to play football and you get hurt playing football, you're entitled to that money, like Cam Chancellor was. So isn't that how it works?
There's the whole injury settlement thing is a place I don't quite understand as much of on football, Brendan, because there was always that theoretically, if a guy, no contract was guaranteed, guys could be cut at any time. But now you're right. This new thing has happened in the NFL in recent years where it's been, well, if he's actually injured, the same thing, Chris Carson had this, right? Mm-hmm. Chris Carson isn't paid, but as I understand it, he still gets his contract because it was due to injury. And I don't know if it was written into the contract. Maybe this is just new contractual structure that they put into place that does do it. If Stafford does retire and he gets all that money, Brendan, with how they spread that guaranteed money out, that's not a just 1 year thing that sort of clears off the books. That's a thing for years now going down the line that's going to be eaten on those books, which would be devastating for that team. And it could cause a domino, because now you got, does Aaron Donald want to come back? No quarterback there. Team looking much.
I mean, he just redid his contract. It might be
so
hard
did,
for him
so did Stafford.
Yeah, but does Donald retire? Or does Donald say, get me out of here? I don't care if I just redid my contract.
He was flirting with retirement last year prior to the contract extension.
I mean, did you believe him, or did you think he just was trying to get more money?
I kind of believed him, because I look at it like, what what is Aaron Donald, just like for the same reason you mentioned Stafford, it's like they put that exclamation point on their career in the way of what else is there further to be done now? Stafford could play another 5 years and win 3 Super Bowls, but his body wasn't going to be healthy enough to hold up there. You've got Donald now for the first time missing games in his entire pro career. I think he's played every single game of his career up until that point. So that's a lot of tread pulled off those tires at a real, even though he's only 10 years theoretically in the league, that's still, it's like the body of a guy that's been 15 years in the league I bet, especially all the playoff games that he's played. And so I could absolutely look at him and saying, well, if I'm not going to have a chance to win, he's not going to be able to force his way out of town, Brendon, because they'd have to eat so much dead bonus money. The Browns would come back to him and say, no, we gave you a new contract. Why should we trade you? Maybe if a team was willing to throw everything at them for it, but is a team going to give up 2 first-round picks for Donald at this point? 2 first-round picks in the third with where he's at and how old he is, and still fairly high cost too, because the guaranteed money works on his deal the same way, where it's not all bonus money on the front; it's guaranteed money spread throughout, and mechanisms that click into place in that contract year 3, 4, whatever, that he's guaranteed to get down the road. So you're not necessarily getting you're not getting him for cheap just if you offload the draft picks, I guess, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, I mean, you're right. You're right. There's really no way out of it. I guess it was worth it, but I mean, that philosophy is truly going to be tested. That Rams team, remember, McVay doesn't strike me as the kind of guy who wants to coach for 50 years.
Yeah.
He strikes me as the kind of guy who wants to get Amazon money.
Well, you talk about the dominoes, bro. It's like you go Stafford, Donald, McVay, right? Like it could fluctuate. It could go that way with it, because now McVay's going, okay, I've lost both of my 2 most important players on either side of the ball. Cooper Kupp's now coming off the second most major injury of his career, and he's got a lot of touches on that body. Left tackle was gone after this last season.
Pull the cord. Pull the cord.
Pull the cord. Pull it. Amazon. I could see it. I could definitely see it, and that'd be great for our Seahawks if that was the case. I mean, I've talked about it. My feast factor rule. It'd be nice to have a division with a couple more easy peasy wins on the schedule every year, where we don't have to look at it like putting the war paint on and getting our Rambo deal pulled tight on the back and on all these games, which they're just kind of bloodbaths at times in recent seasons. So I don't know if it'll go that way, but it'd be interesting to see if this kind of twists and turns a little bit in that direction.
If McVay had retired last offseason after the Super Bowl, they probably would have just promoted O'Connell and they would be in a much better spot. But now, what do they do?
Well, I mean, maybe LA is a big enough market for some coach out there that'll be an attractive spot. And you do have an owner that does have the purse strings to spend all the money in the world. So I think that they are a place that's probably one of the more attractive landing zones for a potential coach. But the thing you look at the next year or two as you look at the landscape of coaches out there, and there's probably guys we're not aware of as much on this, but who is the guy out there right now? Who are the collection of guys out there that are the hot commodities in coaching as we go forward? For NFL level, I mean, you got Harbaugh, Lincoln Riley. Who else do we got at the college level?
David Shaw's done, right? Like that's like 5 years
just
ago.
Resigned. Yeah, he's resigned at this point.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
It's lean, huh? Isn't it kind of lean? I mean, is the Clemson coach going to go to the NFL level? He's always struck me as a college guy, right? The Bubba guy or something. So I don't think he leaves. Saban ain't leaving. Who's out there is that guy out there that's the bright up and comer that's going to be the guy. Or Brendon, who's the guy out there that's in NFL also ran, a guy that's been a hot commodity coach out there? I think you and I both agree Peyton's, and this seems to be almost kind of like just thought naturally this is going to happen, being that Sean Payton's going to probably go to the Chargers, this offseason. And so if he's off the table and he's off the board, who's the coach in the NFL right now, if they do go out a different direction, that would be a guy to go after, that would be a great name, a great hire, one of those maybe the next McVay, I guess. That'd be the only way maybe that'd be the way to go with it.
Right.
Adrian X8 with another $5 donation. Thank you, Adrian X. Says, sorry I was late on this fantastic show, but my killer bees. I saw that per ESPN, Sauce is getting more love over our boy Woolen.
I don't believe this is true. I think Woolen has significantly more Pro Bowl votes as of now, for whatever that's worth. In fact, I believe I have it here somewhere. Let me try to pull it up. So Woolen has about 90,000 Pro Bowl votes. Sauce has about 68,000. So Pro Bowl wise,
let's go.
Tariq
12
is leading.
12's out there. 12's out there stuffing ballot boxes. I love it. 12s. Stuff it. Stuff
Yeah.
that ballot box.
I mean, honestly, this isn't even the week to praise Sauce that much. He kind of got beat up by the Vikings, didn't he?
Did a little bit. Did a little bit. It does. You and I go over this, I think, a lot with people in our chat as far as we see this over the years when times happen. And there's a guy like Wilson playing at an MVP level, or you have a rookie that's burst onto the scene and they're doing something, or you have a coach or general manager. I mean, our general manager never won general manager of the year, even when he got you to back-to-back Super Bowls. Coach Carroll has never, I believe, won coach of the year, even though he's not been back-to-back Super Bowls. Of course, Russell Wilson never got so much as an MVP vote. So this is something that we see that I think is going to never go really away. And that is that there is a little bit of an East Coast bias in the way that people are going to look at Midwest to Eastern teams versus how they're going to look at teams on the West Coast, especially us up here in the Pacific Northwest, where they view us in Southern Alaska from their perspective of things at times. I don't know how you can look at a rookie getting 6 interceptions as he is over Sauce getting 2, and then also look at the secondary markers, be it tackles and PFF scores and advanced coverage grades and all that type of stuff. If you can't look at the fact that there's quarterbacks completely ignoring one side of the field now, just Tariq Woolen, and put that all together and going, no, he's had the better year. I don't know how people aren't seeing it other than it being a bias, Brendon. I mean, is there really an explanation from some statistical marker as to Sauce being better? I think maybe a little bit more on a marginal on like passer rating, maybe, but it's not by
I
a
think
huge
that's
margin.
even. I don't think. I'm pretty sure that's not even the case for passer rating.
There was some stat I've seen where he's got him on, but it wasn't impressive and it wasn't a huge over the top. You're right. It might be he's got him even on passer rating with it, does Woolen maybe, but at the end of the day, he's got the defensive rookie of the year. He is having quite a quintessentially should be a no doubt about it rookie of the year. These guys don't come in and get 6 interceptions in a season like he's done. And hopefully he eventually does get that recognition. It's at least nice the fans are seeing it. If the East Coast media can't recognize it, at least we know the NFL fans understand what's up. And I appreciate that. That kind of warms my heart to see that they're at least, seeing how good he has been.
I agree.
Awesome.
Okay, let me see here. Okay, I see. Okay, Andrix just super chatted again and explained what he was talking about. And yeah, I may have seen that, but I mean, at the end of the day, that's just one man's opinion, right? The Pro Bowl is thousands of people.
Yeah, exactly. And it's ESPN. So let's definitely, when it comes to ESPN, Adrian X, another $2 donation, just kind of following up on his last comment. He says he's on ESPN's most valuable rookies is Sauce. And that would be over Tariq Woolen by what Adrian X is saying. And yeah, I'm not surprised with ESPN. They're an East Coast, they're out there in literally like Maine or Hartford, Connecticut, whatever they are out there in the East Coast. So, that's where their view is. And I'm sure it's one dude coming up with that. I don't think it's a collection of, like Brendon just said, it's not a collection of people voting on this. It goes to show you that a lot of things like they say about draft boards, the consensus draft board tends to be the right one. If I take 400 draft boards and put it into a machine and have it spit out the average positioning of those players, it'll be pretty accurate to the bottom level. Sort of brain power wins out over some single genius, right? Is the theory at play there. Well, I would offer the same thing here. Rather than the single genius of ESPN with their rating system here, I'll lean back on the how many votes did you say, Treecat?
90,000 almost, and Sauce has 68.
So I'll lean on the 90,000 votes on this one over the 60 over the one man at ESPN. But I'm not surprised they do this. Adrian XA, like I said, I've seen this going back so many years here. Just being out here and it affecting things in a variety of ways. It was very much why I was surprised at the time that Sean Alexander was able to win the MVP as he did. But then here's what it takes for a Seattle Seahawks to win those kind of awards. You've got to set NFL records. That's the requirement for that. You want to be given an award like that, you've got to make it so undeniable that even the bias gets overloaded. And so it's just hard to do. But he will be eventually, I think, recognized this season. Second team All Pro rookie year, Tariq?
Well, who's first team?
Does Jalen get it off rep?
He shouldn't. I mean, that's kind of silly. That's like Kobe making all defense NBA first team at the end of his career when he didn't even play defense anymore.
All right, you got Darius Slay on one side, Patrick Surtain on the other side, your 2 first team All Pros. Second team All Pro, Denzel Ward maybe with Cleveland.
Maybe they just go both rookies, second team, Sauce and Woolen.
That'd be cool. Wouldn't that'd be fitting? I'd
Yeah,
go for
that'd
that.
be
But
fun.
that would almost to me it'd be more impressive. The winning defensive rookie of the year is if he got second team All Pro in his first
Hmm.
year. That
Yeah,
in your
probably.
first, that would be to me even more eye opening. But it'd be great to get both. Why not both? Right?
Hmm.
Why not? Why one when you
Sure.
get them both? So he's on track though. Adrian X and people at ESPN are smoking crack. But what's new? Kevin Mullen with a $5 donation. Thank you, Kevin. I do appreciate it. And good to see you back in here, man. Kevin had the great point yesterday about the base formation looks, Brendan, and that we should look to, attack a little bit more of those two tight ends. We didn't talk about as much in the show here today, but attacking the base defense of Carolina, which has been vulnerable, by utilizing a little bit more of those two tight end sets to force them into base situations, which very well put on your part, Kevin. That's going to be an
Right.
interesting way to see if that's how they attack. I'm guessing you're going to see a
Yeah.
lot of two tight end sets.
Yeah. I mean, somebody made the observation in my Discord earlier today that when Colby Parkinson plays 20 or more snaps, we win. And when he plays fewer, we lose, with the exception of the Falcons game, where he played more than 20 and we lost. But for the most part, the more we use all three tight ends, the more we win.
So there you go. I would love to see more of it too. It seems like it only does good for us in both the run game and the pass game. It doesn't seem like teams have a big counter for it. And then hell, just to keep him base, you don't even have to go to three tight ends. You can just go to two tight ends. Will keep him in the base. That'll accomplish the same thing of going to I formation, which does draw teams into base. And if they do want to run nickel at that point, you should be able to run against those numbers if they want to counter it in that way. Kevin, let me get to your actual donation comment, though. I'm caught up on your yesterday's comment. Thank you for the $5 donation. He says, versus Denver, Carolina ran 22 for 104 yards behind Ekawanu of their total rush of 46 for 185. 2.91 yards after contact per attempt. Going to be a lot of third and shorts.
Yeah, that checks out.
It does check out. He can move guys. And as I was saying earlier, Uchenna on this, Kevin, has gone back a couple of steps in recent weeks in his ability to stop the run. He started out really good this year as a complete player through a big part of this year. But in recent weeks, as some of these run struggles have come along on this defense, some of that has been laid at the feet of Uchenna Nwosu, who is going to be the guy on the blind side matched up against Ekawanu. So that's maybe as much of any matchup to watch up on this defense in this week is to watch and see how he handles his job on that side of things. First, like Brendan said, how many times we go into four-man fronts, putting those outside linebackers in kind of some perilous situations as far as their decision-making goes. It's already hard enough to deal with Ekawanu one-on-one versus losing leverage because you've dipped inside because you've read the play to go inside, or you're keeping outside and it's an inside play. But Ekwanu's that guy in the running game. He can move men. He was nasty in the run game in college. I mean, just absolutely a great finisher. He will wear you down if you allow them to run too much. And Foreman is the guy that's really your yards after contact guy. It's not as much Chuba Hubbard. He can do a little bit of that. He's more of your speed guy. But Foreman, the where he's really done his success this year and been maybe playing at his best in his whole pro career right now is yards after contact. He's bouncing off defenders, falling forward, getting a couple of extra yards, even when there's not a lot there. And that, you're right, it's going to put him in a lot of third and shorts, Kevin. And that's not been, we've had games this year, especially that Raiders game, Brendan. I think what we're 10 of 15 on third down was Carr and the Raiders in that game. So it's been a problem when you get into third and shorts for us, because what happens is we get into third and shorts, it seems like, Brendan, and then we start playing the run. If it's 3rd and 3, linebackers are going to go on the run. The linemen are going to play run. The outside linebackers are crashing down backside if they're chasing the play. And then you can pull the quarterback out on a bootleg. And then we saw that Urban had a play like this last week where he completely bought in on the run play. And then they ran the boot right around the side and it was wide open. So it puts you in a tough territory in 3rd and shorts at that point. You got to find a way to get them behind the sticks. This is what it comes back to on me, though, Brendan, of make Sam Darnold beat you in this game. And you do that by getting them more into 3rd and long situations, by removing the run threat element on down and distance at times. And then that's where you can feast. That's when you get your interceptions.
Yeah, I mean, this Panthers offense is the kind of offense where if you get a sack, the drive's dead. It's really hard for them to overcome something like that.
It really is. They don't have Darnold doesn't trust himself in the pocket. They've got the guys who can maybe get open a little bit, but I think they're more of a run block based line on top of that more than they are pass protectors. And so I think that's where you can go. It's where you can get, but you got to force them into it. If you don't force them into it, they're not going to do it on their own. They'll be happy enough to run Aaron Donald on naked bootlegs and run 30 times for 180 yards in this game and walk out of it with a win. They're not going to be proud about it. They know what they are. They're going to play to their role and their identity. So you've got to force it. You're going to have to force that hand. Thank you, though, Kevin. I appreciate you, man. Peter Go Hawks with a $5 donation. Thank you, Peter Go Hawks. Appreciate you. It says, what do you think about trading our first 2 picks to trade up next to our okay, wait. What do you think about trading our first 2 picks to trade up next to our first Denver pick and take Jalen Anderson and Jalen Carter and Will Anderson back to back?
I mean, I
Interesting.
think writing fan fiction is fun, but ultimately it's just fan fiction.
Yeah, it's a very hard thing to pull off, that one, Peter Go Hawks. Well, first off, let's go through this a little bit. Schneider has never moved up in the first round in his entire time here in Seattle. Not once. He hasn't moved from 29 to 28. He has never moved up in the first round. Yes, in other rounds, but not in the first round. If you're talking about we're at 3 and now we got to move up to, let's say, 2 to go get Will Anderson, our pick's going to be probably around 21-ish, if not 32. So if it's 21 and you're talking about getting 21 to 2, Brendon, what's the cost for me on a draft pick? What future draft picks? We've made our pick of Carter. What am I going to have to pay to get up to 2 from 21?
Your entire draft and probably most of your draft the next year. And if you don't believe that, look what the Niners had to give up to move up like 9 spots to get Trey Lance.
Yeah. So for instance, Peter Go Hawks, your 2 second-round picks, even though they're high second-round picks, are not going to be enough to propel you up from 21 to 2. It's going to be a requirement of multiple firsts, those seconds, multiple picks in this draft. The price is just too high, especially because even if you get Will Anderson and Jalen Carter, you still have problems, things that you want to deal with as far as middle linebacker, center, left guard, potentially safety. It does make you stronger up front, but you still have a lot of holes that you're not now in a position to go deal with outside of maybe you've addressed them in free agency, which I just don't think they will have done. So it'd be great to get both those guys, but this is why I want to trade back, Peter Go Hawks. This is why my first inclination is let's move back a couple picks, because the haul you pick up by moving back a little bit tends to be well worth it. You know, it's definitely, it works out for the team moving back more often than not.
Yeah, the opposite of how it is in basketball, by the way. Usually in basketball, you get the superstar.
Exactly. You don't want to trade back in that, but this sport's different, especially with the way that the tiers in the sport, without tier 1 group, just doesn't last very long. You want that bite at the apple, but if you can move through the tier 1 grouping and then pick up the extra picks, that's the ideal to me. If you're not needing to get the quarterback of the future or, go whatever in that direction of things. So we got another one here. Thank you though, Peter. You're awesome. Adrian XA with another $5 donation. Thank you, Adrian X. Says, I feel in fear, laughing out loud, but I think our quarterback is already here. Luck Gino was just a project. Luck is young. We're going all D on this draft. Feel better, but I think our quarterback here, Luck Gino.
Luck? I don't know where Luck comes in here.
Luck Gino was just a project. Luck is young. We're going all D on the draft. Yeah,
I'm a little confused here.
I'm a little confused on this one, Adrian XA too. But I think our quarterback's already here. So yeah, I do think Gino is going to be the guy of the future. I'm just I think there's a lot of reasons why it's gonna make sense, but I don't think Luck's been what's. And Adrian X, put a type in the comment section. I'll just, because I think you left a word or two out on that or something there. So I can't quite make out what you're quite saying there. Oh, Lock.
Oh, Lock? Okay.
So our QB is already here. Lock Gino was just Project Lock is young. He meant Lock. Okay. So that makes a little more sense. And thank you for all the donations, Adrian X. You're awesome, brother. Yes, I mean, I think there's definitely, if Gino is going to walk, then there is a Drew Lock option too that certainly could happen here. I mean, Lock can see if Gino goes and signs a big market deal and Lock's about to hit the open market. Why go on the open market if I can come right back to this team and replicate what Gino just did? I'd like to take his pathway at that point versus going to a team that I don't know what they've got for me or where it's going to be or what coaches I have.
I mean, if the options are bring back Lock for like what, $3 million,
give him the Gino contract, 3 with the $7 million incentives.
Yeah, or spending the number 3 overall pick on Will Levis. As much as I like Levis, I think I'm just taking Drew Lock then.
Yes, I think I would be very much in a similar place at the end of the day with that too. I don't like the top end quarterbacks enough on this to pass on the position players that you can get as an option. I don't think that Drew Lock is necessarily Geno 2.0, but I also think that the team's going to be better as a surrounding cast this year than even what Geno had this year with when we stack that team up next year. So Lock's going to have even more to work with. And as we prove it out here, a supporting cast can take a guy very far. So to me, it's not the worst of backup options here. I don't think though that he's Geno, as he's a little younger guy. Geno had that full 10 years to really refine his game on the edges and get it to where it's gotten to where he's got the control that he has. But I do like where Drew's at. I do think that there's a high possibility he's brought back almost kind of regardless of what happens with Geno or what we do with the draft. I think there's a very good chance the team likes him, I think, quite a bit. I don't think that they're just blowing smoke, on that one. But Adrian X, all D on the draft. Brendon, are you let's go D heavy on this draft? Like what we have? We have what we got 9-10 picks in this draft, I think, because we got the extra 5th rounder, right? From the Witherspoon deal back last year.
Yeah, I think we have that extra pick down there. So we have well above average draft capital. In fact, I think only Houston has more than us.
So if I said in general, I'm not going to ask you to get specific, but in general terms of putting a resource base into this draft, is there a general number you'd come at that you'd say, I'd like to go this out of 10. Let's apply it to draft.
I'm not really a big fan of that. I like to keep my options open. I like to see who's there. I like to try to make sure I'm making sense of stuff. I like to make sure that I'm taking BPA as much as I can.
All right, let me put it this way then. So then what you're saying is if there's an upgrade, a potential way that you're upgrading the offense in a significant fashion, but it could lead your defense in a more flailing state or potentially back in the same similar state close to this year in certain respects, would you make that same kind of call?
I would say I would mostly address the defense. Yeah, in that. Okay. I really am sick of doing the just barely enough to get by thing at center. I'm really trying to also look at this draft, trying to figure out what can I do at center. Maybe right guard. Right guard's easy, so that's whatever.
Mm-hmm.
I'm also wondering if maybe we would do more 3 receiver stuff if we had a better 3rd receiver. I'm thinking about stuff like that. Goodwin's a free agent anyway. So I'm trying to, keep things. I'm trying to keep my options open here.
I can understand it. And I struggle with the same thing as far as how I balance it, because on the head of it, I'm a little bit with where Adrian X is, where I go, okay, 7 out of 10 go to the defense. I don't know where those picks will be at. Maybe we go offense in the 2nd round twice, or whatever to get that guys that you're talking about, a center and a receiver. But there's a part of me that does think you want to lean a little bit more heavier defense in general, just general terms without being specific on it or which rounds you got to take those guys. But the offense isn't fixed either. And the center is a huge problem right now. The 3rd wide receiver has remained kind of a question mark here throughout all the time that Lockett and DK have done what they've done. The 3rd wide receiver, with the exception of what Goodwin's giving you right now, has been a little bit of a no man's land for this team. So that's definitely been a spot that they could look to kind of address, I think, a little bit better in that respect of things. So
right.
I'm with it, Adrian X. Kevin Mullen with another $2 donation. Thank you, Kevin. Says, flip a draft pick to the New York Jets for Wilson if Geno leaves.
I hope he's talking about Garrett Wilson. That'd be nice.
Yeah, that would that would be not. Did you see the meme of him too when he's on the sideline wearing the hoodie and somebody did the shot of the Clone Wars with Anakin Skywalker?
I guess like a 9th round pick or something.
Yeah. I'm not giving them anything for that, Kevin. They're not getting nothing from me as a draft pick. I didn't like the guy a whole lot coming out. I think that he's shown you exactly where there was some worries with him coming out and concerns. Beyond that, though, there's also now a little bit of the concerns with the leadership to me. When I see them, when your teammates, after you've been benched, are going to walk out to their plane and they're all wearing Mike White t-shirts, it tells me that there's a little bit of the, we've been wanting this for a while. We've been not liking this kid. You guys are trying to make him work and it's not working. It was a bad pick. There's been a variety of quarterbacks in recent years I think have been overdrafted, like this kid, like a Baker Mayfield, even like a Mac Jones, who I think is showing some of the limitations this year of what he really is. It should be a 1st round pick, maybe 2nd, maybe 3rd, but no. Sorry, you have something to say?
No. I'm sorry. I was just
So he's just not a very good player. Now, and he's being put in a position. He's got a lot to work with there with this New York team. Like the offensive line isn't completely horrible. They got a great defense. Brandon just mentioned about Wilson. You got an offense. He's not even throwing to Moore. They've got Denzel Mims there as well. They got the tight end from the Cincinnati Bengals this offseason. So he's had something to work with, and he's not been good behind that. I think the warning signs are there for me with Kevin on that one of just you take a pass on that one.
I mean, I liked Zach Wilson coming out of the draft, and I still wouldn't trade anything for him because clearly it's just not working. By the way, has there ever been a team to draft worse at quarterback over 20 years than the Jets have been since they drafted Pennington? What was it, 22 years ago? Because you've got Mark Sanchez, Sam Darnold, Zach Wilson. Those are three colossal busts. Colossal. And then you even had, who's the guy from Penn State? They took it the second, who couldn't even throw a football, basically.
Oh, I know what you're talking about. Was he in the first? I thought he was a second round guy.
He was a second rounder, but it's still a quarterback that like he shouldn't have.
Don't forget Stephen Hill.
Oh yeah, Stephen Hill. That was another one.
That was a first rounder too.
Okay, I'm trying to remember the guy's name. It's shoot, that's gonna bug me all night. That's gonna bug me for the rest of the night if I can't remember who that guy is. But he was this Penn State guy.
I know what you're talking about.
He basically immediately got kicked off the team. Somebody in chat's gonna remember it in a little bit here.
Yeah.
And they might have even drafted Brooks Bollinger at some point. I'm not sure if he was a draft pick or not, but he was bad.
It's been tough for them. I mean, they especially missed on quarterbacks and wide receivers. It looks like more often than not. They do okay with defensive linemen. They seem to find pretty good guys that can play defensive line. But when it comes to some of the other positions, yeah, they've been off. I think that they did have a really great draft this last year. I think we had the best. I think they were right behind us at number 2. They grabbed some guys deep into that draft that I liked, even like Michael Clemens. Like I think he's playing. I think he went there. He's playing pretty
Hackenberg.
Right. Christian Hackenberg. That's right.
Yeah, so, and by the way, they also drafted Geno Smith, who was a huge bust when he was there. There was also Bryce Petty from Baylor. Like, I'm just looking at these quarterbacks, man. It is a all-time terrible QB drafting team.
Well, and you can see they've tried a variety of strategies because you can take a team like the Bears and you see the Bears and go over these years and you go, you guys just don't commit enough to taking a quarterback high in the draft. I mean, outside of Trubisky and now Fields and having done it, they really just didn't tend to put the resources in to go get those guys. With this team, they've tried a variety of different things, Brendan, right? You have the Sanchez, Wilson at the top of the draft. Then you have your Hackenbergs and your Geno Smiths into the second round. They've tried to, pull where they could, a late first round pick, I think, for Pennington, where they had him. They've tried different strategies here, that haven't worked for them on that, but they've been long suffering, have those Jets teams, because you don't get the draft right, you're not getting very far beyond that. And there's just too many misses in the recent history. I do think that they're on the right path though. Now they've got teams like the general manager and the right coach in place. I know Wilson's a miss, but I think overall the last couple of years, they've been pretty solid. Elijah Vera Tucker, they got 2 years ago. I think will be a pretty good lineman in this league. I like the moves they make in free agency, I think, overall. So they're going to, I think, get to right here sooner or later. Of course, some of this depends on them with the quarterback and what they do. And Geno certainly is a possibility of going back there this offseason to the Jets in free agency. I mean, they could very well make that kind of move. So, but yeah, no, I wouldn't trade for
the Jamal picks back, baby.
That's right. I'll flip them, but I want my Jamal picks back. I'm going to be like Kevin Costner, draft man. I want all my picks back, you pancake eating mother effer. All of them.
I still need to see that movie. People kept making the birthday reference with Russell Wilson last week, and I didn't get it because I haven't seen that movie.
I remember that. Yeah, nobody went to the guy's birthday party in the movie, and that was a big thing that opened Costner's general manager eyes to the fact that he wasn't a good pick. It's not an amazing. It's not the most accurate. You're gonna guffaw and laugh at a lot of the stuff where you're like, that's not how that goes, but it's entertaining. And for being a movie about draft day, which is hard to probably make that entertaining and keeping you engaged, they did a good job on it. Costner's always good in just about anything he's in though too. Kevin Lownice with a $5 donation. And thank you again to Kevin Mullen. Thank you for your double donos. Appreciate you. And appreciate you as well, Kevin. Says, I would like to trade back with the Denver pick. So the Wilson pick keeps on giving. The Wilson trade keeps on giving. Now I've said this is my number one strat here, Brendan. Are you sold on the top end guys at the head of this draft that you don't want to move back? You like what you got there? What is if you've got just complete control? Let me just say this, Brendan. You got complete control to draft any player in the draft you want at number 3, or move back the 5 picks and pick up extra, like a first and a second, to try to not go too crazy with like extra 2 first, trying to make it too easy for you. Got to make it a little tough on you there with that one. What's the route you're looking to go there?
You're just taking the player and feeling pretty good about it. If I can get Will Anderson, I'm getting Will. If I can get Jalen Carter, I'm getting Jalen. If I can get CJ Stroud, that kind of depends on how you view Geno and what you've done with him. But in a vacuum, I would take CJ. But if I can't get one of those 3 guys, then I'm trading down.
Okay. But if you got your pick of the litter, you're standing pat and holding. Even for the what does it take for you to make that trade to 8 then at that point? I said a first and a second. What would be enough for you to move?
It's going to have to be something like the Niners trade for Trey Lance, where you got 3 first-rounders plus, I think.
Like a third. I think a third in addition or something.
Yeah.
What they had to give up.
Then I'm thinking about it, but there's just such a huge difference between Will Anderson and the other edges. There's a huge difference between Jalen Carter and these other interior defensive linemen.
It's a completely fair point, man. I wouldn't argue going any way with it. I lean towards wanting to move back, but I completely understand those who say, no, you stand here, take the best player, roll with it, use the same strategy you applied last year where you didn't move around and had one of your best drafts, if not the best draft in franchise history. So Kevin, I lean towards your way of doing it, being more open to doing it that way. But I think Brendan's a little bit more on just standing pat. I love the idea, like you said, of taking those Wilson picks and continuing to now duplicate them, add on, keep building all of them. And especially have another year where we get a look at that year and go, wonder where these guys first round pick will be back next year. Or say nothing of having 2 years of that, Brendan, where for 2 straight years you get to go, ooh, let's see where they're at this year. Are we going to end up with another top 10, another top 5 pick? That's just too juicy for me. I can't turn down this. This year's been partly a little extra magical because of that aspect of being able to pay attention to having that top 5 pick coming down the track, you know?
Okay. I'm not against it. Trading down?
No, totally no. Cool. And I'm not against yours. So we're both, I think, completely okay if it goes either of those 2 routes. I don't think either of us are going to poo-poo. I'm not going to poo-poo Jalen Carter or Will Anderson. And if we trade back, I think we do know John's not just getting a 3rd rounder in return. He's going to get something significant to move back from that position, especially if this pick gets all the way up to 2, Brendan. Yeah. You get some good stuff from 2.
I mean, what if you could do what the Niners did to the Bears? You're at 2, you trade down 1 spot, and then you're like, okay, either way, we're still getting either Will or Jalen. We just don't know which one, but both are fine. Let's trade down 1 spot like the Niners did to the Bears when they tricked the Bears into thinking they wanted Trubisky.
Yeah, I'm 100%. Didn't they get 3rd? What would they get, a 2nd or a 3rd for that?
I can't remember what the trade was, but
I think it was a 2nd. I think they got a lot just to do that one thing. So yeah, if I can do that, and Brendan, there's a good chance, to your point on this, there's a good chance of you being able to do this, because if a quarterback does fall to you, I mean, if you potentially have the first quarterback in the draft sitting you there at 2 and you don't need it, you're the bell at the ball. You got all the cards, and it just takes that one team that's fallen head over heels for that top quarterback in this draft to give that Lance trade up at that point.
Yeah. Okay. So here's the way it goes. I guess we pick at 2. Chicago's picking at 3. Chicago's not going to want a quarterback. If CJ Stroud or Bryce Young goes to Houston, maybe Chicago falls in love with one of Anderson or Carter and goes, oh, we got to get up one more spot to make sure we get that guy. And we already know the Bears are liable to do it because they've done it before, right?
They certainly have. Bears. They certainly have. And you're right. They're not necessarily the quarterback, but they could love it. Will Anderson could be looked at as a generational guy. That's the other thing. So he could be viewed that way. So either way it goes with that. Quarterback with them on the first pick or an Anderson on the first pick, it slides you to a player who could then be very, very nice if you're sitting 2 or even 3 on that. This is where this whole situation is a win-win situation. There's really no bad steps to be taken outside of you trading just completely into the back of the first round somehow. Peter Go Hawks with another $2 donation. Thank you, Peter Go Hawks. Says, if we're the 3rd pick, is there anyone you take there?
Yeah, I think we just basically covered this, but for me, the guys who are worth the 3rd pick, Stroud, Anderson, Carter.
Who's the guy you're taking if you've got it? You're picking there, and okay, we're picking 3rd. I think 1 quarterback goes off the board, probably Stroud. And that means there's probably a position player that goes. So let's say Anderson goes. So you're at the 3rd pick. Anderson and Stroud are off the board. Who's your selection?
I'm taking Carter. Did you
Peter,
see him
go.
pick up the dude with one hand?
I did. I loved it. I was watching that whole game. I was just sitting there getting starry-eyed, Brendon. I was like, this is what I'm talking about. This is why I want this guy. Yeah, folks, if you got to go check out the highlight. He takes the quarterback of the LSU and he just lifts him up like a baby, didn't he? It was like a little, like he's picking a little toddler up from the floor. Like, I told you to get out of that. Get out of that.
Yeah.
It's pretty crazy. I wish I could be a little bit differential here with or go opposite, give you a different pick from what Brendon went with. But for me, Peter, go Hawks. Jalen Carter's the guy for me too. I love Will Anderson too. I might still, even if I have the pick between those guys, even still lean towards a Carter with as much as I like him and where I see his upside at the NFL level. I think he's Chris Jones reborn. I think you add Chris Jones to this defense with what you have in place already. That brings a significant impact. And I think he's going to be an impactful player right from the moment that he walks on the field. I don't know if star level, but at least impactful, a problem up front, a guy that can wreck shop up there, can take plays apart, somebody you got to pay attention to. So to me, it's Carter's the early guy there, Peter, go Hawks. We are early in this evaluation process. Both me and Brendon have a lot of film that we've got to chew over and tear through and get into before I think we get to our final place on this. But that's kind of my initial blush on it.
Mhm.
Addison Shellbowl with a $2 donation. Thank you, Addison. Says, do you think we have a win or two in us in the playoffs?
Maybe one. But with this defense right now, it's hard to believe we're making a deep run.
Yeah, you have a lot of teams, Addison, that are able to run the ball that are some of the better teams in the NFC. San Francisco, Minnesota, the Eagles, the Cowboys. All of those teams can run the ball. They can go at what has been our greatest weakness this year. If I can get a home playoff game by winning the division, and I get that, I think you can get a win at home. I like our chances with a home playoff game. I'm always going to root in favor of us, especially when the fans are actually in the stadium versus a couple of years ago where the Rams came into an empty house. So you give me that opportunity, I'm going to take my chances with that, with the wild card team we would face in that round. But those teams and us to have to go on the road with the weakness we have when running the ball, the only way I could see us being able to win those kind of games is we're playing our best football at that time of the year. We're playing better football than we've been at all season long on both sides of the football. And that's possible, but they're going to need to get that ramped up pretty quickly to get to that kind of state. Absent that, if they just are what they've been for the majority of this year, probably means a one and done. But that'd still be a very successful year.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Addison. Appreciate you. The Sale with a $2 donation says Brock Purdy is the best quarterback the 49ers have had since Steve Young. Hey, don't throw shade at Jim Druckenmiller. Don't forget Jim Druckenmiller. Come on now.
Yeah.
That man's talent was peerless.
Didn't they have Sonny Six Killer for a little while? Or did he?
Did they? That's deep. That's going far back for me, man.
Yeah. No, Jeff Garcia was there. Jeff Garcia was really good. People
Jeff
forget how
Garcia's
good.
Yeah.
Like Garcia was legitimately a really good quarterback for a while there. The disrespect will not go. Well, I will not allow this disrespect on this channel.
Will not stand, Snail. Will not stand. You and your Purdy love has got to go somewhere else.
I could see Purdy being a little better than people expect, though. I will say that just because of that system.
He's got players around him that are going to help him definitely excel and put him in a position to succeed. I give you that too. So he's got a lot to work with there, and to be put in that position to do something with it, it'll be interesting to monitor. They didn't really do much as far as the Rams were the only team to put a claim in on Mayfield, but they didn't even try to put the claim in on him. So they feel pretty comfortable about their quarterback position. And there was word today that Garoppolo wasn't going to need surgery. So theoretically he could come back maybe in 7 weeks from now if it was into a kind of a deep playoff run for that Niner team. But I'm liking our chances here. All of the home games. I think we have the second easiest schedule according to the advanced metric numbers that go beyond just your win-loss record. That tries to dive into it a little deeper and making that kind of evaluation. So I like that. Then comboed with the fact that you do get the Niners with Purdy, and you get the Niners with Purdy at home. As I say, the stage is really set here for us to take this, and partly not just because of how well we're playing or how good this team is this year, but partly because of what's going on with the rest of this NFC West. And it's really rare in the recent years that it's been easy to overtake, Brendon, because of the factors at play.
Mm-hmm.
Thank Thank you though, Snail. I appreciate it. And glad you got that Purdy love. We'll see if you're right. I think you're being facetious in your donation comment a little bit too, though. Adrian X with a $5 donation. Thank you, Adrian X. Says, I think Noah Fant is our third wide receiver. Laughing out loud. Better mention me as I make my channels. Love you guys. Also love without Geno. Free agency is sexy. Also love.
I think he's saying that if we don't pay Geno, we're going to have a ton of money for free agency.
Oh, well, that is very true. And if you want to bring back a Drew Lock on the 3-7, save yourself $20 million. Well, I guess let's address this, Brendan. And thank you for the $5 donation. Is that a better route to go? If I've got to pay Geno 25 and I could bring back Drew Lock at 3, but with 7 in incentives, the deal we gave Geno this year, essentially, is that a better route to then go spend that $20 million to build up the best of the team? I could add a top line center, a top the line left guard, at least those two with that $10 million apiece there.
I don't want to assume that just because you did it with Geno, you can do it with Drew. They're different players. They're different people. That seems a little bit bold to me. But I don't hate it, but I don't think it's better.
Do you think Drew Lock gives you 80% of what Geno Smith gives you this year?
No. No,
I agree. I do agree with you. I was just wondering I was going to try to, run out one of those math formulas where it's like, if you get 80% of Geno Smith plus $20 million to build a team up 125%, 25% bigger and better than they are before. I get LaRon Payne and I get one of the best centers out, Mitch Morris from Buffalo. Does that make me a significantly enough better team with the second year developments of Lucas and Cross and the first round and second round picks we add? Does that make me significantly enough better as a team then to augment that loss of Geno with the savings and cost? And I still say you're right, probably not. But I do think it's an interesting theory on it. Right. And yeah, by the numbers, Noah Fant's been your third wide receiver. They don't do a lot of flexing him out though. He's not really utilized as a slot receiver in the respect of that. I think third wide receiver, like we talk about it. He is from a production standpoint, but they don't do Jimmy Graham, New Orleans Saints stuff with him. He'll do H-back stuff where he might be behind the tackle, standing behind him on that, but he's always in line for the most part outside of that. So definitely as far as production, I make my channels. Adrian X, you're making your channels? What does he mean by that?
I assume that means at some point he's going to start making Seahawks videos on YouTube.
Oh, let's go, Adrian X. Let's go, man. Well, best of luck to you on that with it. So, and Goodwin's been doing a good job as third wide receiver too. I've been happy.
Yeah, but he's a free agent. You don't know if he's going to come back.
That's true. And you're definitely not going to want to pay him any real substantial, money on that. You're not going to want to go overboard there. But so thank you though, Adrian X, all your donations. And if that's your channel, folks, get subbed up to Adrian X. I don't know if I think you'd probably be doing like a customized channel. So probably something else on that one, but best of luck to you on that, man. Jason Tudor with a $5 dono. Thank you, Jason. I have let me get it up here. He says, I have soured on Stroud hard. PF noted this morning he was 133rd in the CFB under pressure. No thanks. Would rather have Levis.
No, if this is true, but I'm going to throw out a theory here. Maybe he's under pressure so rarely, it's a tiny sample size.
I was going to say the same thing, frankly.
Yeah.
So I would wonder, Jason, so here, I think there's like two things that are true here, Jason. Number one, I don't think that he can play off script very well, which is absolutely going to be something that when you do get pressure, that's a cause of that, cause to effect. And so that part is a true part of what you're putting out in there. But to Brendan's point on this, when you have the 5-star guys blocking in front of you on the offensive line, and when so much is so easily scripted up in that offense, like it is for Ohio State, there's so few actual snaps where you're actually under pressure per se. And so I would love to see how many snaps under pressure he has versus the other guys at 132 and 134 who probably have double or triple the number of snaps under pressure versus him. And it does go to a bit of a sample size, but it's not to be thrown out whole hog, Jason, because that's my number one thing that I bag on him with in his assessment is a lack of being able to play off script, because a lot of the NFL is sometimes playing off script where you've got to come up with something. You've got to be creative. It's not always going to be easy for you. I still like Levis over Stroud. I think Stroud will be drafted higher than him, but I think Stroud's issues can be corrected. I worry. It's no straight thing. I certainly want to go more Anderson or Carter as a certainty. But if I'm driven to have to pick him, if that's the pick they go with, I'm going to love the pick because I like a lot of Levis's game. He gives you a lot of what you want ideally, I think, from the position. And he can play off script. That is a lot of his game. And maybe he plays a little bit too much off script. But where do you sit on that?
I mean, it's definitely a fair criticism of him. I know there are some people out there who compare Stroud to Mahomes, and I don't see that because of exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah.
But I think that as an NFL team, you should be able to work within the confines of what he can do. And what he can do is make all the throws. And I mean all the throws.
Does he need to go to a balanced offense to have his best success at the NFL level then?
It's a pretty fair assessment, I would say.
Yeah. I think that's where I would stand with Stroud on that too, Jason, is that if he's got to go to some place, it's got to be 50-50 run ratio / a run heavy team. And then when he has asked to throw, he goes. But I don't think I'd want him high volume because if I go to high volume and you're going to have a half dozen plays in a game, 10 plays where you're going to need to be off script and be good in those situations, which it's just not him on it. So yeah, I think teams can coach it out. I think that there's a little more safety there with Stroud, even with his young age, than Levis. But I just like how that guy plays the game, Brandon, even though he's wild as hell. He just buzzes too many towers. That's all. He asks for too much permission to buzz the tower. Kevin Lownights with another $5 donation. Thank you, Kevin. Says, if we get Jalen Carter or Will Anderson, I'm good with it. But the Wilson trade last year, multiple years is too juicy. Me as well, man. That's why I lean to it for Kevin. This is why I'm kind of on board with doing this as kind of a number one priority situation is the opportunity to take these 2 first-round picks and 2 second-round picks and turn them into 4 first-round picks and 3 second-round picks total. The total of that to me is worth maybe the guy that you drafted, the high point of that.
I'm just worried you end up trading with a team who ends up picking like 28th. And then you're like, we got the 28th pick. That's kind of cool.
Well, that's why I think you can't leave the tier 1 range of it if I move back. That's why I still need to come away with a tier 1 player from this draft. And tier 1 being inside those top probably 14, 15 selections. I've got to have that so that that's my hedge, Brendan, because then I still at least have walked away from the tier 1 if I'm picking deep into the first round. And also, let's face it, as far as recent history goes about this, predicting these teams that know they'll be good 100% for sure. 3 of those teams getting to pick in this first round this year are getting in the top 10 are getting those first round picks on the back of those trades that were made last year, taking the back of those kind of risks and rolling those dice as they did. So yeah, Kevin, I'm the same way, man. It's just too juicy, man. It's too juicy not to take a bite of that burger. I love Carter and I love Anderson, but if you can get a team to trade up and the key on this to me, Brendan, is the player the team falls in love with willing to give up those huge assets because it's at number 2 and 3. And it's whether it's an Anderson or whether it's a quarterback, it's just that one team to fall in love with that guy and go, this guy's it. This is worth it. We got to go all in. And it takes that one team to do it that gives you this just huge haul of picks in return. You look at in retrospect and you're like, that was insane. We got an absolutely crazy haul at the end of the day.
Yeah.
But I'm not going to be mad if we just sit and pick. I'm not going to be mad if we pick either. Carson Ide. I think I like the name there. Thank you, Carson Ide, for a $5 donation. Says, if the Seahawks could get one player in the entire league for free, who are you taking?
Aiden Hutchinson.
Really?
He's on his rookie deal still for another couple years.
Okay.
He's young. He's super young. Like some of these other guys, like you go get Micah Parsons, you're about to have to pay him. You go get a guy like a Joey Bosa or Nick Bosa, you've already paid him. Now, if you're saying free, as in you also don't have to pay them ever.
No, I think you had the right way at the front end. You got to factor in where you get them for free, like you're not trading up for them. But yeah, you're right. Factor in I like the way you did it. Factoring in the contract a little bit.
Yeah. So I'm going to say Aiden Hutchinson because you've got 3 years minimum of club control. He's having a nice year so far. He's got 7 sacks.
I'll take Patrick Mahomes.
Really? Okay.
Yeah. I'll go with Patrick at that point. So I would if I have to go with positional player, I think you bring up a pretty good one with Aiden. And Nick Bosa's got some worries as far as injuries go with him. He's already torn his ACL, I think, once. But boy, I really like what Bosa brings from his side as well. If we're
You'd
talking
rather
about,
have him than Parsons?
well, like you mentioned, like I trust, like if I pay Bosa, he'll keep playing. I don't. Maybe I'm wrong for thinking this, but Parsons is kind of wild. You know what I mean? Like I don't know. Maybe he is. He is that guy. I mean, he seems to have that kind of dog in him. Yeah,
Okay.
I'd probably lean to Parsons because you don't have the
Mhm.
ACL tear history or the injury there with that, and the Bosa brothers just seem to have their bodies kind of break down a little bit. I mean, maybe it's steroids, maybe it's something else, but I'll go with I'll go with Parsons on that, even with the cost that he's going to bring in, which is probably 31 a
Yeah.
year
It's going to
for
be a record
Parsons.
breaker. And everyone in the chat, I know his name is Aiden. I always pronounce it Aiden. I don't know why.
People are like, Aiden, it's Aiden. So he's got Aiden. I'll go with Micah Parsons, but I would do Mahomes first and foremost because I know he'll take contractual discounts. I know I can set the stage for him. I don't have Andy Reid anymore, but I don't think he'd fall apart without Andy Reid either. I think he's legitimately that good.
Okay.
He's legit. Carson Hyde with another $5.
Isn't
Did I
this the
miss?
same one we just did?
Oh, I did. Yeah, my bad. What was I looking at there?
There is another one right below it, but yeah.
Yeah, I was reading it weird. My bad. Eyes getting crossed. The ZXQXQYB. Thank you for the $5 donation. Appreciate you. Says I got here late. I would like to see a haul if we are at 2 to 5 in the first round spot. Trade down for a quarterback needy teams. If we are 2
Yeah,
to 5th.
I think he's saying if we pick between 2 and 5.
Oh, there we go. Yeah. And then you stay in that side, that tier one, stay in that tier one phase of things, I think is the key on that one. Go back 5 or 6 picks, still in tier one, meaning you get a tier one talent, but then you do theoretically pick up, I think at the very least, one first round pick, even moving back 4 or 5 spots, a future first round pick at that. I think it would be worth it though. And boy, to have another year where we get a look at that possibility of two first round picks going in another draft. Just think of the team we build up in the base of that, Brendon, and just how strong they are at that base, at that point, that foundation.
Yeah, I'm really hoping Houston takes Bryce Young because then you've got Stroud, Anderson,
Oh,
and Carter sitting
yeah.
there, and
That's
it's like, yeah, we're trading down a couple spots at least.
a dream scenario. If they take
Mhm.
Bryce Young, we're going to be doing handstands, Brendon, because you're right. That what that creates for the trade down scenario is insane. Because I think somebody's going to get in love with CJ Stroud or Will Anderson. I do. To that point, they're those kind of players that could generate that kind of fever dream of need to go up there and get them. These guys don't come down the track but once every couple of years. I got to get this guy now. Can't believe the rest of the team. I can see it. I can see it.
Trade down 2 spots with the Lions. Lions get Stroud, Bears get Anderson, you get Carter at 4 plus whatever you get from Detroit.
Which, yeah, hell, that's just a second round pick to still come away with Carter at that point. I'm fine with that. That'll be a high second round pick. That means 3 early second round picks you're picking from.
Yeah.
As we come back to this, Brendan, again, you talk almost through every situation. As long as you remain in that tier one group on a trade down, there is really almost no bad real possibilities. You might want at the forefront to just take the player at the top, but I don't think you're going to be too pissed off and angry if you're back a couple spots and picking up a big haul in return for it, or even a small haul for a small pullback, like you mentioned, a couple draft pick leap back in the other direction. So they're just ZX. There is no bad way to go on this. And I think we're all in kind of that same boat of a variety of different ways you can go. And it's all kind of a winning way. There's really not a bad path to take.
Right.
They all can lead to wins. The ZX with another $5 donation. Thank you, ZX. Appreciate you guys on all the donations tonight. Very kind of you. Says trade our late first or early second for another first next year to have 2 firsts for the following year. Well, we haven't talked about this possibility. What do you think?
I mean, sure. I would say that you want to make sure you trade with the right team. You don't want to end up trading an early second and only getting a late first next year back. That's not good value.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm not opposed to it.
Yeah. So like Brennan says on this, if you trade it with a team that's, you got to, that's a tough one to do because you're at 21. That's a pretty high first round pick. So wait, let me read that. Trade our first round this year for a second next year. So you're not getting, by his example, you're not getting their first round pick and then getting a second round next year, right? He's talking about you're just trading your first
I think
Oh
he's
no, he's saying
saying,
second. So he's saying
yeah,
second for a first next year. So yeah, even if you do the second, like Brendan said, that's still a high second round pick this year. You don't want just a team that's going to be picking 25, 26. There's got to be some guarantees almost, or soft guarantees to your feeling that you're going to get a team that's picking top 15.
yeah.
If you're
Don't do it with the Eagles. Don't do it with a team like that. Do it
right,
with a team at the very least, like I don't know.
Jaguars,
Yeah, Jaguars wouldn't do it. They're not. I mean, they're stupid, but they're not that stupid.
Raiders.
Raiders, that's better. Yeah, somebody like that who might be at the top or in the middle.
Yeah,
Maybe
I would
sucker
take.
the Saints. The Saints love to
They
push
love
all
it.
in with the 8-4 offsuit.
Well, and they are down a first round pick this year.
Yeah.
So that could be a team that looks at it and goes, we need to get back in this first round of this draft. So we will, or into even the top of that second round. They've got a player they love. So maybe that opens that door. And the Seahawks did go down this path before. Remember the final year of Ruskell, he moved off a second round pick to Denver and Josh McDaniels. That's why I say Oakland. That's why I say Las Vegas. And we got back a first round pick. I think that's what turned into Earl Thomas
Correct.
eventually. So you absolutely could go down that pathway for it, and it's brought you those returns before. But as was the case, I think that pick was like a mid-second round pick at the time. You weren't picking as high in the second round as we're picking in this upcoming draft. That's a little bit of the difference there, because we might be right up at the top with that Denver pick, for instance. If it's our 21, I'll be more willing, Brendan. I won't be as hard line. Would you at that point? I mean, if they're going to give you a future first, it almost doesn't matter who the team is, because now you're going 21 to 32 minimum as far as your improved draft stock to next year. Is that,
Right.
would you on board with that?
Yeah, I'm on board with that.
Okay. Well, thank you for the donation on that, ZX. I have kept Brendan here about 2 hours and 20 minutes. So we're going to do this kind of weird here today. We're going to sign off here with Brendan. I'm going to stay live with you guys, folks, do a little bit of interacting here with you guys in the chat as we kind of finish things up. I appreciate all the donations here to the chat. And do me a favor, you guys could at this time, and that's hit the like button. Also subscribe if you're not already subscribed. Get aboard the Hawks Nest here. Also, go to Seahawks Brendon Nelson. That's the name of his YouTube channel. Go and subscribe over on his channel as well. He's got a well over 11,000 now subscribers. So congratulations, man. Just keep hitting over high water marks, which is awesome to see. But I don't want to keep him here for too long. So we'll let him go out on this. Brendan, what was the final score you had on this game again?
24-20.
24-20. So he's got him rolling in this game. He's got our Hawks running through. I got us with our Hawks running through. So we feel pretty good about this one. It's going to be a tough matchup. Not necessarily going to be a clean, easy win, but we do feel good about it. We'll be back on, is it my side next? Is it your side?
The post game will be on your channel, and then the pregame for the Niners?
There we go. So post game over my side, pre-game for Niners will be Thursday on his side. So Tuesday we'll be back here. Thursday we'll be back on Brendon Nelson's channel. If you're subscribed, you'll catch all the action end to end. I want to say thank you very much, as always, Brendan, for coming back on here. I love talking shop with you on this stuff and getting into the depths of it. And we're just starting on this draft coverage, man. We're gonna be getting deep into this. I have a feeling, brother. Very, very deep.
I will talk to you next week.
Well, thank you, Brendan. You have yourself a great night, and give us a good sign off now. Let them know before you leave.
Go Hawks.
Go
Always
Hawks.
and forever.
Always and forever, man. Thank you so much, Brendan. You have yourself a good one, man.
You too.
All right, we got another donation here from Kevin, and we'll do just a little bit of follow-up here with you guys on the stream here with a little bit of interaction on the chat, because I know I normally do my Wednesday show at this point tonight, so I'd like to do a little bit with you guys here. A little extra, a little bonus Hawks Nest coverage for you guys. Kevin Mullen with a $5 donation says, I wanted Jordan Davis over Cross last year. Looking at how this year has played out for both teams, would you still pick Cross over Davis? Yes. Yeah. When you're going to project out a player, I think at times you've got to be very careful in over projecting where you're going to put a guy versus what he's actually given you on the football field at the college level. And when you look at Jordan Davis, the college level at Georgia, he was on a rotational basis of snaps. He was very much a run defender. He's a big guy. But it was a lot about the projection. It's him running a 4.7 40 and blowing up the combine a little bit. It's less about what he had shown on the field and more about the physical potential that was there. And Jordan Davis is not having a bad year for the Philadelphia Eagles. He's 72 PFF grade, but 11 tackles, no sacks. He's not generating any kind of pressure for you. The impact of that, a run defending defensive, rotational defensive tackle versus having a starting pillar franchise left tackle that can hold down the blind side and is 21 years old and just learning how to get things going a bit. The value there is just too incredible to pass on Charles Cross. I certainly didn't know Charles Cross was. I'd hoped to actually. I kind of thought that right around where he's performing this year, Kevin, is like what we were going to get. I think this was a very much within expectations of what you thought you were getting from Cross. And to get this from him from left tackle versus 11 tackles this year from Jordan Davis, it's not to say Jordan won't be a good player in this league. But I think, again, a lot of his value was driven from people's standpoint by that physical potential, by the fact that he was built like just an insane size human being for being on a football field, and he moved absolutely crazy for that size. So Cross was absolutely the right pick. He's been the best left tackle out of this draft so far in total. Ecom is probably the better run blocker, but Cross is probably the better pass blocker. And who will be the better guy long term, we'll see. But I think the pick is proven out to be a sensational one and a smarter way to go than Jordan Davis. I like Jordan. Don't sound like I don't like Jordan, but he's all right. He's okay. Thank you though, Kevin. Appreciate all the donations, man. The ZXQUQYB with a $5 dono. Appreciate you as well. He says 2009 trade, Seahawks second rounder for Alfonso Smith for the Broncos in 2010. Netted the Seahawks a first round pick, the number 10th overall selection, which turned into Earl Thomas. History repeats, Broncos creating another huge boost. All the Broncos have done us a tremendous amount of favors in recent years, I'll tell you. You've got that second round trade, which is the beginning. You could make the claim here. It's kind of the beginning stages of the Legion of Boom was Earl Thomas in that selection. And you move that second rounder to make that trade happen with Josh McDaniels, a tremendous trade at the time. And now you have, as you're trying to recreate that dynasty-like era, once again, you're going to do it again on the back of a Bronco first-round pick. It's beautiful to see, and sandwiched between those marvelous selections that they've given us is a nice meaty portion of a Super Bowl. So it's a great sandwich that the Broncos have offered us here over a decade-long period. It's nice too because we had so many years with them with Elway, him kicking our butts. So it's a little bit of a turnabout's fair play, right? And I love that part of it, but that was a great pick. It's Tim Ruskell was a guy that I think he probably gets a good amount of shade from Seahawks fans overall for some of his drafting methodology, but he was a guy that helped to kind of round you out the roster enough to get you to the Super Bowl. And he was also the guy that helped to get you Earl Thomas with the marvelous trade of moving a future first for a current second, which if we were able to do the same thing this year, this is just one of the reasons why I say over and over again that I'm so in favor of being able to add in extra picks. It seems like it conventionally tends to work in our favor when we take this track. But thank you, ZXQ. You're awesome. Appreciate you. ZXK, another one, man. Thank you. $2 side note, call me Z. Most people don't play Ultima. Okay. I'll call you Z from here on out. So thank you for the $2 donation, man. It's a lot there on the username to try to pronounce it. I'm not a big Ultima guy, but Z works. Z works for me. Let's see here. Appreciate you though. Thank you for all the donations. You're very kind, guys. Very, very kind. Dustin Ruth, I don't think no matter how great Geno does this year that another team is going to pay him big money next season. I'd roll the dice and make just a reasonable offer. Dustin, I'm putting together right now a Geno video. I'm just cutting it up and getting all of my little graphics and all that stuff put together on it. So I'm hoping to have that out. If I don't have it out tomorrow, I'm going to have it out on Friday. But I'm going to make the case for how a Geno contract extension comes into play. And there's a lot of talk about this. I continually go back to the fact that the bottom line on the Geno contract extension is that leverage is going to dictate how much the contract costs. And by leverage, that means who's got the leverage and who doesn't. And right now, for as good as Geno is playing, he doesn't necessarily have the leverage. The Seahawks can franchise him at $31.5 million, which would be a bargain-based discount for top 5 level quarterback play, especially on a short-term deal, on a 1-year deal, no future commitment. So that's going to drive this deal to eventually get done and get done below that franchise tag. So 35, 40, $45 million that's being bandied about out there is unrealistic, and it's just not going to happen. Not going to happen. So I think a deal does get done. I don't think that we're going to be able to necessarily kneecap him and come in at $15 million per year either. We've got to kind of come to a common ground that is going to make sense. But I don't know necessarily, Dustin, that there wouldn't be a team, if you didn't franchise tag him, who wouldn't give him a big money market deal out there on the open market. A team that thinks they're very close, perhaps maybe just a quarterback away, who wants to then jump on him. Let me give you three teams, for instance. You got the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, who lose Brady at the end of the year. Do they think they've got a roster that's still good enough if they can bring a functional quarterback in there? Maybe. A team we're playing this week in Carolina. Do they look at it that same way? They've been a team that's looked at other teams' quarterbacks in recent past history. I mean, they've just added to these over the last couple of years in Darnold and Baker Mayfield. What about a Colts team that's also taken a similar trek in recent years? Or a Jets team that's going to be looking for a quarterback because they're obviously not sold on Wilson? It takes just an able market out there, Dustin. It just takes a few teams that are interested to kind of drive in that cost and price. Though, again, I think it's all a moot point because of the fact that he's, at the end of the day, going to get franchised if it really came down to that. Thank you. Thank you, though. Appreciate your comment. Sajan, thank you for the $5 donation. Appreciate you as well. Says, who do you think ahead of our schedule the Hawks will lose to? I think the Seattle Seahawks go 4-1 to finish out their schedule. And I think that their only loss is going to come to the Kansas City Chiefs in Arrowhead. I would have given the 49ers probably the nod over us if they had Jimmy Garoppolo, because I would have just thought they're playing better than us. Their quarterback's good enough to get that thing to get it done for them against us, even though we get to play that at home. But them down to their third string quarterback at that point, Brock Purdy, I think that should be loosening them up enough for us to be able to take advantage, especially on Thursday night, primetime game. Carroll's teams tend to do good on primetime. I'm going to trust that that's a win. Likewise with the Jets, I don't think Mike White beats you. I don't think Mike White with the Jets beats you in your home stadium. I like our chances there. So a lot of it is with my confidence here, Sajan, is driven by the fact that you're not necessarily playing the toughest teams down the stretch, but you're also getting to play a lot of these games at home. And so that's a big factor for me. But I certainly think this team can go 4-1. That Rams team, I don't think they're going to come back and beat us next time. This Carolina team, we can absolutely beat. Yeah. Delikey asks, what is the franchise tag for Geno Smith? So I went back and did some research on this and did confirm the franchise tag cost this upcoming season would be $31.5 million. The franchise tag last year for the first year tag application on a quarterback would have been $29 million. So it goes up about $2.5 million this year, does the franchise tag. And if you're doing the math, it's not on what the future cap will be, but it's on what the previous season's average salary was. That's how they compilate it. Paul Susia says draft bust rates are shocking. I would rather have four number 2 picks and 1 number 1. It does depend on where you draft, Paul. I think some of this comes from the thought process of viewing the first round as though there are 32 players that are all first round worthy. Whereas more often than not, most drafts tend to have about 14, 15 players that are truly first round worthy graded players, or those elite players of the draft. And then you have a pretty far off, but the fans don't tend to view it through that lens. They tend to view a guy selected at 23, 24, 25 in the same way you would view a guy at 12 or 11. But it's two different tiers of talent in a particular draft that we're talking about. So if you're talking about getting extra second round picks, Paul, instead of having a first round pick at the back end of a first round, I'm with you. If you're talking about having extra second round picks while you're going to then pass on one of those tier 1 groupings of guys, I can't quite sign up for that. GEQ is just... Sam the Great says 3 years, $100 million makes the most sense due to the quarterback market. So the thing I would push back, you're close on this one, Sam. I think a 3-year deal's right. I don't think you're that far off. It's probably about $15 to $20 million less than $100 million, because the Seahawks are not going to pay more on average per year than the franchise tag costs. They'll come below the franchise tag. And the reason is, why wouldn't they? Why would they pay more than they have to? They're only negotiating against themselves if they do have him on a franchise tag. Taker 610, thank you for the $2 donation. Who needs a quarterback and might like Geno? Oh yeah, Denver. Well, Geno's going to want to be paid, so they're not going to have any money to be paying Geno. That'd be the unfortunate part of that one for Denver. So unless they're just looking to cut bait with Russell, and then they'll give Geno some 5-year contract that's all backloaded or something. I don't foresee them being somebody in it. But I think that some of those teams I just mentioned, Jets, Colts, Panthers, Tampa Bay, does the New York Jets potentially kick the tires on him if they're not sold on Daniel Jones? There's a lot of teams that have pretty good rosters put together throughout the league that could be looking at like they're one quarterback away, and not a rookie quarterback, not a high drafted quarterback, but they want to get a guy in there that can hit the ground running. And that's something that you will probably feel like you have some faith in Geno doing if you do target him in free agency. And that could be a factor in driving a little bit more action his way because of it. Ariel Aguilar. Hi, B. Long time no see, buddy. What's up, Ariel? Good to see you in the chat, man. And yeah, it has been a while. Been a minute. Emma21 says, I'm trusting Seahawks will play hard on prime time, obviously. Me too, man. I'm with it. I'm with the 4-1. Delakee's got it at 4 years, 100 million, 50 million guaranteed. I think that's a little bit closer. You're closer to the mark there. My final numbers I'm going to post in my video are 3 years, $85 million, $26.5 million on average per, but $50 million guaranteed. So we are of like mind on that, Delakey. I'm a little bit back on the average per year on it. Dustin Ruth says, listen, Nick Foles won a Super Bowl as well recently. Did he get big money contract the next year? Does anyone remember where he ended up? I just don't think teams will line up for Geno. I can see where you're going with that comparison, Dustin, but it's really not a very fair comparison to make with the Nick Foles situation. Yes, in the respect of Nick Foles was a journeyman, Geno's been a journeyman. He had this bright moment when he went and won the Super Bowl and had that great playoff run. But the majority of that season, Dustin, was driven by an MVP level of performance from Carson Wentz, not Nick Foles. Nick Foles came at the very end of that year and got really, really hot. So I would offer that in general terms, it's kind of a comparison, but not exactly. And the reason why is because Geno's put way more tape out there, way more consistent tape out there over the season, over every single football game. And that will drive interest in his direction. Also, it's not just a decision made in a vacuum. When Nick Foles came out as a free agent, how many available jobs were in the NFL? How many were there teams out there looking for a guy? How good was the draft class that came out that year? I think if we ran all of those factors together, it would make a little more sense. / also the fact that teams looked at it and said, okay, Foles had a 4-game run. Do I want to give him $100 million off of a 4-game run? Versus, do I want to give Geno Smith $100 million or $85 million off of a 17-game season where he played top 5 level quarterback play? I just think that there's a bit of a difference between those two. D-Fro, if the Hawks free up $55 million, getting Russ and Bobby off the books, $26 million for Geno, who else will we need to retain? I think you're going to probably have some consideration for bringing back Ryan Neal at that point. Is Travis Homer maybe a guy that you're wanting to take a look at? You're not going to probably sign many of the guys leaving out the door. There's not really a lot of other priorities out there for you to look at. You don't have even a lot of free agents. Most of the guys you're bringing back that are quality members of this team on to next year. So I don't see a lot of other guys we need to retain there, D-Fro. I think you'll be able to use that money out in free agency a little bit. Get a couple other guys out there. But those would be the only two that stand out to me. Is you want Ryan Neal brought back because he gives you some insurance for Jamal Adams and his injury situation. And then you really like what Travis Homer gives you as a third down back and feel good about that going into the future with him there. I don't think they will pay Travis Homer money. I think he ends up being a free agent, but he's really him, maybe Goodwin, Defro. They may like what they've seen out of Goodwin, give him a lower end deal too. So I guess I should acknowledge he would maybe be another possible guy in that mix, but there's not many of them. Jacob Haas, why is the left guard more important? Because the left guard has to be more athletic and able to move in space, because they're going to be taking on 3 techs versus the right guard, who's going to tend to take on 1 techs and is going to tend to have center help. You run the center help towards the strong side of the formation is where the right guard tends to play. So left guard on a 3 tech, he's going to be athletic. Most right guards are kind of trash cans. They can't move very well. Left guard's got to have some almost like sub tackle like movement abilities to be able to get the job done. Take a guy like Brady Christensen that's playing on this Carolina Panther team this upcoming week. He came out of BYU as a left tackle and a pretty good left tackle, but they bumped him inside because they think he's got enough power to operate in there. And he's also got those movement skills to handle those quicker defensive tackles that exist at that position. So it's just, there's more required from the skill set, and you don't have as much double team help as the right guard tends to get. They can get some double team help, but it's more often than not going to the right guard. Jose Romero with a $2 donation. Thank you, Jose. Says, Shane gets a coaching job. Who do we go get? If Shane gets a coaching job, who do we go get? That's a great question. I feel like there's a name out there available. I'm trying to turn over in my mind, and they're not jumping to the head of my stack here at the moment. I don't have a great name for you right now, Jose. I'm not sure who's out there and available on the open market as far as offensive coordinators that would be a name that makes a lot of sense. I'm sure there's somebody that I'm missing on, but I'm trying to think, is there a coach that'll be fired? Is a good offensive minded coach to be fired? Might not have as many firings this year as we have had in recent years. A lot of coaches might just end up keeping their jobs. As I go through the names, Jose, I'm sorry, man. I don't have a real good name for you on who would be the guy to take over for you at that job. Who would be the guy to take over for as the offensive coordinator? Then partly there's not a lot of names out there. And I'm trying to think if there'd be a coach that's fired on a team that would then be available, who's right now actually on another, coaching staff. But I can't think of who's going to be fired out there necessarily. I think this will be one of the few years in coaching where there's actually going to be a few, Hackett will get fired. Does Hackett interest me? No. He's not exactly shown himself to be some great offensive mind. You have to think a lot of what happened there at Green Bay was the head coach and Aaron Rodgers in recent years in the MVP seasons of Aaron Rodgers. So I'll try to think about it, Jose, and look into it and see if there's some other guys that might make sense. And maybe there's a name that'll pop into my mind right now, but nothing's jumping to the front. Daniel W. Adam Anderson would have been the number 1 pick last year over Trayvon Walker. Same size athlete plus actual production, and Georgia defensive line captain. If he's innocent, please draft Carter and Anderson. Well, it'd be interesting, Daniel, to see where he goes. If he is innocent and where he would happen to be in this draft. I mean, that'd be an incredible case study at that point. So he was a great player for them, man. He did jump out. I don't know if he would have been over Trayvon Walker necessarily on that. But again, I kind of been spacing a little bit on my evaluation on Anderson. So I looked at him a little bit last year, but it's not standing clear of where I saw him and at the head of it. But it will help if he's able to get in this draft. Helps if he's not. Just helps us get that much better of a talent. And that'd be a good combination between those two guys, man. Gino has way more skill than Nick Foles, bro. Yeah, exactly. Paul Susi, I agree. The tiers thing, it is smaller this year. Maybe 5 picks in the first round are going to be really good players. Maybe Stroud, Anderson, Carter, Levis, Miles Murphy, Sealy, Ringo. I mean, I'm with you. It's probably less than the 15 amount it's normally around. I think last year it came out to like 12 or 13. So it does fluctuate season to season, Paul. You're right. Delicate, would you draft Stroud if Anderson and Carter are already drafted? I'd look to trade back first and foremost, Del. If I've got a pick there at that point, if both guys are gone, I'd go. I kind of like Levis better at the end of the day for me, Del. I'm not a big Stroud guy. I wouldn't hate Stroud being picked, but I got worries with him. I got worries. I got concerns. The ZXQUQYB, or the Z, let me just call you the Z, man. Thank you for another $5 donation. It says 2 years, 62 million, first year 25 to 28, only first year fully guaranteed, second year plus playoff, Pro Bowl bonuses allows you to cut if he regresses. Well, I guess the only thing I'd ask you on that is why does Geno sign that deal? I mean, if it doesn't give him anything of really outside of this year's guaranteed money and that you can cut him after next year anyway, why wouldn't he just play on the franchise tag then? It's not, especially with the first year only being 25 to 28, that's a discount from what the franchise tag would cost with really no future security then at that point. So I just don't think he would be interested in taking that deal. He would probably just sign the franchise tag at that point. I see where you're going. I'm open to applying some creative methods here to get the deal done. And if it needs more, Pro Bowl bonuses or incentive laden deal in that respect of things, I'm good with that. I'm totally good with that. But I do think you're going to have to probably give him a minimum of a 3-year deal to get this done. I don't think it's going to be a 2-year or a 1 year with a dead deal on the other side. Festlove says, I appreciate all Geno has done, but he is not the franchise quarterback. I can appreciate where you're coming from on this. I would just wonder what it is Geno's got to show you more of that he needs to do to prove that he is a franchise quarterback. Or was it just a matter of Geno could never have proven to you this year, no matter his standard of performance, that he was a franchise quarterback? And if that is the case, I'd just wonder why you would feel that way. What is it about that you've arrived so firmly at that place? Because he's playing top 5 level quarterback right now. And there's not a lot of feeling, or there's not, I've yet to see an argument proposed as to why this performance isn't sustainable in the future for a team that's going to be even more talented next year than they are this year. And so you're not alone. I'll say, Fez Love, there are a lot of folks that feel that same way, but I would wonder how you arrive at that state versus the many performances he's put up this year that has proven that that's kind of not the case. Dustin Ruth with another $5 donation. Thank you, Dustin. Nothing put in the comment on that. Just a $5 donation, brother. I appreciate you on that. Very kind of you. Jeffrey, just respond to him. Sorry. Fez Love says, lost to the Falcons and Saints. Geno is not a franchise quarterback. Well, I mean, does a quarterback specifically lose or win a game all on his own? I thought we had 53 other guys on the roster that helped dictate and determine that. And the one thing that stands out to me on those 2 games that you mentioned with the Falcons or Saints, didn't your defense kind of have a hand in losing a big part of both of those 2 games? Didn't you let the red rifle with the Saints tear you up a little bit? I struggle with the putting wins and losses on quarterbacks. I don't give them all credits for the win. I don't give them all credits for the loss. It's really is kind of a team effort in that aspect of things. Fezlov, take the last drive of the game. Geno's driving the team up to get the final score to put them up. You're down around the 12-yard line. He makes a throw that puts you down about the 2-yard line with 1st and goal. There's a penalty on Damian Lewis for holding. Is that Geno's fault? The penalty on Damian Lewis there? Okay, then the very next play, Austin Blythe completely whiffs on his block and pass protection and allows an instantaneous sack on Geno Smith. Is he supposed to anticipate Austin Blythe completely whiffs on that block in that moment? That seems a little weird. So then you end up in 3rd and 26, and now he's got to make a throw to try to get them to go for it because you're trying to get the win. There is no more time left, and it's not like he had played a whole bad game before that point. He put him in a position to go win, and other players on the team lost that game that weren't Geno Smith. That's just kind of my assessment of it. Fezlov says top 5 in stats. Okay, so is Russ. Look at the Broncos. The Seahawks are built differently on running the ball. The Seahawks are definitely built team on running the ball. Let a new cheaper draft pick cook. Okay, let me continue. Sorry to push back on you on this, Fezlov. Right now, okay? Right now at this moment through 12 NFL football games, okay? 12 NFL football games. Geno Smith is first in completion percentage. Fezlov, Russell Wilson's never been close to first in completion percentage in his life. He's fifth in yards right now. I can't remember the last time Russell Wilson was fifth in yards in the NFL. He's fourth in average per attempt, fourth in passing touchdowns, fifth in QBR, second in passer rating, fourth in total EPA, first in CPOA. I don't even know what those final two stats are, but they got to be pretty good. Russell's never put up this kind of total season in that respect of things. He's never put up this many consistent performances back to back to back. It's not been some big explosion in a couple of period of games and then he goes into the tank for a couple of games. With Russell, you had wild fluctuations in consistency. He was like a streaky shooter. And when he was hot, it was buckets for days. But when he was missing, he couldn't even draw iron. So it's a little bit different with that. As well as you say, we're a team built on running the ball. How's our running game been the last 3 weeks, Fezlov? We've had a period of time in some of these games we've been able to run game. We have a lot of games this year where you haven't been able to run, or it's all boom or bust. And it's a lot of bust to get that little bit of boom. So yeah, you're a team that built that way, but that's not how you've been operating this year. That's not how Geno's been successful. Fezlov, you're passing the ball well over 55% of the time this year. This is not a Russell Wilson-based team that was running 50-50, which is another thing that was the way it was in Russell Wilson's time. He didn't operate from the high volume passing attack that Geno's operating from this year. And as far as letting another draft pick cook next year, there are no guarantees. Just picking a guy high doesn't mean he's going to be good. And there's a big bust rate when it comes to the draft, especially with the quarterbacks in this particular class. Does the Ariel ask, does the Niners win the NFC West because of their D and O weapons, or does Seattle take it going 4-1? I think they could take it going 4-1. And I think it's really as much as I do think the Niners have those weapons and they're tough, but having a third string quarterback in Brock Purdy will be enough to allow us to take that one. Wu-Tang says, no rookie quarterback is going to play close to the way Geno's playing right now. Damn sure not Bryce. That's right. None of these guys are going to play at where Geno's at. No quarterback in this class is giving you top 5 level quarterback performance next year. Say nothing of it being a big question mark going beyond next year. It's a roll of the dice. A roll of the dice. None of these guys this year have come out and set the world on fire at the college level. None of these guys have come out and taken a huge step forward in their level of play from the tape they put up last year. Many guys have regressed, have gone backwards. A once very rich quarterback class is definitely weakening by the week in this college season. Jeffrey says Geno throws an interception and then comes out the next drive and just smokes the defense like the interception never happened. Resiliency. And we can go beyond stats here. Resiliency on the football field. We were speaking about the running game not being there through a lot of the games this year. Has that held him back? Has Geno suddenly wilted at the moment he has no running game to lean back on? No, quite the opposite. He's lifted the team up in those moments. He's carried them with his golden arm at those times. And that's beyond stats. That's what you see with the eye test week in, week out. The Z, thank you for another $2 donation. Because second year is 34 to 37 million on second year. But you're saying that there's an easy out for the team in that second year. Weren't you, Z? I thought you had said that there was an easy out. So let me make sure I'm right on that. Let me go back to your deal. I'm missing it. Where's it at? Okay, so you said for only first year fully guaranteed. So it's $34 to $37 million, but it's all paper money. They can cut out under it at any point in time at that point. So it's not true future obligation at that point. It's funny money. And if they can get out of it for anything, then it's not on Geno's favor to sign that deal because it's about remember, these NFL contracts, the Z, are all based around how much guaranteed money I'm getting. how much true money in hand, not funny money capped onto the end of the deal in year 4 and 5, which I'll never see, but how much true money I have in hand. And even on a 2-year deal, it would work that way. Where the fully guaranteed is all well and good, but guess what? When you sign the franchise tag for $31.5 million, the second you sign it, it also becomes fully guaranteed. So you're asking him to take a discount in that first year of the contract, losing about $3.5 million versus what he gets off the franchise tag. But then he's got no firm commitment then in year 2, even though it goes up from 34 to 37 in your proposed deal. I just don't think you'd get Geno to sign that. I think he would say, I don't want to do that. The deal needs to be better than that. Ariel Aguilar, is anyone waiting for the other shoe to drop with Geno? Meaning is he what we are seeing year after year? Meaning, is he what we are seeing year after year? Yeah, I think his performance is sustainable, Ariel. I'll be posting a video in regards to why it's sustainable and how it's sustainable here over the next couple of days. But the bottom line is, if people are going to say that Geno is going to suddenly turn into a pumpkin suddenly, if people are going to say that this is all just a mirage and that next year the calendar year turns over and he magically falls apart, then they've got to get specific about what that attribute in his game is that's going to fall apart. Because I don't see it. Where is the huge, glaring weakness in his game that's going to get exposed? And I think the people that speak about Geno falling off, or that him not being about worth it, or that next year he'll fall apart, they don't have anything that they can really tangibly grab to. So they'll just speak in kind of vagaries about it, when really I think you got to get specific if you're going to talk about not signing up for another year of him or signing up for him into the future. I think he's earned that benefit of the doubt with how well he's played this year. Nicholas Garza says, I think we need to upgrade our trash defense before we go quarterback. Well said. Trent Sybot says, Brando, what do you think his contract should be? I think the contract should be 3 years, $85 million, $26.6 million average per year. You give him $50 million guaranteed. You lower down the first year to the cap hit at $19 million. The second year of the cap hit raises to $26 million. So the first year of the cap hit lies at 8%. The second year of the cap lies at 10% of the total salary cap, keeping you well under that magical number of 15%, which tends to be a death knell if you're going to pay a quarterback at that amount of money or above it. So you give him the 3-year deal, so he gets extra financial security. He gets a chance to get back out onto the more open market at 35. You also give him $50 million. So what I've done in my proposed scenario then is basically doubled almost the amount that he was going to get on the franchise tag if I force him to play on that on a 1-year deal. So it's a bit of a win-win then from that standpoint and how I would structure it. But I think it will go something like that. MB21 says, plus Bryce is young. We can't keep waiting on the quarterback position. We have the guy, and he's playing amazing football right now. Just stick with him. Jeez. Agreed. Rockets says, Geno has amazing stats, and people love to point out the few mistakes he makes because, surprise, every franchise quarterback makes the same, if not more mistakes than Geno has made. Plus, our offensive line isn't very good. Great points all the way around, Rockets. I mean, fantastic points all the way around. 2 rookie, folks, do you know how often teams in the NFL start 2 rookie tackles at the very same time? And do you know that the reason, maybe a big part of why they don't do that, is because it can cause a lot of wide fluctuation in play and inconsistency, and you can't afford to have that at both tackles positions at the very same time. Yet the Seattle has lived through it. Geno's lived through it. He's thrived through it. And to Rocket's point, that interior of that line has not been great. It's not been great necessarily in pass protection. It's not been great overall. There are good parts to this team that he has to work with. The running backs have been pretty solid, great receivers, good tight ends. But the line has not been perfect. It's not been all just absolutely clean and right up front for him in every single way. Much in the way that I think like a guy like Jalen Hurts gets the benefit of out there with Philadelphia. Well said, man. Fez Love, Geno's throwing to DK and Lockett can make an average guy look great. I think they help. You're right, Fez Love. I'll give you that they definitely do help. I don't think that they make an average guy look great all on their own. I think they can definitely improve your position. They can make you look better, but I don't think that it's that great of a level. John Robinson says, oh my God, have you seen Zay Flowers or Jalen Hyatt? Such ballers. If we got Zay, our wide receiver core is the best in the nation. I haven't as of yet, my man. I'm still getting through I'm still just getting through. Not enough hours in the day right now to get through all these prospects. Weston Baylor says, Brandon, if we trade the number 3 pick as you prefer, would you like to see us, what would you like to see us get in return? And what player would we take? I have thought about this, Weston. I've got a dream scenario here. My dream scenario would find us trading from 3 to 9. Then I pick up an extra first, an extra second, and an extra third round pick. I then go out and get Miles Murphy, one of the more impactful 3-4 defensive ends in this draft, if not the most impactful 3-4 defensive end in this draft. And I don't think he's a far drop off from what Jalen Carter is as a defensive tackle, as far as productivity from him and what you're going to get from him and just the general impact that he would have on the football field. That would be an ideal scenario to me. I come away with a tier 1 defensive player. I turn it into 3 more draft picks on top of it. I think that would be awesome and well worth the price of admission to take it that way. Trent Seibot says $50 million for 2 years. I don't know if that sounds sane, but it does to me. I think you could pull it off, says Trent, but I do think that you're going to have to guarantee almost all of that money if you do, if not every dime of it. And I think it might take a little more than that. Rocket says Geno beats Russell Wilson, and Geno has a far worse defense than Wilson had. Well said. Taker 610, thank you for the $2 donation. Jimmy G could come back this year, they say. Yeah, there were reports coming out that there was a chance he could come back within 7 weeks, or if they can get in the playoffs, probably right around the second round. Mike Shanahan said that, or Kyle Shanahan said that it was a very outside chance that he could. So Kyle didn't sound as certain that Jimmy would be able to pull that off. Jimmy's also been knocked in the past, Taker 610, for not exactly being a guy who likes to necessarily play through injuries. He's had other former teammates question his toughness before. So there may be a little bit of that factoring into this, as well as whether or not he comes back, of if he really it feels he's at a good enough stage, especially for a guy that's going to be looking to probably go get a contract this offseason. Does he want to work? Does he want to fight through an injury and risk re-injuring it and losing out on a decent little payday out there in the open market? I'm not saying he's going to be paid huge, but 30, 40 million on a 4-year deal somewhere, something like that. Maybe he could look at it in that standpoint. So at the very least, he's not coming back before the end of the regular season. If the Niners don't get this division, I don't know if they're going to have enough period if they don't get the division to get into the playoffs. I don't know if they're going to win enough to get in the playoffs. We'll see. It'll be interesting to kind of track. Emmett 21 says it actually makes sense now why Geno was a second round pick and Russ was a third. Indeed. Paul says the quarterback bust rate is 31%. That's not good. Trent Seibot, we got Locke. Let Geno cook if he gets injured. We got a backup. Wait at least 3 to 4 years to get a QB. Locke might pull a Geno and kill it. He might. I'm open to it, man. I like that idea. I don't think he's going to cost a lot. Or I don't think KJ Jefferson's ready to roll. And I don't know if he's even really a fit for this Shane Waldron offense. I think he's got to run more of a Cam Newton-y kind of offense if you're going to go that way with him. Theron says we could take the quarterback, Dorian Thompson Robinson, I think is his name, round 6 or 7, and sit him for at least 2 years. You could go that track. I like his game. I like him around there, Theron. That's about right. Yuquan Huang, who's the outfielder the Mariners will probably get. It sounds like they're trying to circle the wagons around Reynolds, the kid with the Pittsburgh Pirates. Really good player, probably going to cost quite a bit to get in return to bring him back in here. but that would then make a lot of sense of how the offseason plan is looking to work for their standpoint. They take care of right field, they take care of left field, they take care of second base. So they would have addressed at that point the three positions. He's a pretty good player. He had a little bit of a down year last year, but he's definitely a guy that hits for okay average and has some good pop in his bat in addition to it. So he's an interesting guy. MN21 asks if I saw Antonio Brown's Twitter post with Geno's profile, and I did. Of course, Antonio Brown changed his profile pic to Geno Smith. He's worked with Geno Smith in the offseason before in practice. Those guys seem to be pretty tight going back, but I don't think it's indicated that we're going to look at Antonio Brown. I think he's played his last NFL snap. Theron hopes we pick up a running back in round 2 or 3. The two-headed monster in Dallas is nice. I'm with you, Theron. I'm open to it, especially if you don't bring back Rashad Penny. Rockets, you could say any quarterback could flop, any quarterback could fall off, and the risk is even higher with drafting a rookie quarterback. Definitely. Well said. Well said. Jeff Bays says we need to get him nailed down for 3 years minimum, average 28 million, 50 million guaranteed. We're right along about the same track there, Jeff. That's right about where my numbers end up bearing out to almost exactly. So very much of like mind. Paul says Geno studied the game in practice for years. He's changed his whole approach to the NFL comeback player of the year. He did. That's why this stuff is not just a flash in the pan stuff. That's why this performance is going to be sustainable, is that this is hard-earned work that's gotten Geno here. This isn't some random act of him being great all of a sudden out of the ether of nowhere. It's because he's waited for this opportunity. He's waited a long time for this opportunity. He prepared himself for this opportunity, and now he's taking full advantage of it. But it also does mean it's probably going to be sustainable performance, at least for the foreseeable future. Kirk Stemmer says, should give Geno a 3-year, $75 million contract, $30 million bonus, $10 million year 1, $20 million year 2, $20 million 3. Add some incentives, and I think it's a fair offer. It could be somewhere around that. It might cost a little bit more than that, but you can play with the numbers, Kurt. You could add a 4th voidable year in there. You could put a no trade clause. You could put a willingness not to franchise him when the deal's done, so he hits the open market at 35 without that sitting over the top. Fezlov says Geno's is serviceable, but not a franchise quarterback. He got sucker punched in 2015 within the Jets. Can't lockjaw our salary cap for a guy like that. Bryce Young, 2023. Well, I think it's kind of a hard thing to put a guy. Number one, it wasn't 2015, Fezlov. It's about 2013. And that was when he was also a rookie quarterback. And indeed, your comment is a lot of what I've heard from people that are down on Geno Smith is it seems a lot of your assessment is based on his first 2 years in this league, when not only was he a rookie or second-year player, but he's playing for a defensive-first coach, and he had nothing on the offensive side of the ball to work with. It seems like me a pretty quick and not the best sort of way to make a judgment on a player when he's kind of dealing with those circumstances, when he is so young in his career. I mean, Fezlov, do not players get chances to grow in your mind and develop? And the player you're seeing this year, Fezlov, is this the player that you saw in those first 2 years with the Jets, or is this a completely different player? And as I propose the question to you, I'll see if you got the answer on there. What is it that he would have had to have done this season to prove to you he was a franchise quarterback? He's on pace for being top 5 in every major statistical category for a quarterback. And he's done that having to a lot of the times versus what you had said earlier, which is you proposed that we're a run-based team as though that he's been carried by the run game this year, which has not been the case. Go look at the last 3 games and tell me that run game is carrying him anywhere. So what did he have to do this year from your standpoint? Did he have to throw for 5,000 yards and 45 touchdowns? And so then it's not really about a franchise quarterback you're looking for. If that's where his statistical spot's got to be for you to sign up for him, that's you wanting a top 2, top 3 level quarterback position to pay anybody. And I just don't think, again, that's really realistic because, again, you're not going to lockjaw your salary cap, as you put it, because as I'm proposing with the numbers, you're coming in at $26.5 million per year. So guys like Aaron Rodgers, Russell Wilson, Kyler Murray, Deshaun Watson, Patrick Mahomes, Josh Allen, hell, even Matt Stafford and Dak Prescott are almost all then making double average per year than what Geno's making. Yet you're getting top 5 level quarterback performance from him at half the cost. I can't imagine how that doesn't make sense on any fundamental level myself. I get if we disagree. I respect that. But to me, it seems pretty straightforward when you break it down like that. D Nugget says if the Hawks hired Brando and Brendon as consultants, we'd have Lombardi in 3 years. I wish. The Z, thank you for another $2 donation, man. Says, never been 2 rookie offensive tackles playing for 16-17 game season. There you go. If this was such a good, easy approach for teams to take, if this was an approach that bore out great results at every turn, I think you would have seen at least one other team try it in NFL history. Yeah? But teams don't, because usually if you're going to play tackles like that, you might get some ups. They might be highly talented. There's going to be a lot of downs in there as well. A lot of games like we saw from, let's say, Abraham Lucas against Matt Crosby a couple of weeks ago, where he just got his lunch handed to him on a given week, where that greenness showed up. Did the M's trade for that left fielder, Reynolds? I didn't know that did they just make a trade? Paul Susi, I love Miles Murphy too, man. He's awesome. Rodney Press Show, 40 years, 130 million with 50 million guaranteed. I think this would do it, Brandon. Also, we still need to chat Seahawks, my man. Also, we need to chat Seahawks. What do you mean on that one? I don't know what you mean on that last part. 40, yeah, 4 years, 130. That would get it done probably. I'm trying to run the numbers here on this. That's a little dodgy here. So that's, let me see. 4. That's 32.5 million, Rodney. It's probably a little higher than you have to go. You're around the area if you're going to go to a 4-year deal, but it's probably, if you're doing a 4 year, it's probably 4 years, 115, but still around 50 million guaranteed. So you'd keep the guarantees still high, but you're not going to have to go to 32.5 because the franchise is 31.5. The contract would come below that on average per year. It wouldn't come above that on average per year. The Z with another $2 donation says Rashad Penny might be back too. That is true. Rashad Penny, of course, was telling reporters this last Sunday that he felt like he could maybe get back by the playoffs with where he is projected to go. Now, Carroll did put a little bit of cold water on this in his press conference, saying that, he's not even running yet. So I don't know. We'll see on that. That had me a little reticent necessarily, but it's good to hear that Penny's progressing. It'd be great to be able to add him if we were going into the playoffs as another horse there in that stable for the backfield. Jordan War 14 says, could be wrong, but I feel like Gino's going to be reasonable with Seattle. Boy, I do too, man. I do too. I especially think with Seattle, to me, it's the leverage dictates a lot of this, and having that franchise tag will help make him reasonable really fast. Jose Romero, thank you for the $5 donation, Jose. Thank you for all the donations today, guys, and appreciate your double nose, Jose. Says, if against all odds we win the Super Bowl, what would that do to this franchise moving forward in terms of draft picks, quarterback, and even coaching? Oh, Lord have mercy. First off, well, there's a lot to unpack in that question, Jose. Thank you for the $5 donation. Number one, if you win the Super Bowl with the draft picks that you have on board, you have a chance to create a dynasty. And that's not a pie in the sky dynasty. That is an absolute a very clear pathway to a dynasty that doesn't normally exist for dynasty teams. The stuff tends to have to kind of naturally, organically develop, where you could start to see how you could almost force manipulate it with having those 4 picks in the first 2 rounds for a Super Bowl winning team, especially a Super Bowl winning team that's looking at probably a top 5, top 3 pick in that upcoming draft. So on that side of it, it would work great. Geno Smith would remain here into the future, Jose. I'm sure at that point he's signing a 4-year deal for $120, $130 million. He's not going anywhere. You're going to marry yourself to him in the long term. The coaching is where it gets a little bit sticky, because I'm imagining if you do win a Super Bowl that you're probably going to lose 1 or 2 guys off of this coaching staff roster at that point that's going to then want to go be maybe a head coach. Waldron would be the guy that stands out to me that might get some look-sees. Those offensive coaches have a very quick pathway to becoming a head coach. Sean Desai might be another guy that teams look at and says has a big part to do with the success of this team this year, especially in the secondary, especially with like the development of Tariq Woolen or Mike Jackson and how well he's played at times. So I think that would definitely cause us on maybe a negative end there, Jose, to get pilfered a little bit as far as our coaching goes, but it would be well worth it because the draft picks and the position you'll be putting yourself as a team into the future and how good you could be into the future with that team would be unbelievable. It would have things set up in a way like teams have never had set up for them in NFL history. No team would come off a Super Bowl win. I don't think there's ever been one coming off a Super Bowl win that then's picking top 3 in the draft in the first round, much less that second round pick, which is also top 3 in the second round, almost a de facto extra first round pick right there too. Great question, Jose. That'd be lovely to see. It'd be very lovely to see. Trent Cybots, what's your favorite Seahawks jersey? Heard some news about them rocking the throwbacks at some time this season. It's probably for me, it's probably a tie, Trent. I like the old school Seahawks jerseys with the silver. I'm a big fan of those. And I like the wolf gray jerseys that we rock. I'm a big fan of the wolf gray. So those are probably my tie for my 2. And you're right. Supposedly we're going to get the throwback jerseys next year, which is awesome. Lions Mania, how you doing, man? It's good to see you in the house. Yeah, Fezlov, you're bringing up the DUI. It's not doing wonders for your argument when you're having to shift off of performance on the field to then find alternative reasons. And one bad decision, one bad choice does not make a man. I mean, I guess you would say, well, he had his jaw hit in 2013 and then he had a DUI in 2021. So he's obviously a head case. Again, I think we're going to disagree on that one. MJ Seahawk with the $10 donation. Thank you, MJ Seahawk. Appreciate you. Says, thanks, Nest, for all you and Brendon's content. Oh, I appreciate you. My pleasure. Go Hawks and go Chiefs this week. And it sucks. I will be rooting for Cards and Rams against the Donkeys. I'll be doing the same, MJ Seahawks. It's not what we call an ideal situation. I would tell you that. But the good news is that we can root for them because we also want those two teams to, in the Rams case, you want the pick better for Detroit. Definitely. And in the Cardinals case, you want them to not have a low enough draft pick to help fix themselves. So I'm going to be rooting for the same. And yeah, hopefully the Chiefs can just go out and take care of quick business of that Bronco team. It's already hobbled. It's a little horse with its little broken arm, We just need Patrick Mahomes to go out there with this 357 Magnum like Clint Eastwood, put it to that donkey's head and put that donkey down. And don't walk no more. So hopefully they put it to bed. I have a feeling that the Broncos are just, you saw it with that moment of blow up on the sideline. That defense has got to be close to a point of going, okay, we're done. We've had enough of this. We've had enough of watching the offense completely do nothing. You guys could even score 10 points last week. It's going to be fun to watch how that one goes. And hopefully the Chiefs keep taking care of business, man. Just keep taking care of business, get that Bronco team. So that higher pick, MJ, gives us not only that much better access to the great player, but it gives us the access to being able to trade back for that much more returns on a trade back, still remaining in that tier 1. And my pleasure, man. I love doing this. And thank you for the donation, brother. Thank you. The ZQ, another donation, man. Another $2 dono. Thank you, buddy. You're very nice. So the defensive line and defensive end and linebacker, who do you replace with high picks? I think from my standpoint, on my ideal situations, I trade back. So I go back to 8 or 9. I pick up then Miles Murphy with that first round pick at that point. I'll come back in the second round and give you a name, Trent Simpson, with my next first round pick. Then I go into the second round and I would probably take like a center with the first pick, but then I would look to target one of the better linebackers than with the other second. I've got them 3 second round picks, by the way, by my proverbial trade. So I could go center, linebacker, and I could come back and hit the defensive end up at that point. I could go for an outside linebacker at that point. So I'd go DN, linebacker. I guess I don't have to go linebacker in the second round because I hit in the first, though we don't know what's going on with Jordan Brooks necessarily. But I'd go DN, linebacker, center, something like that, as far as I think of how the value would be for it. That'd be my ideal approach. I think you get the outside linebacker in the second round. Seems like where the glutton of the talent lies. Paul Third with a $5 donation. Thank you, Paul. Says, I disagree, Brando. 49ers will only lose the Hawks and Raiders rest of the year and be eliminated week 1 of the playoffs by the Hawks. Fair enough, man. Fair enough. It's possible. I just don't trust usually a third string quarterback. I think that guy ends up kind of showing what he is, showing why he's a third stringer eventually. And maybe you can get away with a half or 3/4 of a game of playing him, but eventually it's going to become what he's going to become what he is. I feel like maybe he's just functional enough to get the job done on it, but I remain skeptical. I do remain skeptical on that one. We'll see. We'll see with the Niners on that one, buddy. We will. That could be very well the case, though. So if they only lose twice, they still get in the playoffs, huh? I guess that makes sense. Thank you, though, for the $5 donation. Appreciate you. Kirk Stemmer, if Geno doesn't agree to a 3-year deal that averages below $35 million per year, they should use the non-exclusive franchise tag on him and let him test the market. If he leaves, the Seahawks get 2 firsts. Yeah, franchise tag is the way to go here, Kirk. And again, $35 million is not realistic. It's not realistic for Geno to ask for. Seattle can hold him on a $31.5 million deal on a 1-year contract with no future commitment. There is no impetus on the part of the Seahawks to give more future commitment and more money beyond that franchise tag. If he wants to get the future commitment, this is the way this stuff works. It's all about leverage. It doesn't matter if the Carolina Panthers and the New York Jets and all those teams want him. It does come a little bit back to leverage on this situation. And you are right. The franchise tag does open you up at that point to, if you do it the non-exclusive one, to allowing teams to go out there and negotiate him. And I'd be willing to do that if they want to do that at that point. If I can walk away with 2 first-round picks at that point for Geno Smith, I'll go that route. I'll be open to taking that track for sure. But it's not going to cost over $31.5 million per year on an average 3-year or 4-year deal. It won't go past that. Or maybe the numbers will be pushed out that way on year 3 and 4, but they're funny money years. They're not real years. Daddy, the bestest. Geno is better than expected, but we really need him to be giving a discount. He's only proven he can win here, and we have the draft cap and cap space to look elsewhere if need be. He's not your only pathway to go, Daddy. To your point, this isn't all this way or nothing. There are other spots you can go with. If we're talking about the discount that I'm trying to bring up that I think is a reasonable discount to apply, which is I say it comes below the $31.5 million franchise tag, 3-year deal. He averages $26.6 million per year. Most of the top end quarterbacks signing the new deals, Justin Herbert this offseason is going to sign a new deal. It's going to pay him probably $55 million per year. But most of the new deals that have been signed are right around, Daddy, the bestest, around $50 million. So if I'm getting half of the cost of what those top end guys charge, yet Geno's able to bring to me a top 5 level of quarterback play moving into the future, I think that's well worth the price. I think that is a discount. Brodney says, Brandon, I was meaning we need to have a call-in show so you and I can chat about the Seahawks. Oh yeah. I do need to do one of those here shortly on it. I've just, right now it's been time, and I've been trying Rodney this year as much as anything to really, really concentrate on getting the shorter content out, which is just eating a ton of time and not leaving as much to do the live stream stuff, but it's been big for growing the channel. So I've got to kind of lean into some of the shorter content. Like I'm going to finish up tonight and be right back on it in this video here for Thursday or Friday. Paul Sizia says, huge gamble drafting a top quarterback when the lines are so poor. A rookie quarterback might get destroyed if it happens a lot. Yeah, does happen a lot. It's a pathway to dooming young quarterbacks. And we'll get at some point here, Rodney, a call-in show. I promise you, man. Wu-Tang, hey, I root for whoever is playing the Broncos. It's like when Wazoo plays the Ducks. I root for them. Exactly, man. The enemy of your enemy is your friend sometimes. Rockets, Donkeys only losing from now on. Their defense hates the team for now. They are treated for their performance. Makes sense. What are my thoughts on Tank Bigsby? I think I looked at him last year, so I got to check out his tape this year. I think that's the Auburn kid. I believe is who you're talking about. But it's been a while since I've taken a look at him. I think he was just a tough, hard-nosed running back, right? But I don't think it's not jumping to my mind yet at this point. And I am definitely a little bit behind on my prospect viewing. I'm a little behind the ball on that one. Rocket says the only argument against Geno Smith is if he falls off and has a horrible performance to end the season, but that would be strange to see how consistently he's been for the past 13 weeks. That would be. I mean, that would at least give people something that's a valid criticism to make of Geno. It isn't just saying, oh, here's something from what he did in 2013. It's bringing up something he did that wasn't to a good effect in 2022. That would at least be, I'd be able to hear that argument a little bit more clearly on that stance of things. But he has been, to your point, consistent in every single ball game this season. Good to great. Jeff Bay says, what about a safety? I think it's a potential target for us in this draft, Jeff. I think you can't really afford to put high capital into the position as you are already paying more at the safety position than any team in the NFL by a wide margin. You might be even adding on to that total by signing Ryan Neal to a small contract extension. So it might preclude you from really going back into the draft and putting very much top-end assets into the position. But it is possible. Vezlov says the Hawks should not invest in a guy who is 8-7 with team when they are a running team, not an 8-7, a guy who is 8-7 with team when they are running a team. Draft a stud QB in the draft, aka Bryce Young. I'm not surprised you like Bryce Young. Bryce is no guarantee, Vezlov, and drafting a guy in the draft. Look at all the guys across the sport in the first round that have been taken at the quarterback position, from Trey Lance to Mac Jones you can go through a variety of different names. Just taking a guy high in the draft is no guarantee that, or anywhere close to a certainty. It's a big risk. This team is in a rebuilding mode this year, Vezlov. I think you're missing a little bit of the context of the situation going on with this team. They have $44 million of dead money. So you thought Geno should come in here and be 12-4 with a team that's missing 20% of its salary cap? That doesn't make a lot of sense. Again, I see you with how you're building your argument, and it's based less around the player and what he's doing, and you're finding these ancillary points that you're kind of picking around the edges at that don't have anything to do with really just the player itself. It's a team-based sport, my man. It's not based around just simply one player carrying everything or him falling apart and everything being on him, as though the 7 losses are completely on Geno. You're tossing out completely the defensive performance this year, it would seem, in your evaluation when you do that broad brush stroke of an evaluation of the team just based on those very, very simple matters. So I don't know why you keep driving that direction. Let's talk about the context of the player himself, not talk about things that have to do with more of a team-based environment here. Again, too, you keep bringing up running team. This team has not run the ball consistently throughout this year. It's had ups, it's had down. But if you're going to talk about a running team, that means that's a team like a Cleveland Brown team or an Indianapolis team that's going to basically run consistently every week and can lean on that strength every week to be successful. That has not been the case of your Seahawks this year. It may be the case moving into the future, but it's not been the case this year. And if you're going to say it's going to be the case in the future, that we're going to go from being a team that passes 56, 57% of the time this year to suddenly getting back to a 50-50 state, then how are we going to block good enough to do that? Who are the players that we're bringing in that are going to be able to open those holes? Because they're not doing it this year. And I got news for you. Abraham Lucas and Charles Cross are pass protectors first. So they're not going to suddenly become dominant run defenders overnight either. I'm trying to get where you're coming from. I understand we might just disagree on this, but I would like, if we're going to talk, let's talk the points of Geno Smith. Let's not talk about team-based stats or speak in vagaries or that not. Let's get to real true specifics about the player himself, who he is right now, not what he was in 2013 when he was a rookie, who he is right now. The Z with another $5 donation says, good night. I talked to you in the preseason that I expected the 2000 Seahawks season. It has been awesome. You say center, I say right guard. Geno's punch was 15. Oh, was it 15? I'm off then. My bad. And then I take that back. Vezlov, I have to eat some crow on that. I thought it was 13, but I guess it was 15. God, my time, I'm getting old. Thank you for all the donations on the channel, the Z. You are very kind for doing so. I did expect that they were on the right track of the 2011 to 2000 blueprint in the next year. They have certainly gotten and elevated themselves much quicker along this timeline. They have slingshot this approach in a fast way. It has been really encouraging to see. It has it's rebuilt my faith and trust in this front office and this coaching staff, the way they've done this. I don't know how it can't. It's been nothing but an awesome season all the way around, and how we've gotten to watch it play out, especially considering this is supposed to be a rebuild year. Thank you, though, Z, all your donations to the channel, man. You're very kind. I really do appreciate it. Daddy the Best says, Gino also has only one game-winning drive in 8 years? Dude is good for 15 to 18 million a year for 2 years. I'm down. It doesn't destroy your cap, and you can't either re-up or move. It doesn't make any sense going 8 years of his career. He's got one game-winning drive when he's not been given a starting opportunity through the majority of that 8 years. He's not been the guy out there slinging that rock. So if he doesn't have the opportunities for a game-winning drive, how can you knock him for it? I've always said with the place he goes after he leaves the Jets, you can say, well, he could never go get the starting job, Daddy Dennis. You could say, well, he should have earned the starting job. It's like, well, really? He's going to overtake Phillip Rivers in San Diego, a legend. He's going to go to New York and overtake Eli Manning, a legend with New York. That it wasn't realistic. Or come to Seattle and outplay Russell Wilson in practice, and he's going to overtake Russell Wilson. That wasn't going to happen. There's not always a starting opportunity available for a guy to get that second chance, and sometimes you got to wait a long period of time. I also like game-winning stats. It's a good enough drive, I guess, on its own, Daddy the Bestest, but it's a much like applying victories to quarterbacks as though they're starting pitchers in baseball. It's not a stat that I very much really understand all that well, because it misses the context of what you're seeing on the field, first off. But then number two, don't the receivers have to catch passes in the 2-minute warning? Don't the guys up front got a pass block? Doesn't other people across from him have to do their job? And if they don't do that job, doesn't that also mean he's not going to be able to execute that 2-minute drive? Isn't it kind of simplistic to just say it's all on the quarterback and getting that done or not getting that done when those factors can come up at play to upend things? And I've given a specific example of this, Daddy the Bestest. Go back and watch the end of that Atlanta Falcon game, because the Geno haters come out of that and they go, see, he can't get you back in 2-minute drive. He doesn't have that in his bag. He can't do it. See? And you go, well, wait. How is that the case? He drove him up the field at the end, doing just what you guys would proverbially want him to do. But then he gets a penalty on Damian Lewis. Then the very next play, Austin Blythe completely whiffs. I mean, doesn't even touch the defensive tackle off of the line. And it's an instantaneous sack on Geno Smith. So now he's in 3rd and 26. He's got to try to go get a first down. He's got to try to force and make a play. And you throw an interception. But then the heaters come out and go, see, you couldn't get the 2-minute drive done. That's what I'm saying is like when you apply to football, which has so much depth to it, a simplistic broad brush approach, you're missing over so many more of the finer details that exist that better explain the story at play. That's all I'm saying. It's not that it's wrong that he hasn't had a game-winning drive in the last 8 years, but it's also a little bit of a misnomer stat because he's not been put in the position to be able to have an opportunity to do it either. Paul Third with a $5 donation. Thank you, Paul, for the double dono. It says, fair call, but I think they proved Sunday when Jimmy G went down that the monkey could win with those weapons, and JG is as overrated as we've all suspected. Yeah, I mean, we'll see on that. Again, you've got a defense that's prepared for playing Jimmy Garoppolo and going up against a Jimmy Garoppolo, and you know how they're going to deal with that Jimmy Garoppolo, and you get a different quarterback with different tendencies. I think that can sometimes, especially for a team like San Francisco, that's not exactly requiring a high volume passing attack, that can work a little bit in the backup's favor, just kind of coming off that bench in that moment. I think it might be a little bit of a different territory when you get, you start getting into games where, there's a little bit more at play. I've also felt like the Dolphins were a little overrated this year overall. In general terms, but 25 of 37, 210 yards. He had a lot of attempts. It wasn't just a few bit. You might be right on that. It might show that Jimmy Garoppolo is just not that very good. I just keep coming back to 3rd string quarterback, Mr. Irrelevant, the last pick of the draft. I just feel like that eventually shows what it is. That eventually becomes what it is. But that's a great San Francisco team, Paul. I wouldn't argue with you on that. They're strong. They're playing good football on both sides of the ball. They're doing a lot of good things. I could see it happening that way. Austin says, if the Seahawks draft a quarterback, I would want him to sit out for a year behind Geno Smith, similar to what the Chiefs did with Mahomes and Alex Smith. That'd be a good route to go. That'd be a good route to go. And Paul, thank you again for the double dono. Daddy the Best says we have huge holes on the defensive 7 that will be hard to fill in a year or two if we turn around and throw Russell Wilson type money at the quarterback again. Well, I'm not advocating, Daddy the Best, just for throwing Russell Wilson type money at the quarterback again, because indeed Russell was going to always want every time he was to be paid top 3 like quarterback money. And I know I'm behind on my chat, so you haven't reached the chat of what I just responded to on that. But there's guys out there like Russell Wilson, Deshaun Watson, Kyler Murray, Matt Stafford, Dak Prescott, Patrick Mahomes, Josh Allen, Daddy the Bestest. I can go through damn near 10 names that are going to be making upwards of near $50 million average per year on the new deals that they have signed. The new proverbial deal that I'm asking for Geno Smith to sign, and that I believe will get done, is $26 million average per year. So it is half that of those quarterbacks that you mentioned. It is half that of what we were paying Russell Wilson prior. That's why I'm okay with doing it. I'm not advocating for paying top of the market prices. I'm advocating for you to pay more than nickels and pennies, but I'm not advocating for you to pay top of the market money to the quarterback position either. Martin Tran, if Geno doesn't sign a long-term deal, what are the chances Seattle moves on and trades him for a top 5 pick? I don't know what his market would be as far as a trade goes, Martin. I don't know what the market, I don't know if there'd be a market to really want to move draft picks for him. I think there'll be a market to sign him to a long-term deal, but I don't know what about they look for as far as to trade in that respect of things. I think if he doesn't want to sign a long-term deal, they just put the franchise tag on him at the end of the day. Mega God Roger, what's up? Good to see you in the house. TM, Brandon is brilliant. I wonder what he does for a 9 to 5. Probably an engineer. Good pick. I have an engineering background, so I do a lot of I do IT work mainly in my off time. So variety of different IT work all across the board. But back in my days, when I was in Seattle, I used to contract at Microsoft as a software test engineer. So TM, you must be psychic. Daddy the Best is in Geno's play is being elevated a bit this year because it's a rather poor year for quarterbacks this year. Yeah, I guess I could say that there's definitely been a poor year for quarterback play, but is that elevating Geno Smith's game? I don't know about that. I mean, he's on pace, Daddy the Deadest, for 4,500 yards, 30 plus touchdowns, 110 rating, 73% completion percentage, 8-yard average per attempt. Those are elite numbers no matter the year. And probably pretty close to top 5 level quarterback production almost every year. But I would give you a granted that it's probably been not as much of a depth of good quarterback play, that those few guys that are playing at elite level is probably smaller than in years past. So Akshay, you're saying Geno's a mediocre quarterback who's playing good, but no way, let me be clear, no way better than some of the elite quarterbacks in the NFL. Well, all those guys I mentioned that were being paid $50 million a year, he's outplaying all of those guys with the exception of Mahomes and Allen. And maybe Burrow you put in there, but he's step for step with every other guy that he's close around the mark to, be it a Tua or be it a Dak. Yeah, I mean, if you're saying Geno's mediocre, this is where I'm asking for specifics, Akshay. So I'm okay if you want to take the stance of saying, okay, here's Geno. Here's my argument. Geno's actually a mediocre quarterback, but he's just playing over his head right now. Well, how is he accomplishing that? What is the vulnerability in his game that's going to be exploited next year? How is he going to fall off that shelf? I'm okay if there are folks that are going to take this track. Let's go down this road. But you better get real specific real fast here, because I keep seeing just vagaries. I keep seeing, well, he's just mediocre. That doesn't specifically tell me how he's mediocre, Akshay. Mediocre because his arm's mediocre, because he scrambles and movement ability's mediocre, his ability to process is mediocre. What is it about his game that is mediocre that's going to be that thing that falls off? I can be convinced of this, but I hope you folks understand that are on this side of this general of he's just really mediocre and bad. He's just having this one season that's just, it's a mirage, really. He's really just kind of lucked into it, really. He's just kind of fallen into it, really. Okay. He's fallen into a top 5 quarterback season. I've never seen that in my life of watching football almost 40 years, but okay, I can be convinced of it. Now, please build your argument. So Akshay, let's see you build your argument now. Go specific. What are the parts of his game that are going to erode into next year, that are going to be worse than this year? Because if you're just going to tell me it's luck or it's just randomization, then you're not really building your argument off of a lot. You're just pulling it from an emotional base at that point. Akshay, he only leads in completion percentage in an offense that runs bootlegs and RPOs. Wrong. Yeah, you run a heavy amount of that. You run a heavy amount of traditional stuff too from the quarterback position. You run a lot of shotgun stuff, and you have to do a lot of that, Akshay, because of the fact that you haven't had a consistent run game this year throughout. So you've had to lean on him. Let's also not forget, Akshay, it's not 50-50 like it was with Russell Wilson in his days. You're passing 55, 56% of the time this year. High volume passer, yet he is still being really good as a high volume passer. So yeah, there are the bootlegs in there, but the RPO stuff is not that much, and there's certainly a lot more other teams in this league that run it at a lot higher rate than we do. Jacob Haas, if Denver gets knocked into or somehow out of the top 10, do you sell it for a king's ransom for a 2024 draft? If they get knocked out of the top 5. Oh, probably not, Jacob. I would probably just take the pick then at that point, because I wouldn't like the risk of knowing I've got the bird in the hand to take a top 10 first round pick versus next year, which those might be a lot of picks. But, outside of getting multiple firsts or something, I think I'd probably just want to take the selection. Actually, says, I don't deny he's playing well, but he has a ceiling being Geno Smith. He will never be a Mahomes, Herbert, or Allen talent, and hard work are different things. Well, you found a place here where we do agree on that, Akshay. I don't think that Geno Smith is a Herbert, Allen level of talent or Mahomes. I think those are 3 of the more talented quarterbacks in the entire sport. But is that the goal, that we need to go out there and find a Mahomes, Herbert, or Allen for our quarterback future? I would offer you that's not the goal. I would offer to you that that's not the blueprint that Carroll is setting up. That's what we really need, and really all we really are supposed to need, by the way this plan is set up, is to have a proficient game manager. Instead, we're getting great quarterback play. So it's not, the question is not about finding the next Mahomes, Herbert, or Allen. If we as an NFL franchise are going out there to go seek that out and find that out, that's going to be a journey to nowhere, because those guys are tremendously hard to find, and they don't just roll down the pike every single draft. And really, frankly, I think there's only about 3 of them in this entire sport that are in that level of talent when we talk about those 3 guys. So is he not that? Yeah. But then does that not mean that he hasn't still been a great quarterback this year? No. Just because he's not their level of talent doesn't mean that. And again, if he's going to fall off, actually, how is he going to fall off? Where is he going to fall off? What part of his game becomes exposed? What is it a defensive coordinator is going to do this offseason where they're watching the Seahawks tape and they're going, here it is. Here's his kryptonite. It's in this. I don't see it. Akshay also says the more film you put out there, the more difficult it's going to become. Not necessarily. It becomes more difficult with the film you put out there if you're not varied. It becomes more difficult with the film you put out there if you're simplistic, if you're easy to attack because you're trying to do just one thing. And Akshay, as I speak and ask for specifics, let me apply my own rules here. So let me get specific with you as I'm asking you to try to get specific with me. And Russell Wilson, he had the best start of his career in 2020. Best start of his career. But it was bomb city, wasn't it? All of that offensive explosion was on the back of 50, 55, 60-yard plays, big bomb city shots that he was taking at that time. You did have to wonder through the early part of that year, what happens when defenses take that part of his game away? What happens when they look at that film you mentioned and say, we're going to take away the deep shot stuff and force him to do other things? That's something tangibly you could grab in Russell Wilson's game and say, this is a concern when they do this. And then once they have done that, Russell Wilson has not had a counter to that defensive adjustment. So that was something you could see in Russell Wilson's game. That was a hole you could see coming down the line. Where is the hole in Geno Smith's game? Ultimate control at the line of scrimmage, able to adjust protections, master of recognizing the blitz. He can run an up-tempo offense. He has a plus NFL arm, plus mobility, plus decision-making. Where is it going to fall off suddenly by what defensive adjustment? You can say, again, speaking vagaries, defensive coordinators will generally somehow find a way to find an answer in the more tape you put out. What in his skill set will be found out? What in his skill set will be exposed? I'm on board with people saying that it's not sustainable, that this is a one-year performance by Geno Smith. You can convince me of that, but you've got to bring a solid argument to back it up. More than vague, more than generalizations, got to get specific to it. And that's not yet what I'm seeing from the folks that are on the anti-Geno side of this, is there's not enough specifics in how you can pull apart his game, how you can dissect what you're seeing to say that there will be that erosion into next year. John Paul Bacon says, speaking of the refs, should the NFL make the refs a full-time job and add the sky judge that watches the game live on broadcast like everyone else to add that perspective? I don't know if adding an extra ref's going to help things. They're already calling to New York right now, John Paul, on the reviews, and they're getting that stuff wrong. So I don't know if adding an extra ref will help. I think it would help making it a full-time job. I think you shouldn't want these guys doing part-time work in other places. You want them mastering this job. It's a hard job. It's going a million miles an hour. So if there's some other things they can be doing to concentrate and get better at it, that would be for the betterment of the sport. And there certainly is way too much subjectivity in the calls as it stands right now. So they need to improve it. It needs to get better. It needs to get less inconsistent. The full-time ref thing, I think, is one of the more straightforward places you could go to attack that. DJ Jimenez says, who gets eliminated from the playoff contention this weekend? I'll go Broncos and the Cardinals. Actually says, I'm seeing every game, but not only the Hawks, but remaining games as well. I'm a diehard Hawks fan, but we have to be realistic. I'm being realistic, man. But again, I'm just not seeing the specifics from folks on you're not alone, Akshay, and there are folks that are on your side of the fence with this thinking that he is real, that he is mediocre, that he is going to turn into a pumpkin next year like Cinderella's carriage. Okay, how? It has got to be more than, well, defensive coordinators will have tape on him. So, defensive coordinators have had tape on him now for weeks on end here from the first part of the year. They haven't found a fix in one game this year so far. So if we're going to say they're going to find a fix this offseason, and if you're going to purport that, you got to back it up in what they're going to find. What in his game are they going to find that they're going to pull apart and upend? What is the kryptonite? John Stillwell says, nice job, Brandon. Thank you, John. I appreciate it, man. I get worked up on this topic. I've been pushing back on it for weeks. I've been watching Geno Smith stack week after week after week of great performance up to the point that it becomes undeniable. And you never had this kind of consistency with Russell Wilson here. Yeah, you would have a stretch of games of 8 or 9 games where he would outperform Geno in an 8 or 9 game stretch versus what Geno's giving you this year, but not a game in and game out consistency. That's been the part that stood out to me. What he's had is 7 straight game or 7 games this year of over 100 quarterback rating. No other quarterback's done that, I think, in the sport this year. It's been kind of, to me, undeniable, his level of performance this year. It's not just been, well, it's a little bit better mediocre. No, it's been great. Great. Thank you, though, John. I appreciate it, man. Morgan Barclay knew Russ was falling off years ago. You could tell he was having trouble throwing over the middle. Completely agreed with Hugh Millen the past few years. Was very happy Russ was traded. Yeah, it was the smart decision. And certainly there was a lot in Russell's game that just did not take steps forward. And those own erosions in his game, things that have fallen down in his game, have only now taken a further step forward, have only gotten more brighter this season. Kevin Richard, as far as 2023 draft, if they don't make any trades in the first 2 rounds, draft 3 players for the defense and a lineman for the offense. I think that's a pretty good approach. Akshay says, correct, you just traded a quarterback to not be in a cap nightmare. Then you want to sign the quarterback for $50 million. So I see that you and the other guy that we're talking here on the chat just make the same thing. You guys keep kind of moving the sticks on the argument rather than dealing with the specifics that I'm bringing to play. I've made it a couple of times. I know I'm behind on the chat, Akshay, but I made it a couple of times. The contract's going to charge you $26.6 million. How is that anywhere near $50 million a year? If I give him $50 million guaranteed, that has nothing to do with the yearly cost or the average per year of the deal. So if I'm getting him for half the rate of any of those top quarterbacks that we can speak about from, again, let me give you the list just one more time on this, because I can't believe I have to, this one doesn't close this argument out. This should close this argument out right now. It ain't 50 million, ain't 40 million, ain't 35 million. Okay. He's going to sign a 3-year deal that averages $26.6 million. And the second that he signs that deal, the second that that's the case, he's going to come in about half the price of Russell Wilson, Deshaun Watson, Kyler Murray, Matt Stafford, Aaron Rodgers, Patrick Mahomes, Josh Allen, Dak Prescott. Once again, half the rate. He's not half as good as what those quarterbacks were that made that price. He's not that. So it's not 50 million, Akshay. It's not. Let's not move the sticks to a different place or do the straw man argument. Nobody is arguing that Geno Smith is worth 50 million a year. Nobody is. But at 26.6, yeah, I'll spend that. Rodney Prescio, Brandon, tell me your thoughts, Brandon. If we could go to a 4-3, would it help solve the run against us? This hybrid will be the death of us if we do not change it. I would prefer they would do that at this point. Yes. If only just through the end of this year. They don't have to do it long term, but I would prefer that they do it this year as we go forward, because I think it would help this defense out, at the very least, stop the run, which is something that's been a problem. Mark Sanchez with a $10 donation. Thank you, Mark. I really do appreciate it. You're very kind. You hit me with that 50 last week, man. Says, hey, Brando, if the Hawks get the 1st or 2nd overall pick, would it be better to use the pick or trade for a king's ransom? I'm a king's ransom kind of guy. I'm the kind of guy that rubs Genie's lamp and I wish for more wishes. And I feel like, unlike with a Genie who would say, you don't get to do that, that's not allowed, we get to do that here. This is allowed. And when I look at the number 1st or the 2nd overall pick, that is so high up in the draft. That is such prime position in the draft and the way teams look for it, that if I move back, Mark, a mere 5, 6, 7 slots in the draft, I am picking up, as you put it, a king's ransom in return for moving back those picks. Meanwhile, Mark, I still get to remain in that valued tier 1 grouping of the players in the draft. Tier 1 being somewhere between 13 to 14 players, the first 13 to 14 that go off the board. So I don't really lose anything by going back those picks. It's all bonus to get this pick this high anyway. And then I probably end up picking 1, 2 first-round picks up extra into the future. I turn these 4 picks of Russell Wilson into potentially 6 picks, if not more beyond that, because that doesn't preclude you from then trading down in those drafts or moving that draft capital. We can make this thing go on forever, man. Just keep that wheel turning back over at all times, So I think it's my ideal situation right now, Mark, to go with, is to take this track, move back a couple spaces, stay in tier 1, pick up the first and a 2nd rounder, maybe more, maybe less, whatever, and still come away with a really great player at that point. I think the player you got in this draft, for instance, around 3 or 2, wasn't that hugely different of the guy that you got in this draft around 7 or 8. And I think it would be likewise into the future, very much the same. John says, I've noticed the Metcalf and Lockett combo is getting quite a bit of national attention, and they deserve it. You better believe they do, man. People are slow on to kind of giving them this props. It's rare that you get a double combo like they've been over the last 4 years in the NFL. These things don't tend to last like this. They don't tend to remain this consistent. They don't show up on the field every single week as that consistent force like these guys have been. They are a huge part of our success this year, and they will continue to be a huge part of our success moving into the future, John. Fantastic season both of these guys have put together. Just big, huge bedrocks of this team. Emma21 says, Brando might as well change the stream title to Geno Smith as the next franchise quarterback. I know. I'm going hard on this one. I've been pushing back on it for so many weeks. I just thought we'd reach to this spot. If we'd reached this spot that the performance had been this undeniable, that there would be almost no one remaining that would be standing here going mediocre. That I'm having still arguments about mediocre Geno is kind of perplexing to me a little bit. Do I have tickets to the Niners game yet? No, I do not. Yeah, it's hard for me to do it on that, Trent, because if I go to a game, I can't stream, and then I can't stream after, and then I've got to find a way to get it. I'm on the east side of the state, so I've got to find a way to get over there if I do it. It's kind of a lot right now to pull that off for me, but it'd be a hell of a game to go watch, I'll tell you that. Morgan Barclay, maybe some of these fans expect Geno to play linebacker too on behalf of Cody Barton. Is anyone watching these actual games? I went to the Rams and Hawks game this weekend. Geno is legit. Just watch. That's all I'm trying to say with it too, Morgan. I'm not a guy that's quickly on this Geno bandwagon. I'm not a guy that's hugely pro Geno. I didn't come into this year wanting to see Geno anywhere past one season here with our Seahawks. It's been the performance on the field that has opened my eyes. And it's been that great of a level of performance. He is commanding this offense in every way you could require of a quarterback. This is not bootlegs and RPOs. This is a guy in full command of the offense, a guy that comes up to the line of scrimmage, makes an assessment, stuff that we did not see Russell Wilson do in recent years, gets into the right protections, and then once he gets into the right protections, makes the right decision with the ball post snap. You see it time and time and time again, no matter the defense, no matter the complexity up in front of him. I just think once you get into 13 weeks into an NFL season or 12 games played, that goes far beyond a sample size at that point. And especially when you understand this is his second chance that he's truly had in his NFL career. He's been a backup up into this point, waiting for that second opportunity, and now he's finally getting it. Wu-Tang says if Geno was mediocre and just streaky, he wouldn't have played good in every single game this year. Exactly. You got 12 games. He's played good to great in every single one. Every single one. If this is a flash in the pan situation, the pan shouldn't be flashing this much. Dre Gale says, Brando, you rock, my friend. Appreciate your takes on the Mighty Hawks. Well, thank you, Dre. I appreciate you, man. I love my team. I love it. Keegan Chatterton says, Geno is a franchise quarterback for now. That's right. Megan says, B, what more does Geno need to do to show he's more than we've had the past few years? And if you remember, I say this as someone who was firmly on the lock train in the preseason. I know you were one of those folks that were big on lock, Megan. Speaks to the fact that your willingness to move off of him based on what you're seeing on the field. And I don't know. That's why I do bring this up to the folks who say, well, he is mediocre. I go, okay, well, what did he have to prove this year to show you that he was a quarterback worthy of, let's just say, the contract I'm proposing, which is $26.6 million? Did he have to throw for 5,000 yards and 45 touchdowns? Was that the requirement? Or can the requirement be 4,500 yards, 32 touchdowns on the season, 73% completion percentage, a top 5 quarterback in every statistical category you could utilize to measure a quarterback? That to me is beautiful. That to me is worthwhile of that money spent. And I see the only thing, and what I think will be nice on this, folks that are maybe not still quite getting it. I think there are a few after Akshay, you included. I think once you see this video I put together in the next 2 days that I'm about to release out, it's going to firmly put this contract, this argument into context here on when we really break down the numbers and we really break down the cost and we really break down how this all bears out at the end of the day to keep Geno here in the long term and why it makes so much sense. TM says nobody stumbles miraculously into completing 70% of their passes. Bingo. MJ Seahawk with a $5 donation. Thank you, MJ Seahawk. I appreciate you. A bird in the hand is worth 2 in the bush. Go Geno. Improve our defense, inside offensive line and free agency and draft. We are Super Bowl contenders. Agreed. You bring up another part, MJ Seahawk, on why I want to keep here. Not only is it that I see the performances being sustainable, not only is it that I think I'm going to get I'm going to have to pay half the going rate for what normal teams have to pay for top 5 level quarterback play, but also because then I get to concentrate on other things in the draft, other things in free agency, and I get this team a little bit closer, a little bit faster to becoming Super Bowl contenders. Well put, MJ Seahawk. I love the donation, but I love what you had to say even more in that blurb. Dre Gale says Geno is the best quarterback in our division, even with everyone healthy. If you actually watch his throws and attention to the offense, scheme and blueprint Pete wants, Geno is perfect for us. Exactly. This is the guy, when people are talking about going to get another quarterback and come in here and equate to the performance he's giving you that right now. And if it was a matter, Dre, of him being out there commanding 45, 50 million a year, like those top end quarterbacks could command, we might be having a different discussion here. But because you have the $31.5 million franchise tag, that's the ceiling. That's as high as his cost goes into the future on a multi-year deal. And if he's going to demand more, you play him on the 1 year, $31.5 million franchise tag. So it's not going to go above that. It's half the rate of those top 5 quarterbacks. And you're right. You just got to pay attention, watch the game, watch the intricacies of the game. I've watched a lot of the all 22 tape of this. I've watched a lot of the tape of him behind and how he's going through his reads this season. I've dived into this stuff as deeply as you can go. He is playing amazing football, not merely good, amazing football. And to his point, Dre's point, he's executing the offense absolutely to its designs perfectly, just the way you would script up, just the way you would. As Dre says also, defense needs love. We will address that in the draft. Need interior offensive line, center, possible guard, and D-line, linebacker, and maybe an up-and-coming safety. Completely agree, man. Completely agree. I think you've got bigger needs that you need to address, and if you address them, you've rounded off the weaknesses of this team. There isn't as many gaping holes there to be attacked necessarily if you take care of those items. Actually, will I be okay with 35 million quarterback with 10 wins? Well, once again, it's not going to cost $35 million. So I'm not going to address the cost being at $35 million because, again, I think, Akshay, it's for those folks that are kind of like yourself making the argument of Geno being mediocre, but then you're going to overpay him. If I got to hold you to the mark of saying it's $26.6 million, I think I finally get you to my side of the fence where you're like, well, yeah, at half the price of those top end quarterbacks, that then kind of does make sense. So you got to falsely inflate that number from 26 to 35. If I get Geno on a 1 year, $31.5 million deal, and I can put him on an exclusive rights free agent where no other team can go out there and sign him, Akshay, why am I paying him on a multi-year deal, $4 or $5 million above, $4 or $5 million above what that franchise tag costs? That makes no sense at all. You're only negotiating against yourself. It's like you're in an auction room and you're raising a ticket with your right hand, and then you're raising anybody else. I got another offer, Then you raise your ticket with the left hand. Like, oh, I got a ticket in each hand. Then you raise the ticket with the right hand. It doesn't work that way. Leverage determines everything in life. Every contract negotiation is determined by leverage, not by how many teams are interested, not by hometown discounts, but by leverage. The team has the leverage over the top of Geno Smith right now. Not Geno Smith has the leverage over the top of the team. they're going to get the discounted deal when you consider what kind of level of play they're going to get from him in the future. And when you mention the 10 wins, once again, Akshay, I don't like wins being attributed to a quarterback. And if you're going to tell me that I got to start attributing wins to a quarterback, you're going to, like I'm saying, you have to explain yourself on why that's the case. It's a 53-man roster. There's 16 guys on a practice squad. Why are we applying wins and losses solely to one player? This isn't a pitcher in baseball who's controlling every pitch and every item. Even in a best case scenario, they're only affecting half of the plays on a football field where they touch the ball. Certainly a quarterback matters more than your average position, but averages to the point or matters more to the point that they get the whole wins and the whole losses, no matter what happens. Doesn't that Akshay kind of throw out some of the defensive struggles you've had this year by simply saying he's a 10-win quarterback? Aren't you kind of then giving the defense a pass since they've had a huge hand in pretty much every single one of the losses this season, if not all of them? And again, you can't move the ball, buddy. You're moving the ball. This is what I call moving the goalposts. It's about whether or not he's a great quarterback. It's about whether or not the top 5 quarterback level play is sustainable. You saying no Super Bowl for the next 5 years is okay for a fan base? Nobody's okay with that. We want a Super Bowl, absolutely. But your argument about Geno Smith not being a Super Bowl potential quarterback, if the roster is built right enough to be a Super Bowl contending team, then you're going to have to get specific about why he's not. Sean Hines, Brandon, with the way things have come to light about Russell Wilson and the way he wanted control of things, when the Seahawks were in the red zone in the last Super Bowl appearance, do you think Russ changed the play? Do I think Russ changed the play from a run play called in from the sideline to a pass play so he could shine in that moment and Pete Carroll covered it up? This has been brought up recently. It's come out this year that that's potentially the case. I really can't buy it, Sean, because I just don't buy that players that have moved on from the franchise, players that are no longer associated with the organization, a lot of people would have known about that. It wouldn't have been just a few people. And while Carroll might have been able to tamp that down in the first year or two after the situation, I don't think almost 7-8 years later, he would be able to keep that under wraps. It would have come out if that was the truth at this point. Certainly a guy like Richard Sherman that's already just about every other week firing shots at Russell Wilson, he would be chomping at the bit to drop that bit of info, I would think, somehow, some way. Even if it wasn't coming directly through Richard, you'd hear it through other sources leaked out through a Richard or something. So Russell was in his only third year at that point. I don't think he was as comfortable in that offense. I think he just took the call as it was and ran with it. And I think there was a lot of reason why Bevel went to that call in that moment. As bad a call as it kind of was in retrospect of things, there was some thought into why he went there at that time, I think. Geno is only 15 million. My stats for Geno are ROI. Your stats for Geno are return on investment. That doesn't make any sense. So, and again, you're bringing up a number, Akshay, but what are you basing that off? The value versus other quarterbacks in the league, what he can get on the open market, the $31 million franchise tag. Where do you get to 15? How do you arrive at 15 million for the level of play he's given you this season in total? It seems kind of arbitrary on your part. Daniel, Geno is taking what the defense gives him. Unlike Russ, his game will not fall off. He's walking to the line, checking what the defense is running and adjusting to it. That will not fall off. Agreed? That's my point on it. This is why this level of play is sustainable, because he's doing it in a way that is as much from the head up as it is from the arm out. And when you have those two combinations working in conjunction for a guy who is basically right in the middle of his prime for top end quarterback play, there's not a lot of reason to believe that that's suddenly going to fall off overnight. Sean Hines, would I grab Alex Collins off the Ravens practice squad or bring in Melvin Gordon, both as depth players? Feels like Sean, the team's kind of put their investment here with going with Wayne Gallman rather than going with Alex Collins. I would go with Alex Collins if I had to choose between him and Melvin Gordon because I just don't trust the fumble situation. No one's paying Geno $35 million, Akshay. Again, I know I'm behind on my comments, so I'm going to try to catch up for you here. Dre Gale says, imagine how much better Gino will be next year. I agree, man. Team will be better. He'll be, you think, a little more comfortable in the situation in his shoes, you would think. Evan 21, again, Gino gets rid of the ball faster and didn't struggle. Gino was struggling. Russell was struggling and holding onto the ball for more than 10 seconds and taking more sacks than Gino has. Yeah, Russell was not executing this offense anywhere close to the way Gino is. Not even in the vicinity. Actually, that's my point. The offense doesn't need a high-paying quarterback. Go ask Kyle Shanahan or even Shane Waldron. Well, I don't know about that, Akshay. The Rams went out and took a number 1 overall pick on a Jared Goff to get them to the Super Bowl initially. They then, after that, moved on from Goff because they determined he wasn't good enough and spent a first-round pick to then go get Matt Stafford. So it would seem to me that Waldron's mentor, Sean McVay, kind of disagrees with you on that. And one of the first things Kyle Shanahan did when he walked into the door with the Niners was not look out and try to go find the next 3rd or 4th round quarterback who could just bring in there because his scheme was so beautiful and got it done all on his own. He went up there and gave a 2nd round pick and paid big money to Garoppolo right from the jump as he walks in the door. So he has valued the quarterback position. They have spent big money on the quarterback position. I mean, Akshay, this is so easy to disprove your this argument right here. You got to think this through a little bit more, man. They just gave up 3 first-round picks in San Francisco to get Trey Lance, but you're saying they don't value the quarterback position? Come on, man. Come on. Yeah, again, Feslev, so Feslev says, here's something to back up my stats for why I'm for the anti-Geno stuff. You say 20-25 career record, but most of those are all starts in his first 2 years when he was a rookie and second-year player playing on a crap roster with nobody to work with on the offensive side of the ball and a crappy defensive-minded head coach first and foremost. Were you expecting him to go into that Jets environment and thrive? Have any other Jets quarterbacks in that time since then gone in there and thrived? Kind of been a bad place for all quarterbacks who've gone into there, hasn't it, in recent years? So it's not a stat to necessarily wholly throw away, but you do need to kind of put some perspective on it, don't you? You do need to understand that you're bringing the majority of those stats up that go back some near 10 years ago versus what's going on then in the here and now versus where he is right now. Is Geno what he was 10 years ago, Feslev, or is he what he is now? And if you think he is what he was 10 years ago, then why do you think that? What specifically about that makes you believe that? And just bringing up a career record or bringing up his jaw getting broken back in 2015 is not really backing your argument up on that. Drake Gale says, Geno is the best thing that's happened to us since trading for beast mode. Out of nowhere, we have a top 10 quarterback and we'll probably get him for a steal for the next 3 to 4 years. That's a bingo. That's a bingo. Yeah, Feslev right now would be 7-5 as his first winning season, but this has only been his 3rd season that he's been a starting quarterback in the league. So, and again, the first 2 years are noteworthy because he's in a crap organization playing for a crap team at that time. I do love how folks attribute wins and losses solely to the quarterback position, as though none of the rest of the team matters, Feslev. I don't get that theory and thought process. You'll have to walk me through that one. You're acting like there's not 52 other guys on the roster, that there's not 16 other guys on the practice squad, that somehow simply it's the quarterback that's solely responsible for wins and losses. You've got a game this year, Feslev, against Detroit, where Geno Smith couldn't punt the ball one time or you lose the game. But you don't pay any attention to that, it seems. That's the defensive performance that allowed for that situation to take place is completely irrelevant because it's Geno somehow loses those games if he isn't perfect offensively. Come on. Give me a break. Give me a break. Sean Hines, are there any good guards or centers available in this year's draft? And what round would you grab one? I think 2nd round is probably the place to target. I haven't been able to evaluate these guys very deeply as of yet, to be honest with you. So I don't have a good guy that jumps out to me right now. But that tends to be guards you can tend to find in the 3rd round. The good centers you tend to have to pluck into the 2nd because there'll probably be a run of 2 or 3 of them right in that place of things. Mr. Kane, my brother from another mother. How you doing, man? Says half asleep, Hawks Nest, just asking what you think of the nickname Havoc for Tariq Woolen, as in Tariq Havoc Woolen. Tariq Havoc. I'm delirious. Go to bed, Grandpa, you're stoned. No, I love it, dude. Here's what I've said about this, Mr. Kane. We got to end up with like 20 nicknames for Tariq Woolen. It's got to be like, it's like the Game of Thrones titles for the Mother of Dragons, Breaker of Chains. I wanted that applied to Tariq Woolen, Tariqistan, Woolen Island, the Avatar, Cheat Code, Tariq Havoc Woolen. I go down the line. I apply them all, Mr. Kane. He's earned them all for me. Veslov, Gino's been in Seattle since 2019. He knows the system and what is asked of him and done good. This season is 7-5 with losing to the Saints. So it's all on him, huh, Veslov? Those losses have nothing to do with the defense for the Raiders that gives up almost 300 yards rushing. I'm going to stop. Your arguments don't make much sense to me on this one, man. I appreciate where you're coming from, but it just doesn't make very much sense. Yeah, he knows the system. And he's done good. Those losses you mentioned had everything to do with how your defense was playing. I wish you would pay a little attention to that versus first going to Gino as the reason you lost those games. It seems like an odd way to view those games to say, well, it was Gino's fault why you lost those ones. Was it? Really? Actually, it says, I think we should all wait for the season to complete. Let the Niners and Chiefs play the Hawks. Let's come back here. I will be here. Let's take it from here. Okay. Fair enough, man. Fair enough. That's very fair. John Stillwell with another $10 dono. Thank you, John. Says it's always better to trade out of a high first round pick. Check out Richard Thaler's paper on NFL draft. Richard Thaler. All right. I will let me write that name down and check it out. It does go a little bit towards where my instincts kind of lie on that naturally, John. Like that's just kind of where it feels like recent history. That's definitely been the case, but it always does seem to pay off well for the team that's moving back. And I'm open to it. I would definitely be open to it. Thank you though, John. John, thank you for all the donations to the channel, man. I really appreciate all your support and the great mentions of stuff for me to dig into. It helps out the content as well. So appreciate you. Glad we're of like mind on this one. Keegan Chatterton, we've been struggling with our defense since the Super Bowl loss, but we don't seem to draft big defensive players, but instead get washed free agents. Yeah, they tried a couple of big guys that didn't work. LJ Collier didn't work, Keegan, in the first round. You went for Malcolm, you went for McDowell. I was saying Malcolm McDowell. We went for McDowell out of Michigan State. He was a big boy. You went out and you took him in the second round. You drafted Jaron Reed in the second round, Frank Clark in the first round. There's been some variance in how you've done what you've done. Some of it comes from Keegan not being able to pick very high in the draft. Some of it comes to not making very good selections. And they have gone for sometimes some older players as well. It's not been the greatest of approaches, but this is one reason I think you illustrate a point of why I'd like to attack the defensive side of the ball in this particular draft. And I think that that's the place that they probably will go after as well. George Woodward says, I wonder what clicked Gino's success. Were the Jets and Giants not good when it came to coaching Gino, or maybe scheme? Well, I think with the Jets, yes, the answer is that the coaching sucks. You have Rex Ryan as your head coach. You have nobody from the standpoint of, you have like nobody on the offensive line. You have no skill position players. Your running backs are crap. No one at the tight end position. And your defense isn't really all that particularly good. All that being said, by the way, he still found a way in that first season where he played with the Jets, as bad as everybody is saying he was with the Jets. He did help them to find and get to a place of 8 wins that year, even though they weren't. And I'm not giving him so credit for those wins, but merely he was at least helping a team where he didn't have a lot on the offensive side of that ball to get to 8 wins that year. And that was a season, that New York Jet team in that rookie year, where they weren't favored in one football game. Let me say that again. That first year of Geno Smith's rookie year, they weren't favored in one football game. I don't know what you mean by this, Fezlov. If you're all serious about locking up a 20 to 25 locking up a 20 to 25 quarterbacks as a franchise, I can't help you. Yeah, you're not backing up any of your points though with anything substantial to prove that he's not a franchise quarterback. You bring up a win-loss record, and that's all you've got, and that's all based off of his first 2 years with the Jets. You're cherry picking what you can because you don't have anything valid that you can really stand on here to present your argument in a tangible way. It's why folks speak to vagaries in this case. It's why you won't get specific in this case. Because if you go through any marker that you want to utilize from the quarterback position this year, Fezlov, he's playing top 5 mark, not 20 to 25. You can't even find me one statistic that Geno's 20 to 25 in this year. You can't even cherry pick that. Because everything is top 5, if everything's top 10, if not top 5 across the board. As I ask, and you've yet to present it, not one thing tangibly. It's speaking in vagaries. It's applying wins and losses to a quarterback solely versus the rest of the team, which has a part of that win and loss. And maybe we're just at a point we disagree on this one. I'll let you have your track on it. I respect where you're coming from. But I really do fundamentally disagree. You could convince me, Fezlov, to come to your side. I could be convinced to come to your side. I'm not so sure there's any argument I could bring up to bring you to my side. I think you're pretty fixed in where you stand. But if you're going to bring me to your side of the fence, you're going to have to bring a whole lot more as far as some kind of argument to back that up, rather than speaking in general strokes or throwing insults out like, well, he's just a 2025 quarterback you want to pay as a franchise. That's vague. That's generalities. Let's get specific. Let's get specific. Rodney Prescio says the Broncos are wishing they still had Locke. At least Locke put up points on the board for the Broncos. That's true. That is true. Sean Hines, do you know why the Seahawks were using the same players for their run defense and pass rush? Rarely seen a 5-man front to stop the run. I don't know why they were. I haven't been able to understand much of what they're trying to do with the defensive line this year, Sean. It's been kind of head scratching and confusing to try to make sense of what their approach has been on that, especially those 2-man fronts or 4-man fronts, I guess, if you want to call it, where they're spread really wide and they got the 2 defensive tackles low and the outside linebackers and the wide 9 technique. It just doesn't make a lot of sense. So I don't know why they're doing it, man. It's weird. It's just weird. Actually, it says, so should the question be, do we need a franchise quarterback to win Super Bowls? No, the question is whether or not it's worthwhile to sign Geno Smith on a contract where he makes $6 million on average per year, yet he's giving you top 5 level quarterback production. It's not about whether or not you're trying to fit to the exact old designs of the old blueprint, Akshay. It's about what's best for this team right here and now. And if you're going to fit to the old blueprint designs of 2012 and your contention is, well, we don't need a quarterback, we'll just go get the next Russell Wilson. Great. Who's that guy in this draft? Russell Wilson had played in 2 different college systems, had multiple years of starting in college football, had played in pro-style offenses, which prepared him for the modern NFL game right from the jump. Tell me who that quarterback is in this draft you're going to take then in the 3rd round. Because there isn't one. Let me skip to the front on this. I've looked at all these quarterbacks. I've looked at a lot of tape of these quarterbacks. He ain't there, Akshay. Russell Wilson isn't going to come falling off the back of the cart this year in the 3rd round. It's not happening. It's not happening. So is a franchise quarterback required to win Super Bowls? No. Does it help? Yeah, you better believe it. Does it really help when I get to have a franchise quarterback that I get to pay half the cost of what is the normal going rate? You better believe it. Yeah, actually, I'm going to try to get down to the lower part of the chat here where you talk a little bit about where you address my point, because you're really into the, we don't want to get in the same boat of the Russell Wilson situation as you present with this comment. But what I'm telling you on this is that we're not going into the Russell Wilson situation. Every time Russell Wilson wanted a new contract when he was due to be paid every 4 years, he was asking for the most amount of money he could possibly be paid. They started the contract negotiations, Mark Rodgers and him and the Seahawks organization. It began last time at 20% of the salary cap. That would be a sliding scale that would move in and out to fluctuate to 20%, no matter how high the cap went up. He was demanding every last dollar bill. I'm right now arguing for a complete opposite situation where you have a valuable player that you're going to pay half of what they really should be kind of paid if they were just on the open market. If Geno goes on this open market, Akshay, I'll guarantee you this. And if he goes on an open market, there will be a team that would pay him $40 million a year. If he just was a street free agent and anybody could sign him, there would be a team willing to go out there and pay him that. But I'm not talking about paying him that amount of money. It's not the Russell Wilson, not the Russell Wilson amount. Okay, so Akshay says, but what if Geno demands more? We already have hyped the S out of him. He's not going to give you any discount, especially when he had to wait 10 years for this. Good luck. Well, again, as I've said on this, Akshay, this isn't happening in a vacuum cleaner. Geno doesn't get to say, I expect to be given this. And then if you don't give him this, then he goes, okay, I'm going to this team over here to sign. He's not on the open market at this point. You have a franchise tag. And because the franchise tag cost at $31.5 million is a very low cost to pay to get top 5 level quarterback play, especially Akshay, when there's no future commitment. Most of these guys that are getting paid at top 5 level quarterback play are also on a multi-year deal, 3, 4, 5 years at $45, $50 million. That's not what I'm advocating for. And if he's going to demand 35 or 40 million, Akshay, then you put him on the 1 year, $31.5 million franchise tag, which is not that expensive for top 5 level quarterback play. Again, when there is no future commitment in addition to that. So he can ask for it, but he's not in a position to demand. He doesn't have the leverage. And in contract negotiations, I don't care whether you're buying a car or it's a corporate takeover. Leverage dictates everything and determines everything. And he who has leverage is he who is going to win the negotiations. The Seahawks have the leverage over the top of Geno Smith. And that's unfortunate for Geno in that he's not going to be able to maximize out every last dollar he could get. But that is indeed the case. Addison Shelble says, I honestly can't believe that there are some fans still doubting Geno as a franchise quarterback. These people are a joke to me. What else does Geno need to prove himself to you fair weather fans? Well, I respect where people are coming from, and I don't want to push and say, do the joke thing, because I do respect people having difference of an opinion here. And I do welcome Akshay and the other guy in here. I'm sorry, I forget your name in here. Tell us, I do appreciate where you guys are coming from on it. And I want different perspectives in here. And I like that. But I do like having solid arguments presented forth. And so if you're going to straw man the argument and say, well, playing Geno Smith 40 million, 35 million, 50 million is silly. Well, that's not the argument anybody's making. You know, if we're making the argument, if we can't win games because you look at the first 2 years of his career where a majority of his career record is pulled out of, number one, giving quarterbacks wins and losses in the first place is silly. Number two, doing it off his first 2 years in the NFL in a career that he's played 10 years in the sport is also kind of silly. So it's just if they can, I'm okay with it, but you got to build your argument. You got to present it. I can build the argument as to why Geno Smith makes sense, and I can get specific. I can go through the statistics. I can show you what he's done on the field as far as his eye test goes, that goes beyond his statistics. I can tell you how it makes sense. The guy who has had to wait for the second opportunity this long has now out there and elevated and soaring because he's truly now been given his second opportunity since that bad first stop when he first walked in the door. We can get really specific going down that line to present the argument. I'm not seeing a lot of specifics on the other side of it from folks that are reticent to want to bring him back. Have a good night, Mr. Kane. John Stillwell with another $10 donation. Thank you, John. I wish Russ would have checked out of that Super Bowl 48 call. I wish he audibled anything, probably, John, even to a different pass play, probably would have been for the better, huh? But yeah, imagine if he just leaned over to Marshawn in that moment and he was like, hey, beast mode. Yeah, they're calling this a pass. I'm handing this off to you. I'm going to just give this to you. That's silly. It would have been awesome if Russ did that. And we learned that was that like the whole Super Bowl went different because Russ was like, I hate that call. I'm giving it to you, buddy. I know what's up here. I know what time it is, beast mode. Yeah, it's a good point, John. That would have been a good one for him to check out of. I can't think that he would have checked into a timing route either. knowing Russell doesn't like to throw, hit his back foot and let it rip. And that's not Russell's bread and butter. I don't think he would have wanted to check into that kind of play. So he would have at least checked into something else. But John, you are amazing, man. Thank you for all the donations on the channel. Appreciate you. Keegan Chatterton, Geno has proved he's good. WB, because without him, we would most likely be the same record as the Texans. Great point, Keegan. Yeah, you are definitely you're probably missing a good 6 wins off this schedule if there's no Geno Smith on this team. Very well said. No personal attacks, Veslov. Just be cool. Morgan Barclay, Russ didn't have enough experience Morgan says Russ didn't have enough experience to check out of that play. Pete messed it up. Bad call to have Ricardo Lockett run that route instead of Doug Baldwin. Doug would have at least got there and avoided the INT. Well said on that part. And yeah, I agree with you there. I definitely agree with you there, man. It would have been a little bit of a different. It was just a bad call. It was a call based on them having success running that pick route at the goal line during the year. They had like 5 touchdown passes off that very well-run route at the time of the year. So they were looking at the success of that. They were looking at the fact that Marshawn had not done well against heavy defensive fronts throughout that year at the goal line. In fact, I think he was 0 for 4 or 0 for 5 in those situations. There was a lot that went into that decision to go with the pass there in that moment. It's a bad call in retrospect, but it certainly was a decision that was really based on an offensive coordinator just going through their normal progression of trying to come to the right play call. Trent says, thanks for the stream, man. Have a good night. Appreciate you. Thank you. Fezlov says, okay, so if 202 viewers are 100% on board with signing Geno as a franchise quarterback, 20 to 25. But again, as you post a lot of comments here on Veslov, but you're not really building any argument for where you stand. You say magnanimous statements like, well, Geno's this. Geno's actually a 20 to 25 quarterback, and you'll be spending franchise money if you pay him anything above 20 to 25 rate. Well, based on how you base that on? Why is he going to fall off next year? How is he a 20 to 25 quarterback? You're basing that on his win-loss record, career win-loss record, and that's all that you're basing it on? I'm looking for whatever I'm trying to pick your brain to find how you've arrived where you've arrived. And it seems pretty a simplistic process for you to have arrived here, which doesn't bring me over to your side of the fence if you're not bringing into a multitude of factors into this than just one simple thing like a win-loss record for a quarterback. Tuck. Everyone was so quick to talk about Geno having a decline. Dude is only 32 years old. I've been thinking how he increases in the coming years. Yeah, he's right in the middle of his prime, Tuck, from my standpoint, for what you normally get in top-end quarterback play. Granted, guys do tend to have a little bit of a physical erosion as they get into their early 30s, but most quarterbacks that have played 10 years in the sport have the neck up stuff that they're able to bring to bear, which is like a whole nother arsenal that they've added to their game, even if a few of the shortcomings have come there. With Russell Wilson, of course, his shortcomings physically eroded really fast, but he hadn't done as much of the neck up stuff to get himself in a position to be able to elongate out that prime. But indeed, I do think that Geno at the very least has another good 3 years of prime football left. And you're right, not a lot of tread taken off those tires. Gaming with Eric says, how bad will the Seahawks beat the Panthers? I think it's actually going to be a pretty close game, Gaming. I think the defense of the Panthers will keep us. We'll still be able to move the ball fairly consistently, but I don't know if we're putting up 30 points in this game. I think they're playing their better football of the year at this point in time. They've got some good players. So I think it's actually going to be a close game, like 20 to 17 is where I see it going. Charlie says, do you think we can win the Super Bowl next season if we have another good draft next year? Yeah, I do. You're definitely have rookies going. So those guys will be really young. You're bringing in, I mean, their impact will maybe not be star level or will be at a couple years down the line. But if you have the rest of this roster in the ready shape that it looks like, and if you go out there and win this division and then add 4 picks in the first 2 rounds after next year's draft, and then have what, $50 million of money to spend after this season, something along those lines, well, then you're going to be able to take a team that's already a division winning team, a division leading team, a division, the top of the NFC West, and only build upon that. And that should be a Super Bowl contending team at that point. Tyler Raymond Silva says, hi guys. Happy December, man. D-Mac, you ready to run some Warzone, man? I'm about ready to run some Warzone here. Addison Shelbo, it sounds like me like Vezlov wanted to lock up Wilson long-term even now. I don't know. 8-8, 3-10, 0-0-0-0-0-0-0-0. Yeah. Yeah, Fezlev, you're definitely cherry picking at this point. I'm almost certain you might be trolling. Seahawks, blue and green. We need some enforcers on the D line to free up the linebackers and cause less time in coverage. Will help everybody. That's my number one priority right now. Seahawks, blue and green, is that defensive line, and I think you need a couple bodies. Let's go out and sign Laron Payne in free agency, and then let's come back and get Jalen Carter, and maybe add another edge somewhere else. King Bomber says, all right, have you looked at that Geno fumble again? Seems like CC messed up on that play. If you want to watch it real quick, it's 59 and 39 seconds on the NFL highlight video. No, I know the play I think you're talking about. And yeah, I think Charles Cross might have messed up. I thought that was Damian Lewis that was the left tackle in that play, King Bomber, because wasn't Charles Cross on the right side with Lucas on that particular play? So what it felt like to me is you just ended up with Damian Lewis on the edge on that, and he just allowed instantaneous pressure, if I'm not mistaken. It was a weird alignment, though. You mentioned this on your next post. It was just the whole alignment was absolutely just totally strange. The Wizard, if we draft a quarterback, I still think Geno is a good option because Mahomes said his first year under Alex Smith and looked how that worked. I'm not a fan of getting a top quarterback. I'm just making the point. No, I'm okay with that. I think Wizard, a track you could take is take a flyer maybe on one of these 3rd, 4th round guys, or even a 2nd round guy at that point. And I am advocating for a 3-year deal for Geno, but that's not, him going to be here a long period of time after that point either at 35 years old. So it doesn't hurt having some insurance at the quarterback position. Look at all of the injuries across the board in the NFL at the quarterback position this year. Hell, the Niners are down 2 of their guys. So having a little bit more insurance there as far as quality goes behind the frontline guy would be a pretty good thing. Pretty good thing to have. I'm in favor of it. I think it's a smart approach. The Wizard says, I think it's a good argument to have that Malcolm Butler in the Super Bowl should have been called for pass interference because he clearly hit Ricardo Lockett before the ball was touched. They could have called it. I don't get locked up on that one as much because they do tend to say that the cornerback has a right to the ball as well, that the pathway is not just the receivers, that if he is going for the ball and certainly making the interception is an indicator of going for the ball, that they will tend to not call it in that situation. But could it have been called theoretically? Could have. Charlie, yep. I do think Tariq Woolen is your defensive rookie of the year this year. I think it's pretty undeniable at this point. Pretty undeniable. Jose Romero with a $2 donation. Levante David, Javon Hargrave in free agency, maybe Jenkins. I'd probably avoid Levante David. I think he's kind of getting up there at this point, Jose. He's definitely up there. Javon Hargrave is pretty good. I'd be open to him. You can sign me up for him. I'm trying to think of who you mean by Jenkins. Who am I? I'm blanking on Jenkins right now, Jose. But David's a little older. Hargrave's is an interesting guy on the defensive line to add. He would definitely, I think, be helpful And you wonder if the Eagles are going to bring him back, having brought back a couple of guys there already in other places there. So that could make some sense. Let me think if I can think of who you mean with Jenkins. It's not bringing up any bells in my head right now. Jenkins. I feel like I should be knowing who this is too. I'll get it. It'll come to me in a second, I'm sure, Jose. Thank you for the $2 donation, though. But yeah, Levante's just a little too old. A little too old. Actually, says Brandon, I agree with what you said. A 1-year deal with Geno as a franchise tag is something I can get behind, but I still think we need to take a chance on someone like Will Levis. Yeah, I think the key here, with as hard as we're having a hard time on this argument of this debate, not hard time, but as much as there is, I think, a disagreement here on this debate, with just on the signing of Geno, let's just take that as its own thing first and separate the Levis deal. I'm not anti-Levis, and like I was saying to the above poster, if you want to go with Geno and then double up and get a quarterback beyond Geno, I'm okay with that. I think with even the draft picks you have in this draft, if you get a quarterback, even with one of those first round selections, and then just allot those other 3 picks in the first 2 rounds to other positions at that point with the money you have to spend in free agency, fine. I'm okay with that. And Geno is 32. He's not even on a 3-year deal, not going to be here for a long, long period of time. But yes, I will use the franchise tag in this situation, Akshay, if he's going to draw a hard line. I would come back to Geno and go, look, it is one fantastic year of production, but it is 1 year of production. And I will give you a multi-deal on that 1 year of production, but it's got to come underneath what this franchise tag costs. And so I think that's where they end up coming to a middle ground on this, Akshay, where it's because of that leverage, but we'll see. We'll see where it goes. Seattle Champion says, at the very least, the Geno haters have to admit in full that he has played far better than they expected. I think they would have to do that. I would hope that they don't make that argument. Seahawks Blue and Green says, I think Geno will be willing to compromise, not take huge money to start with our team and system. 100% in agreement with you on that. I think there's an impetus on his part to look at this and go, do I want to go drive to the ultimate thing, wait a year out to get the extra 5-10 million a year from now, or I'm in a great situation to succeed here right now. I've got the money in hand right now. I'm in the best possible environment I could ask for from the quarterback position to succeed in the future. I'm going to turn around the narrative of my career by remaining here. I just think there's so much with that makes just too much sense for him to remain. Brett M says, it's hard to figure out Geno because he throws a variety of passes and sees the field well. To do so, Russell was scrambling or throwing rainbows. Not too hard to figure out. That's true. You're right. It looks prettier with the rainbows, so it gets easier to think you've got somebody who's amazing. It's part of why I think, Brett, that's how Denver got themselves talked into taking Russ, is they just got caught up on the highlights and not on the plays playing and play out consistently of what you would look for there. Fantastic point, my man. King Bomber says, I'm bought in on Geno, but I get where Fez love is coming from. Dude had one good season. I believe he can improve on it, but it wouldn't be a shocker if he just sucks next year. I got to say, I think it would be a shocker to me if he sucks next year, King Bomber. I mean, if you're going to say he sucks, how is he going to suck? And I'm not saying that you're necessarily, like you said, you're in on Geno, so you're not necessarily predicting he will suck. But what I'm asking is what is that proverbial path that takes? And I gave an example of Russell Wilson in 2020 being all about throwing bombs up the football field. He wasn't executing the offense within his designs. It was bomb city. So you could see a little bit in advance of this might turn a little bit in the wrong way, because once teams take that element of Russell Wilson's a game away, he's not going to have the fallback plan of going to the short and intermediate stuff. Where is that twist and turn in Geno's game to where he's going to be sucking? I can be open to he suddenly sucks next year, but it's not that he's giving you a good game here and a bad game there and a good game here and a bad game there. He has been good to great in every single football game this year. That's not the kind of level of performance of somebody who's inconsistent or is going to just suddenly fall off the planet next year from this level of play. Seahawks Blue and Green, it'll be a big boy draft. Get ready, D-line, linebackers, center, guard. I like that. I like big boy drafts. We should draft Will Anderson, then Bryce Young. That's possible. It's possible. Gross Kid says, why do y'all want to see Geno fail so bad? I don't know, man. I don't know. Jose Romero, Elton Jenkins. See, I knew I was supposed to know him. I like him, man. He's a very, very useful offensive lineman. The Packers have moved him all around, all over the place. They always have some injury going on, and he's a guy for them that's been able to just be put right in there and be able to go. Seems like maybe he's having a little bit of a down year this year from where he's been in the past, but he has been a tremendous jack of all trades offensive lineman for them. And that certainly could help us out, especially not just for where he could play like a left guard, but having fluidity to go to right guard or go over the right tackle if something happened. It's a good to have and probably won't cost a ton. The Wizard says, conspiracy theory, but the NFL may have had interest in not letting Marshawn get the game-winning touchdown because he's only here so he don't get fined antics. Yeah, I mean, we got to walk through that process, right? So Seattle's on the field about ready to call a touchdown winning drive, right? Bevel's got his headset on. Carroll's got his headset on. Russell Wilson's listening on the play. And here comes Goodell's voice. You guys need to pass this. We're not going to allow you to have Marshawn Lynch be the hero here. This has got to be a pass. And then they're like, okay, well, what do you guys want to call as a pass? I can't buy it because that's what it would have taken. I don't think that would have been a thing that they let Seattle know of beforehand in the game of if it comes down to the end and a final play, you can't let Marshawn Lynch get that final play. I don't think the NFL has that wherewithal, first of all, nor do I think they have the guts to do something like that. Gross Kid says he's only going to get better with better weapons, though. Agreed, Gross Kid. Specifically with that offensive line, which will improve into the future. That should only make Geno better, not worse. Wu-Tang says, I thought Geno would be decent enough to keep us in games this year and we'd be a bad team. I didn't expect him to be excellent. I didn't either. I had no idea this was what we were going to see. It's pretty crazy. But we got to adjust now. We got to adjust because we got a new kind of cat out there here in what we're seeing. Wu-Tang says, like he's won me over because he's exceeded all expectations. Me too, man. He's blown the expectations out of the water. He's put a nuclear bomb on it, like those old tests they used to do back in the 50s on the ocean. Like everything's been eviscerated. I feel like the hate should have been eviscerated by this point. No, you don't have to boot him, Megan. It's all good. It's all good. Fez Love, it's fine, man. And I don't need to have him booted. He doesn't have to be booted. It's all good. I do think we'll reach the point on this, though, where we'll just agree to disagree. King Bomber, but if your attack could be like... David M says, oh my God, it would be a shocker if he sucked. Yeah. It'd be a surprise at this point. Not that it would fit to type if Geno sucked next year. It would be absolutely kind of mind-blowing that he could be this great and suddenly suck next year. And it's possible, but then again, if it's going to be based on it being a potentiality, how does that potentiality happen? What is the pathway that takes? King Bomber says, Shane leaves and the offense is not explosive as it was. Maybe. What do you think about trading the Broncos pick for a pick in the teens and a future first and a second or a third this year? Trading the Broncos pick for the pick in the teens and a future first and a second or a third this year. I think Jalen Carter would be huge, but can't forgo the extra capital. I wouldn't forgo the extra capital. I think going into the teens is a bit dicey, Wizard. I think you've got to stay in the single digits. So if you're going from 2 to 8, 3 to 9, that's the territory you want to stay into, Wizard, because what you're going to have a probability of happening at that point is you move out of tier 1 and now you're into the tier 2 section of the draft, which has been some of the problems in our first round pickings in recent history, right? Look at the times that we've been picking in, let's say, the 20s, for instance. It's not been a very good track record. A lot easier to find those certain guys down there lower in the draft. So I'm open to moving back in the draft, but not moving back too far to where I leave that tier 1 group. Akshay says, how much of Geno's success is because of Waldron and being a part of the system for 4 years? Will Geno have the same success in another team? If not, I hope he knows that while negotiating. Hard to say on the first part of the question. I mean, only people really in that room and in that organization are going to maybe know the answer to that particular question. I would offer to you that Waldron's offense was not riding this high under Russell Wilson last year, even before Russell Wilson's injury. I'd also argue that he's only been 2 years in this Waldron offense. While he has 4 years of team familiarity, he has not been 4 years in the same system. When you say same system, you usually mean the same offensive system, which has had a change in the last 2 years that's undergone. So he's been in it for 2 years. I do think Waldron has been very successful this year, and a big part of Geno Smith's success is probably coming to some degree from Waldron, but I just don't know how much on that, Akshay. And I just don't think as well that Waldron is somehow hugely or a majority wise responsible for this level of play from Geno Smith. I think it's him working on his game throughout these years. And the things that you see him doing good to me don't necessarily come from the offensive coordinator. Waldron's called a very good game, but I don't think it's Waldron's good calling of the game that has made Geno so great at the line of scrimmage. For instance, he's credited a lot of his ability to pick up and read blitzes from his time serving underneath Phillip Rivers. Geno's mentioned the fact that Phillip really helped bring him along in recognizing the blitz and knowing who's coming and who isn't and how to adjust protections. I don't think that's Waldron. So yes, there's some success from Shane, but I can't apply it wholly. And I don't think I see Shane necessarily leaving after one good year as an offensive coordinator either. Who is going to be the team out there that's going to hire him? I can't quite see it myself. Jack B, have you checked out Stroud's numbers with pressure versus clean pocket? It's a stark contrast. Against pressure equals passing rating in the 30s. No pressure equals passing rating in the 80s. A huge red flag. It's a very good stat, Jack. We were presenting a little early in the stream, so I was aware that that was out there, and it's not one to be overlooked. The NFL game is not about being able to play things with it being clean and free and easy. It's quite often the opposite, play in and play out, and what you're going to be dealing with. And his inability to deal with pressure shows up on tape as well. So you always want to pair the stats with the eye test, and the stats in this respect do match up what you see from Stroud in the eye test. In that when it does get hard, when the play breaks down a little bit, he's not very comfortable. His accuracy wanes. Some of his mechanics kind of get thrown askew. So that does back it up. I will say, to give him a little bit of credit on this, Jack, it is a little bit of a smaller sample size because of the fact he's got the 5-star guys blocking in front of him. He's not under pressure all that often. So it's small sample size of snaps that he's actually under pressure, but it's also not to be disregarded as far as not being worthwhile to pay attention to. And certainly something that makes me very worried with him, especially, Jack, when we're talking about a track record of Ohio State quarterbacks who flourish at Ohio State and then come to the NFL level. And you have to wonder in retrospect with a guy like Dwayne Haskins, well, hell, did he flourish in college because of the fact that he had so much to be set up with to be successful? And maybe he just really wasn't that good, which seemed to be the case with Haskins once he got to the next level. And I think that there's some validity in that. Space says, I thought we'd go 7-10 this year. That's what I had us to at Space. We were exactly alike mind on that one. King Bomber, I have a tough time believing Pete Carroll will just hand the reins to the next offensive coordinator and say, all right, this is your offense. You call the plays. Potentially not. Kind of depends on who they choose to end up bringing in. But I agree with you. Carroll's definitely going to have some kind of say on that side of the ball, and he's going to make his presence felt. Seahawks Blue and Green says, I hope Shane Waldron doesn't leave. Starts to get things rolling. Me too, man. I hope he remains as well. Phil Stevens says, I'm not jumping in the Geno bandwagon yet. Seen this before 1 year, great. Next, back to showing why they were a backup. I hope he proves me wrong. Well, if you don't mind, Phil, who's that guy that was that backup? Who's that guy that came in there and gave the year that he's giving you right now as an equivalency, who then did fall back? I would love it, man. Give me an example on it. I'm certainly open to it. I can't think of a guy that was that way, though. Guys that put up this kind of performance tend to be consistently in that same kind of place. Bada Baby Yoda. Will the Hawks be able to stop the run? Hard to say at this point, man. They've had a hard time with it over the last 3 weeks, and you're going up against a team that's committed to it this game. So I think it's gonna be tough. It's really where a big key of this game probably lies, is if you can stop the run, you probably win this game. If you can't stop the run, you probably don't win this game. It really does. And through all the other stuff that goes on here, including what you do on the offensive side of the ball, it probably will come down to that just a little bit. King Bomber says, again, I'm just shooting random lottery tickets here to see different perspectives. I don't think Gino will regress, but I didn't really consider the new offensive coordinator situation. No, I mean, and it certainly should be a factor on it. I don't know if it's enough for me to say that that's all on Gino, or Gino can't continue to play at a great level of play moving on beyond this year if Waldron leaves. It's possible, but again, this is a little bit of a harder assessment to make because I'm not in the building and I don't know which is what on what impact or how far Waldron's really gone in that building to push Gino's performance forward versus Gino just taking heavy responsibility of his game. Extreme ownership. Didn't Shane Waldron also make Jared Goff look great? No, Shane Waldron had never been an offensive coordinator prior to coming here. He was on the offensive staff. Did he make Goff look great? Maybe he helped in that. But I don't know that the fact he's not a head coach, not an offensive coordinator, I don't know where his effect comes in on that with Jared Goff. Again, something that's kind of only people in the know in the building understand that percentage of effect versus one to the other. And you're right, Baby Yoda. The run defense didn't look good against the Rams, man. Hopefully it will improve. The Wizard, yeah, you have a good point on staying in single digits. Only pick we had in the 20s that panned out recently was Jordan Brooks. I just think we need a few pieces like a 2 running back, center, a defensive tackle, and a middle linebacker. Well, you're right. We could use a couple of different pieces, not just one piece. And stick with me on this, Wizard. Think about it like this. You go from 2 to 9. You go get Miles Murphy. You go pick up an extra first and a second round pick. Okay. So you get a first round pick in this year's draft, a first round pick in next year's draft, and you get an extra second round pick in this draft. So then you've picked up a defensive lineman to help your team out. And then you still have 4 picks in the first 2 rounds to go address those very positions that you mentioned. That's what I'm advocating for. So under my scenario, you would still be able to accomplish that and still be able to pick in that tier one spot of things. Kimar, there's a lot of first-year offensive coordinators this year who have been good, but I think Shane has excelled the most in his second year here. Yeah, agreed. Have yourself a great night, Emmett 21. Hope we do keep that winning streak alive as well, my man. Actually says Shane's been killing it. First time after many years, I'm actually stoked to watch our offense. We were good for 8 weeks in 2020, but this is what I always wanted Russ to be, which he never could. Well said, man. I'm loving watching it too. He's been fantastic in how he calls a game. No doubt about that. King Mars says, but we'll see. I think Shane has a good chance to leave, and a good chance to stay too. I don't think Gino will regress, and I believe we should re-sign him, but we'll see. This is the NFL. It's possible. If Shane leaves, we do not get any compensatory picks. You only get compensatory picks, Akshay, if they are a minority hire. Alexander says, can you see me? Mr. Alexander Matthews, my main account comments keep disappearing in here. Do they? I'll check and see if Alexander, you might have gotten accidentally put on the naughty list. And if you are, I'll get you off after the stream, man. Veslov, now if you want to, it happens every year. King Bomber, if I was to throw a few names out, Nick Foles, Vikings backup quarterback the year of the Minnesota Miracle. Yeah, the Vikings quarterback in the Miracle did not, I knew that was going to be one that was brought up. Let's look at him. I knew somebody was going to bring that up. What's that guy? I'm trying to find that guy's name. Hold on. Case Keenum. So let's go look at Case Keenum that year. So Case Keenum that year threw for 3,500 yards, 67 completion percentage, 22 touchdowns, and 7 interceptions. So much like the Nick Foles, and I know where you're going with it. I appreciate you kind of finding at least some names on this, King Bomber. So thank you for finding some guys on that. But first off, Nick Foles didn't play through that year. That was the year Carson Wentz had an MVP level performance for the Eagles. Foles came in at the very end of the year, like the last game of the year, and then carried them through the playoffs. He got really hot. He was in like a zone for the quarterback position. That's not the very same thing to what Geno Smith has done this year. So drawing an equivalency to Nick Foles is really not apropos. If you're going to say Case Keenum is what Geno Smith is this year, and that's the equivalency, well, then let's look at Case Keenum's stats. And Geno's got him beat in every statistical category this year from where he's projected to go on every level. On every level, more touchdowns, 6 percentage points better in a completion percentage, which is significant, better QBR, better passing rating. All the advanced quarterback stats would have Case Keenum blown out of the water. In that one great year of Case Keenum, King Bomber, he played at about top 13-ish level quarterback play. He was a middle of the road quarterback for that Viking team. He wasn't a guy like carrying that team or make slinging throws all over the field to help bring them to bear like Geno is doing this year for us. He got to lean on the rest of that football team, including a very good defense / great defense to help get them where they got that season. So Case might be somewhat close, but Geno's going to throw for 4,500 yards. Case threw for 3,500 yards. Case threw for 22 touchdowns. Geno's going to throw for 31. Geno's more mobile than Case is. Geno's got a better arm than Case is. Case Keenum's been a career backup in this league for a reason. Case Keenum wasn't a second-round pick at any time because he is a guy that is not the most talent-rich out there as far as quarterbacks go. Alexander, weird. My main account got locked out. Alexander, I'll get it figured out after the stream, man. So if it is locked out, I'll get it put back to front on that. So I don't know. Sometimes things can randomly get pulled over for whatever reason, but I'll get it figured out. Is it blocked? I'll get you. Let me take a look. I don't know if Megan can. Let me see if I can get it off here right now. Alexander, because we don't want Alexander. We don't want you pulled off, man. Let me get my Alexander Mathis. I don't see you on here, buddy. Oh, there you are. All right, Alexander, you should be good, man. Sorry about that. So you should be back. You back to front now. We got you back to front. Seahawks blue and green. Detroit will want to move up for a quarterback. That would be a team that definitely would be a fun one for a target. Get back to their next first-round pick later on, because they want to move up with or you go to their Rams first-round pick, move back a couple spaces, they move up, they get their quarterback. Win-win. Win-win. King Bomber says, but Jared Goff was and never is bad. He's a top 15 quarterback with the Lions, just not given the credit because he's on the Lions. He's not as terrible as people put him out to be. 100% true. Very, very true, man. I agree with that. I don't think you are a bad quarterback and throw for 4,500 yards in a year. I think you can be a bad quarterback and do like what Case Keenum did and grind out a 3,500 yard year. But if you get to 4,500 yards passing, I don't think Matt Hasselbeck ever threw for 4,500 yards in his entire career with the Seahawks in a West Coast offense. Actually, it says, should we switch to 4-3 for all games? Module Chiefs. I feel like 3-4 run D looks bad. I've been advocating for it, actually. I'd like to see it. I would really prefer to see it at this point. I think it would help, just specifically it would help the run game out, no doubt about it. Seahawks blue and green. Rams got rid of Goff for a reason. Won Super Bowl, first year without him. They did. They found an improvement at the position. And look, Stafford was a guy they were hoping could give them a top 10 level season versus Goff, who gave them maybe a top 15 level season. And so they went for a minor upgrade at the position to get them over the top. And it did work. It did help them. It came through. King Bomber says, hopefully I raised some new points here and played the good devil's advocate, but I truly think Geno will excel next year. Yeah, man. I appreciate where you're coming from on it. Of course, Alexander. Sorry your last account got on there. Don't know how it happened. Big Country says, I knew Case Keenum would be brought up too. I did too. That's why I was ready to bring up the stats on him, because I know that was a far different year for what he was doing with the Vikings versus what Geno's done. He had a better running game. He had a better defense. He didn't have to carry the day. He didn't have there was not a game in that year the Vikings Case Keenum played where he could not afford to not punt once in a game or they would lose the game. He had not one game that season that he ran into like that. Wizard says, that's why I'm an advocate for Jalen Carter is the 3-4 defense we run. Is that a dominant guy up front would be a huge for our run stopping. That's also, you are of like mind with me on this one, man. I'm the same way with that. I like Jalen Carter because he's the best fit and for the biggest need we have on this defense. King Bomber, appreciate the chat today. Me too, man. Chat was fun today. Fezlev says, Drost, good young quarterback in the first round with a 5-year contract control. Well, the tough part with that, Fezlev, if the guy gets through his first 3 years, he's going to come back and want to be paid after that point. Let's also not forget that you might hate signing Geno Smith, but if you're going to take a quarterback like you're advocating for, taking Bryce Young in, let's say, the top 5 of this first round, that's going to cost you about $67 million per year, which amounts to about 3% of your cap cost. So Geno Smith, if you put him on $26 million on a 3-year deal, the first year of that cap hit would be $19 million. The second year would be about $26 million. So is it worth it to move off Geno Smith for a mere 5% of cap savings, because that other quarterback is going to cost you a lot, for a big fat question mark at the quarterback position going forward? But you're not going to get 5 years of cheap club control, Fezlev, unless he sucks, unless he's not good. Did the Cardinals get 5 years of club control for Kyler Murray? Did the Eagles get 5 years of cheap club control for Carson Wentz after he gave them a MVP season? No. The guys are going to get paid unless you've got a guy like Lamar Jackson who has his mom as an agent. Everybody else gets paid. Everybody. Bobby Savage Hill says Case Keenum did a good job filling in for Bradford on the Vikings right before Cousins arrived. It doesn't match up to the way Geno's played and taken the helm, but I can't really think of anything else. No, it's this probably as close as you're going to find as far as an example. It's not close enough, but it's an example that is somewhat in the vicinity. But again, just a guy that, why I don't like it is in Geno, you have a guy that was once a former second-round pick. There was a baseline of talent there that drove him to be selected high in a draft. Case Keenum is not a similar guy in the way the NFL reviewed him, which was viewed through a lens of limitation. I don't think that there's limitations in Geno's game. King Bomber says, yeah, I think the chance that Geno becomes a fluke after this year is very unlikely. With or without Shane, I do think he will be slightly worse. It's possible. And like I said, I can be convinced of it. I just got to be explained how that happens. Wizard says, I only use Jalen Carter as an example as a dominant middleman. We need an Aaron Donald type guy who can clog the middle. Yeah, he's not Aaron Donald, but he's definitely a Chris Jones-like talent down there, which could do just what you're advocating for wanting to see. Washington Fistquest, good to see you in the house, man. It has been a while. He says, it's been a minute since I caught a live stream. Thanks, Brandon, for your continued commitment to excellence. Go Hawks. Hey, go Hawks, Washington Fistquest. It's good to see you in the chat, man. Brings a smile to my face to see my brother in here. So hope you're doing well out there, man. Hope you're doing good. The logo's looking nice. Did you get your logo updated, brother? It's looking good. I like that. I like that. Thank you, man. Says, nah, if we were taking a quarterback in the first round, I hope it's Will Levis. Pretty sure everyone else will be injured like Trey Lance once they start playing pro. Certainly it's possible. I don't think the Stafford was necessarily an upgrade over Goff, even if it was ever so slightly. It seems like the Rams defense last year took the throne and carried that team. Yeah, it was a bit of as much the defense coming forward, making the Von Miller trade. I think Stafford, also King Bomber, gave him a little bit of what Goff did in the respect of when they got in the playoffs and times were tight, you need your quarterback to elevate his level of play. Stafford elevated his level of play in the playoffs, which I don't know if Goff was as capable of doing. King Bomber says, "Oh yes, Goff was terrible in his early career, and I give him credit now because he's not on the Rams. Lifelong Rams hater. Hey, I'm too, man. And he had Jeff Fisher initially. Yeah, Megan, I don't know if you'll get anywhere with Feslov. I tried. Maybe you'll get a little bit further than I did. King Bomber, is there an argument to be made there's an argument made that Kupp excelled with Stafford rather than Goff, but I feel like that's really when Kupp exploded. He kind of went next level with Stafford. I mean, Stafford definitely worked him. Goff got a lot out of him too, but he went probably next level with Stafford. Seahawks Blue and Green says Rams should trade Ramsey, losing stock quickly, and they need to get younger. They do. I mean, what's the value of him at this point? Certainly not anywhere near the price that they gave up to the Jaguars a couple of years ago to bring him in. But they're going to have to start to look at creative if they are going to look at a domino situation of guys retiring and that team looking a lot lighter moving into the future with not a lot of financial space nor a lot of draft picks to try to turn around that team's hopes if that does turn out to be the case. I agree. That's probably a guy that's likely to be a targeted guy to be moved at that point for them. Alexander says, some are saying Gino might tank next year. Why? We're in week 14. It would have happened by now. I don't know why people would say that he would tank. Saying Gino might tank next year? I don't see that. I don't understand why they would say that. Fezla says that drafted in the first round team has contract control for 5 years and a potential 6 years with a franchise tag. Got to know better. No, I know better. This is where stuff works in an office room, Fezlev. But when the rubber meets the road and you see how this plays out in actuality in the NFL sport, why didn't the Cardinals then have right now Kyler Murray on the 4th year of his deal? How was Kyler Murray to get paid after 3 years? How did Carson Wentz get paid after 3 years? How did Jared Goff, Fezlev, get paid after 3 years? How is Burrow with the Bengals going to get paid after 3 years? How did Josh Allen with the Bills get paid after 3 years? How did Patrick Mahomes with the damn Chiefs get paid after 3 years? How is Justin Herbert after 3 years going to be paid? Yes, I'm very well aware of the rules, Fezlev, and that it's 5 years when you pick them in the first round. But I'm also well aware that that's not how it plays out in actuality. There's theory and then there's actuality. You're dealing in theory in that 5 years of club control. That's not how it normally plays off. It sounds good in a boardroom. It doesn't work in the real world. Or we would have more quarterbacks, Fezlev, getting to that 5th year point that are first round quarterbacks, which is not the case, especially for the ones that are even marginally successful. Wizard, who do we go after as Cody Barton's replacement or Jamal Adams' replacement, since Adams is always in the hospital? I like Trenton Simpson from Clemson. Henry Toa from Alabama might be an interesting guy to look at in the second round. I don't know if you have to go and find Adams' replacement. He's going to be on the team next year. I think you just re-sign Ryan Neal as a hedge backup plan to Jamal Adams. King Bomber says, I say slightly worse. I don't mean like he goes from 5 to 15. I mean like 5 to maybe top 7. Okay, that's fair enough. I think that part of what he has had this year to his advantage was the fact that no NFL team had good tape on the man. The Shane Waldron scheme, see, that's at least specific. I like that. That's specific, King Bomber. So I appreciate you at least getting specific on this. The Shane Waldron scheme with his modifications to the McVay offense were not in the league at that point. I think the NFL will catch on next year, but I think Gino will be better. That's fair enough. And you're not, like you said, you're not looking at a big dip in his game. So that's more reasonable, I think. Oh God, Feslev's on one tonight. Sam the Great, he was whatever with the Titans and garbage with the Rams. Oh, Case Keenum. Yeah. Daniel W. So guys get paid after 3 years, but they don't see a raise till year 6. If you go look at their contracts, it's still low for the first 5. I hear that argument a lot and disagree there. So guys get paid after 3 years, but they don't see a raise till year 6. If you go look at their contracts, it's still low in the first year. I don't think you're factoring into the bonus money element of this, Daniel. Maybe you're keeping the cap hit low, but then you're just pushing costs a little bit further down the line. So if you take that last year, that hit, and you go, okay, we're going to take like I think Arizona did. You take that first year base down to a veteran minimum, and then you're going to wind in all the bonus money on top of that, technically I might be able to keep that contract hit around the same place of where he was due to earn in the 4th year of a rookie deal. But the bonus money is applied here. It's you've paid the price. You haven't been able to get away with just those cheap years with no future commitment, which is what's being advocated for when we say the cheap 5 years of club control. And my point on this is, Daniel, you're not getting out. If you have a guy who has outperformed that contract in that first 3 years, Kyler Murray being the great baseline, where Kyler didn't take the league by storm, he played just good enough to be in line to earn that contract extension after those 3 years. If that's the case and you can hold that hard line stance of things, then you don't have to pay him that contract extension. But they're getting new money. They're getting a lot of new money at that. You're putting bonus money on them. You're putting more future commitment into them at that point, and it's not cheaper because the bonus money does then factor in beyond that. You can maybe lower that cap hit down, but you are paying them at that point. And I would love to go into this a little bit more. I'm certainly you've lowered that first year cap hit down, but I'd argue that it's still at the end of the day, they're going to be getting the more money. I get where you're coming from on that, but it's still being paid. It's new money. You're paying them onto a new contract. They're not getting to just reside on that old deal, which was the original argument being made. Daniel says, you go look at Kyler Murray, Josh Allen. The 4th year contracts are really low. Let me bring it up here on the screen. Yes, go look at the Kyler Murray, Josh Allen, et cetera. Their 4th and 5th year contract hits are really low. By the time the money comes in, it's okay because of the cap increases. Yeah, but that's because they put so much bonus money into the front end of it. So yeah, you massage out the numbers when you put a huge amount of bonus money, and you lower down the first year cap hit to a veteran minimum. So there's no base. It's all landing on bonus. So yeah, eventually the numbers do come through, but it's new money being signed then at that point. It's not like it's not the same equivalency to not signing him to a contract extension. And if it was, Daniel, then you just wouldn't sign him to a contract extension, right? You just get to ride out on those. The whole point of having the cheap 5 years club control is I don't have to sign him to a new club contract in that cheap 5 years. That's the whole point of it. That's why the NFL originally negotiated those deals in, is they wanted to get the 5 years out on those first round picks. Not that you have to then sign a new contract extension. Gino's not being good. Gino not being any good, his game will fall off tank. What I meant. Not being good any. Yeah, I don't see it happening either, Alexander. I don't. Seahawks blue and green. Can we get an additional first round pick in 2024 by moving back a couple of places? Yes. And that's what I'm advocating for. You can do it, and I'd love to see it. Space says, didn't we save a bunch of cap space when we traded Russell? No, you had a bunch of dead money that hit on the books. It kind of clears off after this year, but you had approximately $26 million of dead money or something like that. $28 million it's $26 of dead money on the cap. I think with a second round pick or second obtained from trading back, we go number 2, running back, battering ram type back to complement Walker. Walker ain't big enough to push defensive tackles in the middle. I'm okay with it. Fezlev, if I made y'all mad because y'all love Gino, I'm sorry, but I don't see the Seahawks being better in the future with a franchise quarterback. You didn't make me mad, Freslov. I appreciate you having a different perspective, and I welcome different perspectives. I think it's frustrating trying to have a debate with someone that doesn't want to really get into particulars. And I kind of feel like you're probably just trolling at the end of the day. And you have to understand, Feslov, I get a lot of that in here where people don't really have a belief in what they're saying. They just want to stir the pot. And if that's the case and you want to stir the pot, so be it. If you really believe what you're saying, you believe, it'd be great if we could have these debates where we're actually bringing something concrete to back it up. You've brought up a win-loss record that's wholly built on something that happened 10 years ago as opposed to what's happening in the here and now. So I appreciate perspective on it. I'm okay with arguing and debating, but I sure would love for you to be able to tangibly bring something to bear more than cherry picking little stats here or there and the ancillary points that have nothing to do with what's happening in the here and now. King Bomber said the fifth year option is an option. I don't think you can select it when you sign a contract. No, you decide on it. I think it's after year 3, you have to decide at that point if you're going to induce the fifth year option. And it does become fully guaranteed when you do. And Alexander Matthews wasn't saying he will tank. He was explaining his other comment on that one. Yeah, Fezlev, you continue to not bring up anything new, but this is all you've got to go to. This is why I think you're trolling, because it's almost silly that you're bringing this up. I've told you why that's not applicable here. It has nothing to do with the price of business right now. You're talking about stuff that happened 10 years ago from this as far as bringing up the career record. That's not apropos to right now. It has almost literally nothing to do with what's going on right now. And again, you maintain that quarterbacks somehow are fully responsible for wins and losses. Is that your stance? Is that your belief? The rest of the team doesn't matter. It's just the quarterback that carries the day for wins or for losses. Because that's also what's built into your bringing up the stat now, I think about a half dozen times. Jack says, take on the M's offseason so far. I love it so far. I think that they don't have a lot of ability to go out there and truly upgrade the roster the way people would like to become the exact domino that the Astros are, but they're upgrading in places where they can. Right field, I like Tesco Hernandez. He's an upgrade over what you had there at Mitch Haniger. I think Colton Wong will be an upgrade over what you have at the second base position. And if they can now just finish addressing the left field position, I think you can put yourself in a position, if you're going to grab kind of an equivalent player to what you've done at those other two, you can be in a position, I think, to try to work with, to try to fight the Astros at that point. Daniel W. says, Fezlev is future junior confirmed. He's trying to set up Russ to come to Seattle after he gets cut next year. Oh, Lordy. Exactly. Game Bomber, so Josh Allen will be playing a $19 million fully guaranteed this year. I guess if that's his fifth year option, that would be the case. I hear you. Seahawks Blue and Green is running back a higher priority than we think. Very likely we don't sign Penny again. We may need a good backup. No, it is. I think it is. Look, if we've seen it again now for like the 6th straight year, Seahawks Blue and Green, our running back room has been decimated. That should at the very least inform us that we've got to build a deeper crew going into the future, and talent at that. So I do think the team will address it in that way. Fezlev says on this 4th team, he's doing great. I'm happy for it, but I don't want to invest in a one season results with DK and Tyler. Fair enough, man. Fair enough. The Wizard, I wish we could bring back Alex Collins. I thought he was a hard runner and always good effort. He is. Another guy that got beaten up in his time. The few carries you gave him here, he was having a hard time staying healthy himself. He's on the Ravens practice squad, I think, right now. I do believe. Fezlov, why does this channel want to commit to Geno when the season is an abnormality? But I'm happy for it. Because you've not better explained why it's an abnormality. You say it's an abnormality because of his career record, which is a false equivalency because you're applying wins and losses solely to the quarterback position and ignoring the rest of a football team. I've provided you a lot of different statistics, what I've seen from of the performance on the field with his control at the line of scrimmage to how he deals with blitzes, his anticipatory throws, his ability to move subtly in the pocket. I could go blow by blow for this. But why should I continue to do so with you when you're not willing to bring up any other points rather than just like a mouse in the cocaine cage? You're just hitting that one button over and over again. And it's like the only button you got to push. It's boring. It is indeed. All right. Well, we are 5 hours and 20 minutes into this sucker. I didn't know we were gone this long. Oh my God. You guys get me already. I'm like, I'm going to do a little 3-hour show. You look up the clock and we're almost 5.5 hours in, but let's get into the last of the stuff here. We're going to go ahead and wrap this one on up as we are crossing 12:20 in the evening here, my time, West Coast time. So got to get some kitty, give them kitties some pets and get a little bit of food in the belly. But Alex Collins is good. I think he is unlikely to go anywhere, though. I think he does remain on the practice squad. This is a good thing to know for the future. Teams can elect the 5th year and give contract extensions. Yeah. I think, yeah. I mean, you could do that before. You had to factor in that 5th year's guaranteed money into the deal of it, which you can explain to the player why, this is that and this. So it's just, they probably just give them the bonus ahead of it a little bit, rather than making them wait to that 5th year option when they do it. Seahawks Blue and Green, can we Can't we take anyone off another team's practice squad, but they have to be on our 60-man roster or whatever it is? Yep. You could go grab Alex Collins right now if you wanted to. Nothing precludes you, but you're right. You do have to put him on the active roster if you do it. But I think that they just, I don't know. I think they would have done it rather than go with Wayne Gallman if they wanted to do that. Wizard says we should play year by year with Geno, but grab a quarterback in the later rounds who can learn and be a backup in case Geno starts fading. One reason I'd like to go to a 3-year contract, I don't think that it necessarily marries you to the guy in a long-term fashion. If you do a 3-year contract, you can probably get out of it after 2 years for a little bit of dead money hit. I'm open to going that road, man. I am. Megan says 7:30 Thursday night here, B. Need to get to dinner soon. Yeah, it's about that time. It's about that time. Geno's not a franchise quarterback, says Fezlov, have a good night. You have a good night, man. I appreciate where you're coming from, even if we do disagree. King Bomber, last thoughts on Toa Toa. Haven't been tremendously impressed with the middle linebackers in this draft, King Bomber. Trent Simpson's my only real first-round middle-ish, outside linebacker-ish guy. He could play some will. He could do some middle. He could do some pass rush. With Henry Tenor Toa Toa, I do think I see a guy that's probably going to be around the second round because I think he's going to test really well. He's going to run probably like a 4.5 40. He really does fly around the football a little bit. There are some potentially injury concerns there with him, but I have been pretty impressed by what I've seen out of him so far on the tape. And that's with a lot of other guys. The Arizona State kid, I think it's Robinson, doesn't look too good to me. I'm not a big fan of the Iowa guy. So he's real big, but he doesn't do a whole hell of a lot. Neither two Oregon linebackers do much for me. It's kind of a wasteland right now for the middle linebacker position. So Henry Toa Toa is definitely one of the top guys I've liked so far, but second round is where I think my early assessment is on him. I still do want to watch a little more tape with him, though. Flag Sabbath says, do you really think that Denver will lose out? I don't know. It's hard to see them losing the Rams game if the Rams are going to be as beat up and injured as it looks like they're going to be. That's the only game I think that they could feasibly go out and win. But I do think that that one is kind of looking a little bit more. No Aaron Donald, no Stafford, no Kupp, no Allen Robinson, maybe no Ashawn Robinson. That's kind of a lightened load at that point for Denver, even as bad as they've been. I mean, Carolina beat them this week, but Carolina's at least got some guys out there. You know, they can make it interesting on you. And yeah, TJ saying Rams Broncos Christmas. That's going to be much watched television. I'm going to be enjoying that one. Hopefully the Rams can pull it out. Daniel Bailey says also, how come last year nobody said DJ Reed will regress back to being a practice squad player? That would have been more likely. Yeah. Agreed. I mean, you could dock me into Geno, and I think even in King Bomber's case, he's at least saying it's a little drop back from 5 to 7. Like he'll be the 7th best quarterback rather than the 5th best. But if we're talking about a regression to him being in the 20s or something next year, I don't understand how that's going to be the case. You know, and if it's just by happenstance, that's not, basing on a lot. Seahawks Blue and Green. Thanks, Brando. Sorry you're in the snow. Don't miss that Spokane cold. It is cold today. Yeah, we've got the snow. It's freezing. I'm not liking it right now. I'm already calling my mom about getting out to Hawaii. Like it's about due for a family trip time, Mom. No, it has nothing to do with the wintry weather. No, it's the love your son has for his mother, which is why I want to go to Hawaii right now. No, it's not that. It's not just that you're sunny and hot right now. No, I love you, Mom. That's why I want to come see you. King Bomber, thoughts on Henry Torres? He's not really physical. I agree with you there. He's an avoider of physicality. He's not the biggest guy, King Bomber. So there's a little bit that to his game on it. It does concern me a little bit with Toa Toa. And I still have a little bit more of I do want to get a little more couple games of look at him. I did my initial kind of look-see. It was partly, I think, is why I liked him as much, King Bomber, because I was hating some of the other guys as much. They were driving me crazy, and where people were hyping these guys up, and I'm going, why? What is it about this guy, King Bomber says, I guess if we miss out on Simpson, he's the next guy up. It looks like initially. And I still have a lot of the linebackers to still look at in this draft, so I haven't gotten there quite yet. But I do feel like it's just as much as I don't think it's as strong a class in the middle as it was last year, King Bomber, where guys around the third round, you had like Ryan Anderson, you had the Anderson kid out of Montana State, Leo Chanel, Chad Muma out of Wyoming. Felt like we had a collection of guys in the middle last year. And this year it's just a little bit, I mean, hell, even at the top of the round, you had the kid out of Georgia, you had Devin Lloyd. This year it just feels a little bit weaker. Megan says, Rams for Broncos is Boxing Day here, and I'll be eating leftovers while watching the cricket and not that. Nice. King Bomber, if the if somehow the Broncos ended up with 5 wins, I'd be heartbroken. Yeah, that would suck. That would suck. Bobby Savage Hill, what's unique with Geno is he was highly touted, drafted high, started immediately, and then went to the bench. Comparing other guys like Jimmy G, Rich Gannon, Matt Schaub sat first and shined later. Yes, great point. And those guys that you mentioned are also guys that I would offer are a little bit athletically not as far along as what you get from Geno, first arm and legs. He is an upgrade in both of those two situations. But yeah, the talent is there with him. That's part of why I have the faith in him continuing this, is that the light bulb has gone on. The stuff from the neck up is working. He's got the physical ability. So if he's got the neck up stuff working along with the physical ability that he brings to the game, that to me is that to me is should be a sustainable performance. Wizard says, have a good night. It's cool to have good banter about the Hawks. Last thing I wanted to say is I think center is a bigger need than most think because our offensive line fell off after we traded Unger. I definitely would love to take, if they could, I would not hate this track, Wizard, of if you get into the early second round and you just go get the best center on the board. You might very well get the best center in this entire draft with that first, second round pick if that's where you want to select it. And I would be in favor of it for exactly the reasons that you mentioned. Appreciate you, man. We always have a good, lively discussion here. So thank you. Megan says 100 degrees B here, shorts and a t-shirt, laughing out loud. Maybe I got to go to Hawaii and then Australia, Megan. I'm telling you what, I'm not liking this winter already, and I'm in December 8th. We have just begun. Rams says those 3 Rams games on primetime coming up. None can be flexed out. Shaking my head. Eesh. Yeah, those would be some ugly games. Danny W says Brock Purdy is better than late stage Russell Wilson. Just kidding, but it might be talked about after this Sunday. Yeah, well, late stage Russell Wilson is pretty bad, Daniel. I mean, Brock could play like the 26th best quarterback this week, and he'd still be better than late stage Russell Wilson this season. My music, if we get Payne, we should draft Anderson. Otherwise, Jalen Carter is the guy. Love it, my music. I love it. I love where your head's at on that. Flag Sabbath, I'm entirely ignorant to cricket, but I would 100% rather watch the Broncos Rams. Me too, probably on that one. Credit says, yeah, the temperature hasn't been kind to me either. It got cold here quick. It is not going to be a gentle winter this year out in Spokane. Rain in the cut, draft time is going to be insane, man. Insane. Jack, B, you should move to Hawaii. I've tried to move to Hawaii a couple of times. The thing I don't like about it is the cost of living so high. You have to work so hard. You just don't have any free time. And the few times I've lived there, I've just always had to be 24/7 running and working, and it just exhausts me. You know, I was barely able to get the channel running when I moved there a couple of years ago, having the channel, and I could just barely get it going, get stuff up and get rolling because I would just be so just toast. The Wizard, I live in Alaska. I don't want to hear about being cold. I'll trade you climates. I can't. You're right. I got no reason to complain on that. I've done Montana winters too, and Spokane winters are nothing compared to that. So you're right. I can't speak a lot. Flag Sabbath, I think Schmitz is the early guy that I hear about as being maybe the top guy. I haven't had a chance to look at him, but very soon I hope to. Daniel W, my score prediction, 2017. It's going to be another ugly, mucked up game. A lot of mud on all the jerseys at the end of it, right? A lot of people with tears, a lot of blood all over the place. But we come out of it with a final drive. Geno once again puts the haters to rest with him not being able to final drive to win the game for a field goal. Megan says, you'd be welcome here, B. I did the trip to you after all. If it gets cold enough, I may have to take you up on that. King Bomber, any top inside O-line that you think are scheme fits? Everybody that I've seen so far, King Bomber, has been a trash can. I looked at Luke, the Luke kid, Winder from Ohio State, trash can. Osiris, the kid that a lot of people probably wanted to go look at the right guard position, kind of a trash can. So I'm looking for the mobile guys, and I'm open to some names that can be presented, but I haven't seen any yet that stand out to me as scheme fits. Wu-Tang says, I moved here from Texas back in the 2000s. I'll take the cold and the wet. Haha. Yeah, I wouldn't want to do a southern heat. I couldn't do the sticky stuff. That's for sure. Flag says, man, Hawaii was very kind to me. I wish it was to me too. I tried a couple times living there, but just could never make it work. Not a great job market for IT people, you know. It's kind of a tough market there. Megan says, looking forward to moving to Seattle within 5 to 10 years. Oh, you're going to love it, Megan. You're going to love it. Love it. Nick Potato, what's going on with our run defense? I hope we can figure it out, especially for the Niners and the Chiefs. I like our offense a lot. Me too, Nick. You got to get the four-man fronts out. The two-man fronts with the two defensive tackles right over the top of the center or near the center, and then your two outside linebackers on the outside. They've gone back to it in recent weeks, and it's caused their rush defense to get crushed. They just got to go back to more 3-4 looks, or go back to more of a true, just pure 4-3 defense, where you have a 1-tech defensive tackle and a 3-tech defensive tackle and a Leo end and a 5-tech. That's the way to go at it. But I'm sure we're going to continue to see more of these two-man front things that are weird. Cooper BB, he's a guy that I've got on my name list, Flag Sabbath. So I haven't had a chance to look at him, but I need to. He's a guy that I do need to take a look at. Seahawks Blue and Green says, my cute 3-year-old daughter can chime in at times like your cat Pumpkin. Yeah, she loves to chime in. She is the star of the show. Alexander Matthews says, Purdy might do us dirty. Well, he's got a pretty mouth. Yeah, he could potentially hurt us. That Niner team's tough, man. It's tough. Brandon, you looking at a particular center in next year's draft? I have to scout him up at this point. I did look at that Luke kid. I think there's one other center that I've looked at so far, but there's about a list of 4 or 5 guys I'm taking a look at. But yeah, Alexander, I think ideally from my standpoint, I look at it and I go, without getting too specific, usually you don't see centers go in the first round. So center usually is like the running back position, where when you get in the early part of the second round, if you pick in that position, you're usually getting the best player in the entire draft at that position in the second round. I think that's the smart way to go there. My music, the most frustrating part about our rush defense is we've been gashed 3 straight weeks in completely different ways on the ground. Yep. It's been different. You're right. Completely different. Makes it harder to kind of lock in on a fix. So I agree with you. That's why I don't have a ton of faith yet that you're going to get this fixed in just a week. I hope they do. I think they potentially could, but I'm going to have to see a little bit more on the field. Wizard says, I lived in Hawaii for a year when I was younger, and I would only move back if I had a lot of money because going there to earn a living isn't realistic. No, you got to work like 2 jobs. You got to do overtime every week. People expect you to kill yourself because you're living in paradise. It's good if you've got money. It's good if you've got a stable job or you can work remotely, but it's a hard place to live otherwise. And quite frankly, I would only live on Maui, and Maui's getting a little bit too crowded as it is. Like, they don't have the infrastructure to handle all the influx of people that they're getting there, including the tourists. It's starting to turn a little bit into like Oahu a bit, but I still love it. I'll still go back there this year. Flags is from Mount Vernon. Haven't been back for a couple years. Mm-hmm. King Bomber says, JMS is a 5:20 40 time and Cooper Baby is a 5:32 40. Well, that's not going to do it. That's not going to hit the mark, man. You're right. I hope he's faster at the combine, because 5:32 ain't getting him picked in the second round. No way. Alexander Brandon, come on down here in the Valley of the California, 115 degrees for weeks, months. Yeah, I know. It gets hot there. I got a brother in San Diego. But yeah, I got to go heat up this winter. I can't stand this cold weather 24/7. I can't do it. Krotos, you lived in Tri-Cities. We grew up between Olympia and Vancouver. That's a cool little area there. Cool little area. All right. Well, we're going to wrap this one up on this note, folks. Good 5.5 hours in. That's a good spot for me to kind of put the kibosh on this. Another great show there. I do appreciate, as always, the lively discussions and keeping things reasonably respectful. I think Megan, our guy there, was towing the line on that one just a little bit, getting close to it. But I appreciate your patience out there, Megan, and dealing with the folks on the mods, on the chats and whatnot. It's going to be a fun game here coming up here for our Seahawks against Carolina this week. We'll see how this thing does shake out. I don't think this is going to be an easy victory. I think this is going to be a slugfest a little bit and a gut punch back and forth. Who can maybe get the momentum at the end? Who can maybe have the ball last? How well can Seattle stop that running game of the Panthers, and that they've not had an opportunity to stop run recently, though, as was mentioned in the chat a moment ago, it's been done. They were not able to stop the run for different reasons. In Tampa Bay, you went with a light defensive tackle unit. You thought they were going to pass the ball more. They decided to run the ball more. The week after that, you decided to double up Devontae Adams at the cost of your running game, at the cost of one extra guy in the running game. That got you gashed. This last week, it was all about the fly sweeps and attacking to the edges of the defense in the running game. So let's see what they can do this week to maybe find a little bit of an adjustment. But I do think a big part of this week, a big part of the success of this week potentially is going to come out of whether or not we stop the run. And that's going to kind of be the bottom line in this case of things. So thank you to all of you guys. Do me a favor on your way out. Hit that like button for me, please, as I really do appreciate it. If you're not subscribed, please also do get subscribed to the channel, as we are now on the road here for 11,000 subscribers. We've crossed over 10 and we're really moving fast. So I appreciate all the new people aboard. Appreciate you hitting the like button. Let's keep this thing going this year. Everything is within our grasp. The season is within our grasp. Yes, we're taking a good, keen eye and look into the future, but we're also in the here, right, and now. 1 foot in the now, 1 foot in the future. And that foot in the now is that you've got everything this season in your grasp to go take advantage of. So let's go take advantage of it, Seahawks team. You got four games at home here of these final games. You've got the stage set against not the toughest of opponents. We have, I think, the second easiest schedule according to the advanced statistics. The stage is set. The bright lights are turned on. The audience is out there in the pews. Now we just have to give the performance. Everything is there for us to take this year. And I say, once you get in the playoffs, anything can happen. Anything can happen. So keep the faith, my fellow Seahawks fans. Stay with me on this. Keep dreaming big. Don't dream small. Don't look to next year quite so early. And don't you ever, ever, ever forget. Go Hawks.